Good morning, everyone. It is March 15 at 11 a.m. Convened meeting on Planning and Development Committee public hearing. Thank you for being here. We have some members on Zoom. We have number of bill today for public hearing. We look forward to hear from you. My co-chair always in here in-person meeting. Today she is not in here, but good news, she is actually on Zoom. Chair remarks kindly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Rahman. I appreciate that. I'm sorry to say that I'm having a little back trouble, and the doctor has asked me to stay home. So very thankful for the Zoom option. I did just want to say today about our agenda. While the agenda is short, our list of speakers is a little bit longer. So I hope that we can all not limit ourselves, but certainly keep in mind that we have a lot of committee members that want to ask questions. So we want to keep things moving as best we can and make sure that we hear thoroughly from all of our speakers today. So thanks so much, and thanks for keeping things running while I'm at home.
Thank you. You looks good over there. My amazing ranking member, would you like to say a few words, sir?
Thank you to the honorable chair, my friend. Looking forward to our conversation today. We're hearing some very important bills, including one that covers the purview of zoning and home rule and development. And so we're going to hear from a lot of important voices locally. We share certain goals. We might disagree on how to get there. And so we'll try to be economical on the use of time. And at the same time, we also want to hear from all 75 people from the public who have signed up to make their views known. So I appreciate the chairs and look forward to our conversation today.
Thank you so very much. I don't see my other amazing ranking members, House ranking members, Jolo. I don't know he's signed in the Zoom. I don't see here. Are you there, my friend? No. All right. I don't have also my vice chair in here today also. Great to have all the members and the speaker today in here and a Zoom. I will look forward to hear from you and smooth hearing. So let's move to our agenda. We have a lot of people sign in to speak today. We'll try our best to not holding you all here all day today. And each speaker gonna have 3 minutes. Please kindly follow your time limit and follow by the questions. And our members, amazing all the members, will try our best just to direct ask the question. This is how we are not gonna keep all the members and all the speaker all day in here. Thank you. So now moving to my first speaker, I like to call Martin Heft, please. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, chairs, ranking members, honorable committee members, and I appreciate you allowing me to go first today due to other commitments. Martin Heft, Undersecretary of Intergovernmental Policy and Planning Division at the Office of Policy and Management. We have submitted written testimony on 2 bills. I'll just briefly mention those. OPM has concerns with House Bill 6890 as written. As I mentioned, we have submitted written testimony to provide some additional context for clarification and consideration. Additionally, part of that bill is the codifying of the Office of Responsible Growth, which was originally established under Governor Rell's 2006 Executive Order number 15. We suggest creating broader buckets of responsibilities that enable more flexibility to increase, add, or subtract responsibilities as appropriate over time, rather than just a list of responsibilities as outlined. Additionally, Senate Bill 1208, which makes revisions to the statutes relating to motor vehicles, assessment, and taxation. Legislation clarifies a number of areas to properly implement the provisions of sections 497 to 509 of Public Act 22-118, which made changes to the way municipalities tax motor vehicles. These corrective changes in Senate Bill 1208 will allow for the proper implementation and allow for a more fair and equitable system, more efficient administration of the motor vehicle tax on the local level, transparency for all taxpayers by providing predictable motor vehicle valuations that more accurately reflect the market and creating substantial labor and time saving for state and municipal officials. A section by section bullet point summary has been provided in our written testimony of the 11 sections. And I thank you for this opportunity to provide the testimony and happy to answer any questions that you have.
I see Rep. Dabowski, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Camera working? Doesn't appear to work.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, that's good. For some reason, my camera is not working. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. I did want to ask you about the transit-oriented development bill. You said you have a problem with the way that that it would be administered. Do you have any problem with essentially having the towns not be eligible for discretionary grants such as brownfield grants if they don't change their zoning? Is that something that you are able to comment on?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. Part of our testimony, we do mention about, the intent is about the direct discretionary funding for new infrastructure. But part of that is looking at how many municipalities will actually be available to apply for that, being eligible. Because basically with this definitions as being outlined here, it's going to mean that just about every one of our 169 municipalities will be eligible for this. So will want to, look at that. And because of that wider base, obviously it's the same pot of money that's available. So it means less to the municipalities. So that's just part of what we're just making you aware of.
Okay, when you say they're eligible, that means that if they don't participate, if they don't satisfy the zoning requirements, they would be ineligible for the discretionary funding. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that means a town with 800 people in it would be forced to change its zoning to allow for between 10 and 30 units per acre, or it wouldn't get any steep grants or brownfield grants or any type of discretionary state funding.
As the way the bill is written currently, that's correct. That's the way we interpret it.
Okay, well, that's the way I interpret it as well. Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. I see my co-chair, Cabras Dagro, have that question also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, Undersecretary. I appreciate you being here today. I'm sorry that I'm not. A question, we really appreciate the way that the bill came together last year in terms of making it more affordable for people, hopefully over time, by changing how we're assessing in terms of the motor vehicles piece. But I have heard concerns from the towns in terms of the putting it into effect this year. There's some concern over making sure that they are ready, that the software is ready, that everything is in place as it needs to be. So from a transparency perspective, what can you share that would kind of either, assuage their fears or at least give us a better understanding of how this is going to go into practice?
Sure. Thank you, Representative. So Office of Policy and Management has been continually working since the bill was implemented with the Assessors Association, the Tax Collectors Association. We've been in communication with the vendors, working with Department of Motor Vehicles, obviously the team at Office of Policy and Management, also keeping Connecticut Conference of Municipalities and Connecticut Council of Small Towns abreast of where we are. Actually, just this past Monday, we had a meeting with all of those stakeholders. We met with the vendors last week, updating. We meet on a monthly basis, minimal, with the entire group, and then with the individual groups, we meet as needed going through for the implementation, process to make sure everything is in line. Do understand that part of the role of Office of Policy Management is to help facilitate all of this. We are not, Office of Policy Management isn't the actual implementation piece. A lot of this is done on the local level through the local assessors, through the tax collectors, through the vendors, but we are, stepping up and making sure that all those pieces do come together and work that way. I know meeting with the Assessors Association just the other day, they are having a separate meeting with the vendors to go through specifications. We're working with Department of Motor Vehicles to get them some test files, excuse me, and lists that they need to be able to run some of that. We have the personal property declaration, which should be finalized by the end of this month. So things are moving forward and progressing through this process. As you know, you do have another bill that's been heard previously for the delay of the whole process there, which OPM has, was opposed to, but we do understand those concerns and are closely monitoring those.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I will just have one question regarding the other bill that you spoke about, the transit-oriented development. The good rep mentioned about the discretionary funding. And I guess my question would be, do all towns receive discretionary funding? And the sense that I got, even though I know how you've said you've read it, that it might not be money for brownfields or that sort of thing. The impression that I got was that it was more the discretionary funding would not touch anything that had to do with, say, like public works or water or, that might be not touched. So I'm a little confused. But I guess the main question would be, does every town receive that discretionary funding in Connecticut?
So discretionary funding is basically anything that's, if you kind of look at it as a broad-based, anything that's kind of outside the statutory formula grants. So anything from, the state library administers their historical document grants to town clerks, that's discretionary funding. Brownfields, steep, local capital improvement, these are all discretionary funding that you have to make sure one is like your plan of conservation and development locally has to be up to date, or you need to get a waiver in order for that discretionary funding to come through. We just finished taking applications in for neglected cemeteries. We have a couple of towns that needed to request a waiver in order to receive that funding. So it's all of those smaller, if you will, those smaller pots of money that are out there that are considered discretionary funding.
To that point, then perhaps part of what we need to do to improve this legislation, should we go forward with it, is to maybe more specifically discuss or codify what discretionary funding it is, because it sounds like there's different pots, and we want to make sure that towns are getting what they need and municipalities have what they need. So I think that's really good feedback for us. So thank you, appreciate that. Thanks for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see I have the rep Tautowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here today and for your testimony. I have the written testimony here in front of me and still have a few questions. I'm the person who proposed the bill to delay for a year, primarily as a backstop in case things could not be some of the delays caused by vendors, things like that. And plus a lot of other questions that I have. I think it's important for us to know exactly what we're getting into before we actually fully implement this. And as I appreciate all the changes you've made, I appreciate that you've met with the different parties that are involved in this. Question, have you done any kind of modeling to see what the impact's going to be on taxpayers and also on municipalities? For example, one of my worries is to have a 2019 Honda sedan maybe having to pay more taxes than a 1974 Ferrari. This is the kind of thing that may come up. I'm not sure how that formula is going to work, and I just wanted to find out if you've done any kind of modeling.
So thank you, Representative. I appreciate your comments. So we have done some, overall grand list comparisons for the way motor vehicles are valued currently versus how they will be done by the manufacturer suggested retail price and the depreciation schedule, which was, voted on and is in, the public act currently. Originally, when we looked at this, we knew there was going to be about a 1% reduction in the overall grand list based on some of our 2018 information that we had at that time. As we know, through COVID, we understand that, everyone knows housing prices have gone up 20-40%. Some apartment complexes, everything have gone up as much as 70%. We've also seen escalation in motor vehicles. Those have gone up, drastically because of supply and demand, if you will. Working with the Motor Vehicle Committee of the Assessors Association, they've gone through, going through the 3.5 million vehicles that we have registered in the state of Connecticut. And we did supply, some basic information to CCM and Cost and our group on Monday, where now we are seeing that there will be about a 20% reduction in the grand list based upon the switching over from MSRP values. So we know that there is going to be some, financial impact on municipalities. Other side of it is that municipalities have also seen an increase in their housing side. So those grand lists have gone up on that side. We have not received in yet 2022 grand list information. We don't receive that in until May 1st by statute. So we don't have full comparisons of where those values are now for that. But we know, at least through the municipalities that have been going through revaluations, we are seeing those increases 20 to 40% on the housing side. As anytime you go through a revaluation, most likely currently we're seeing that properties values are switching from the residential side shifting, from commercial shifting to residential increases. We know that there's, winners and losers in a reval. Purpose of a revaluation is to create equity and try to bring everybody up to current values. We look at this the same as happening with motor vehicles. We're trying to get the taxation equal across all 169 towns for the value of that motor vehicle and the way that they are taxed. So we know that there's going to be some winners and some losers on that. Most times, the municipality is going to see increases in their housing market. So they'll have increases in their grand list there. They're going to have some decreases on the motor vehicle side, same as commercial and residential. And it part is a balancing as part of the budgeting process.
Thank you for that. And it does sound in this case that the car owners will be the winners and property owners will be the losers. I mean, that's what's coming across from what I'm hearing from you. And I am concerned about a shift from motor vehicles to real estate as far as values go. The other thing that adds to this is putting businesses on the business motor vehicles on the personal property versus handling it the way that we currently do as motor vehicles. There are businesses that sometimes do not file their annual declarations. And I know this is a problem for the towns, and I know it needs to be enforced, but there may be a revenue loss there as well that will push further taxation onto real estate owners. One question that comes up to me I don't know if you may have fixed this, but motor vehicle declarations currently, and this would now as personal property for businesses, are declared as of a certain date, as of October 1st. What would stop a business from buying a bunch of vehicles on October 2nd or October 15th or November 1st and having a free ride for a year?
So thank you, Representative. There's actually, unfortunately, there's nothing in the law that, prevents that from happening. That happens currently if a company purchases a large piece of machinery equipment and they wait until November 1st to purchase it, that big crane or a big, huge dump truck or anything. I mean, that's part of the current system we are in now. And unfortunately, our legislation does not provide, a correction, to that. Happy to look at that. It's something to look at in the future to try to change that. But you are correct. A personal property declaration is as of a specific date, and that always has been. Our legislation does not change that.
Okay, giving this year's delay would give us a good opportunity to do that. As far as farm motor vehicles, is there any special treatment in for those as well? Or this would be just simply as personal properties filings as a business, where it would be based on MSRP, which I think is difficult for a lot of these farmers use basically beaters as trucks just for farms. And I don't know if that's something that that would, have any kind of special treatment. I do believe that some farm vehicles are exempt, but then not all.
Correct, Representative. Some farm machinery and equipment is exempt on there. This proposal doesn't change anything regarding the farm vehicles at all.
Okay, and one last question is if there is a significant shortfall from municipalities, do you anticipate the state would make up for that shortfall, at least in the short term?
There is nothing proposed in the governor's budget for that at all at this time.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments. I firmly believe that this proposal is not quite ready for prime time. I think there's just too many questions. We don't know even how, I mean, there have been some modeling that you mentioned as far as impact on municipalities, but I would like to have more information on how it actually impacts taxpayers. I know there may be a reduction overall, but we don't know if there's great disparities. We don't want people that have older vehicles sometimes that they're using, they may wind up because of the good health of the used car market. We don't want them winding up having to pay more. The other thing, one other thing is also when you transfer used cars, I mean, was that a reset or not? There's just a lot of questions. And I really think that we need to, I said, I'd like to advocate for my bill to delay by a year just so we can get an answer to these questions. And I hope the committee will at least consider bringing that up for a vote. It's really clear that I think we passed something that we weren't ready to implement within the time period. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Now my good friend, amazing ranking member, Ryan Pazio, Senator Ryan Pazio. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Undersecretary, for your testimony. I had two questions. First, apropos of Chairwoman Cavers DeGraw's question about all the discretionary funds, has there been or can there be an accounting from OPM of all the discretionary funds given to municipalities that might fall under the purview of the transit-oriented development proposal?
So I can tell you that under the transit-oriented development, OPM only administers one for transit-oriented development responsible growth. There are other ones out there that are done by other agencies, but we could definitely get you a list of just the TOD type ones that are done by the
Sorry,
different
I didn't
agencies.
mean existing. I didn't mean existing transit-oriented development type funding. I meant all the discretionary funding every year that the state allocates to municipalities that might be caught up in the purview of this proposed legislation.
So you could definitely, request it. Obviously, the Office of Policy Management doesn't administer all those, as I said, like the state library and everything else. There's a lot of different ones out there for that, but we can, obviously request that through our budget, team to see if they can develop that listing.
I think that would be very useful for us as legislators as we consider legislation like this, because of the numerous and programs that already exist that towns avail themselves of that are important to those towns and cities, which could be caught up in this type of proposal. And I think that is something we need to understand before we advance any legislation like this. So I certainly think that is something we're going to need to ask your budget team and maybe OFA for an accounting of. Second, you mentioned in your written testimony that the TOD bill could come into conflict or contradict the plan of conservation and development, which is obviously a very thorough process by which we consider the development goals for the state every 5 years. Can you kind of give examples of how that could be the case?
So, in the testimony has some of it in there of, on it. I will clarify that the state's in the process now, working through the continuing legislative committee as well, that is of the planning and development. We're going to be redoing the state plan. So obviously we can incorporate, pieces into the state plan. One of the things is because the state plan is based upon a number of, 6 different principles in there. One of the first principles is to redevelop and revitalize, regional centers, on it. Well, all 169 towns don't have a regional center.
Yep.
So here's the thing. It's like, okay, so only those with a regional center actually meet compliance there. So now you're adding in discretionary funding for all these transit adjacent, everything else, but they don't have regional centers. So then they get knocked out in the second step.
Yep.
So that's one example.
I appreciate that. And that's a very good point. And, we want to be economical and also respect the diversity of needs and styles of the different towns and cities, which are significant in the state. I don't want to take up any more time. So thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. There any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none. Thank you, Mr. Heft, for your testimonial today. And thanks for taking the time and coming in here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Senator Martha Marks, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Hi, Senator Rahman and Representative Kavras DeGraw, ranking members, Senator Fazio and Representative Zullo, and to all of the distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I am privileged to be here. I am here today to talk about House Bill 6892, but I will say initially that I do fully support 6890, and I think you are going to have plenty of people today that will talk about that. But I am here for 6892, which is a bill that will get rid of the population threshold for vacant blighted buildings downtown, so they can be taken into receivership. This bill was put forward with myself and Rep. Conley and Rep. Nolan at the request of our good mayor, Mayor Michael Passero of New London. Although this will also affect other municipalities in my district, mostly Old Saybrook and East Lyme, who have beautiful, like real downtowns. So in New London, we are really a Renaissance city. If you haven't had the chance to come visit us, I would love to take you for a tour. And, Electric Boat has a facility in our town, and we are really booming. But one of the biggest problems is our blighted buildings in our Main Street, in our Bank Street and State Street. We have 12 vacant buildings, and of those 12, I believe it was 6. Yes, 6 of those are actually condemned buildings that have been condemned for quite a while. By passing this 6892, it will also benefit 6890, as for many of those buildings will then be able to become housing units. Right now, we can find them as much as we want for blighted property, but that's about all we can do. We are never going to just fully take that plunge. And, right now we've New London's kind of gone about 50% of really getting some downtown properties and businesses and restaurants. And it's just exciting. The housing is unbelievable. I mean, come, I'll give you a tour. The number of apartment buildings that are going downtown is phenomenal. If you had told me this 10, 15 years ago, this would be happening, I would probably have laughed. And now I'm just thrilled. But we're never going to have that great feeling of walking on our quote unquote Main Street, downtown Bank Street and State Street, if we don't get rid of these blighted buildings. So I'm sure everybody sitting here has a municipality that they're thinking of right now that that could help the town next to me, or that could help my city. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm wrapped up. I thank you for the privilege. I'd be happy to take questions from any of you, or I can be quiet, which is not my forte, and I can pass it over to Mayor Passero and he can take your questions.
I see we have the question, Rep. Dubetsky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Marks, for coming in. How many people in your city?
27,000, I believe. Michael, nod yes or no. I see you, Mayor Passero. Okay, 27,000.
Okay, so you have no interest in reducing the number to zero of the population to include all, even tiny towns that have less than 1,000 people. You only want to make sure that your city is included, right?
No, it's just, I mean, I am the senator for 8 towns. That includes, actually, East Lyme has more. East Lyme might be 32,000. Old Saybrook, I think, might be 12 or 14, but I don't have the statistics of all 8 towns in my head yet. It's been 9 weeks I've been on this job. So absolutely not. I mean, if you've ever been to Old Saybrook, their Main Street is absolutely beautiful. And if you've been on the main street in Niantic, which is part of East Lyme. So this would absolutely affect all 8 of my towns. And there's empty buildings everywhere. And right, we need housing. We need housing, and we have empty buildings that could be housing. It's to me, it's such a simple way of fixing this problem.
Well, here's the problem with with eliminating the population number completely. It's because many of the small towns, especially the rural towns, very often they have no downtown. They have no city center at all. All they have is a bunch of farms. And what this would do is allow essentially the town or neighbors to go after something that they consider blight, which the farmer may consider his farmyard. The problem with reducing it so small is, well, one of the reasons is because most of the people advocating for this live in the cities, like yourself, 27,000 people. That's downtown Manhattan to the people in my district. If we were to lower the number to, let's say, 15,000 or something like that, it would cover all of the cities, every city in the state, but would leave the small towns alone. What would you think of that?
I appreciate that. I think if you read if you read the bill, you can't just say, hey, your gutters are falling off, so I want to take over your property. I mean, there has to be code violations. It has to be a public nuisance. It has to be blighted. It has to be unfit for human occupancy. Those are the buildings that we're talking about. And if it's somebody on a farm, it's somebody's house, then you're taking over that house and the farm. But I don't see that's happening. I guess if you wanted to change it to 15,000, that's something that's up to you and your colleagues on the Planning and Zoning Commission. But I do, and you have to go in there with funding, with a plan for the building. So I think we have a lot of safeguards set in place, but, and I have Basra and I have Salem in my district. So I do also represent those towns, and they're as important to me as New London and East Lyme are. So I don't foresee that happening, but I am an eternal optimist. So it's something you'll have to discuss with your peers. It certainly wouldn't hurt most of my towns.
Do you know if Basra and Salem have blight ordinances?
Everybody has blight ordinances, sir, I believe.
That's
But
not true.
no, okay, Representative Dobin, no, so I guess I should say I don't. I don't know all 8 municipalities' ordinances. I can't even say I know all of New London. So if you'd like to tell me, I'd love to learn.
Well, I don't know in particular about your towns. That's why I asked, but I do know that many of the small towns in Eastern Connecticut do not have blight ordinances at all. So I'm wondering what this bill would do to a town without a blight ordinance. That certainly an open question. Does it force towns to enact one? I don't know. There's a lot of questions that I just don't know the answers to. And I'd be concerned about moving a bill like this, which would have potentially such a big effect on the people and especially the small farms in my district without having those answers. But I thank you for your time, and thank you, Mayor Passero, for coming in as well.
Yeah, Mayor Passero is going to speak after me, and I thank you for that, Rep. Dobin. We at first just asked to decrease the population threshold, and then the House bill came out with, saying any instead of a certain number. So I absolutely want this bill to pass. It's going to change downtowns, and not just in New London, but all over, and it will give us a potential to improve structures that are empty that could possibly be housing. Wouldn't it be great to use up all of those empty buildings that could possibly be housing before we build more? So I thank you very much for your questions, and I will talk to the selectman of Basra today and see what he thinks.
Right. Well, one of the things that we have to do is always look at the unintended consequences. And very often, or way too often, the unintended consequences are borne by the people who live in the very small towns. I consider it my job to look out for them and to identify those unintended consequences of bills that, although they are often very well intentioned and directed at the bigger cities like your own, they have very significant effects when when the small towns are included in those bills that are directed at the big cities. So I thank you for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I thank you too, sir. And I too worry about the small towns. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Thank you. There is any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none. Thank you, Senator, for coming in here and your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman.
Next speaker, Michael Passero, Mayor of New London.
Good morning, Senator Rahman, Representative DeGraw, Senator Fazio, Representative Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Michael Passero. I am the mayor of the city of New London. I thank Senator Marks for her support and for her testimony just before me. I'm testifying in support of, eliminating the cap on the blight ordinance. It's actually codified in General Statute 8-169. It was passed in the General Assembly in 2019, and it's been very lightly used. I believe there's only been one case in the city of Torrington that is currently working its way through the judiciary currently. This bill 6892 will remove the cap of having to be a municipality of a population of 35,000 or more in order to use this statute to try to remediate blighted properties in municipalities. Now, originally, Senator Marks was kind enough to put a bill in to lower the cap from 35,000 to 25,000 to accommodate the city of New London. I understand that the $35,000 cap that was put into the legislation in 2019 was a compromise. The original bill was drafted at 75,000. And I believe it's time now, after 3 or 4 years of experience with the legislation, that we know that there's not going to be terrible consequences if you give more municipalities the ability to use this legislation and this tool. In New London, we would love to have this arrow in our quiver. We have a downtown very similar to Torrington. We have a situation just like Torrington is facing with important properties in our central business district that are blighted, abandoned, have been in that condition for decades. Currently, we have nearly half, not quite half, of our downtown storefronts that are vacant, and they're vacant because the buildings that contain the storefronts are blighted and abandoned for a long time. And the city has been unable to find a mechanism to get the owners of these buildings to remediate the properties. This legislation, if we could take advantage of it, will give us that tool that we need to try to motivate these building owners to be better citizens in the downtown. And if they don't do it on their own, then it gives us that mechanism to go to court to get a receiver to be able to remediate these buildings. We have buildings that are historic, 300 years old, and they're sitting basically being demolished by neglect. The owners have left the windows open, unable to get demolition permits because of the history of the building. So they're just allowing the building to just basically rot in place. And that affects our whole downtown. I could go on with a number of examples, but I believe, and to answer Representative Dubitsky, if we don't want to go and open it and eliminate the cap completely this time, I would respectfully ask that you at least lower the cap so that smaller cities like New London, and there's only about maybe a half a dozen of them, that by lowering the cap, another 10,000 that would be included in this. And if the population,
Mayor, your time is
a
complete.
municipality that isn't, thank you, I'll wrap up. If lowering the cap by population doesn't do it, perhaps you could do it by density. If you look at a list of density per square mile, you could set a cap that includes New London and other interested smaller municipalities. But there should be a creative way to do that. And I think after the years of experience with this legislation, it's time to expand the ability of other municipalities to use it. So I thank you for your time. I know you have a long day.
I see we have a question, Rep. Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your testimony. Appreciate you taking the time to testify before this committee, and certainly your leadership as the mayor of New London. You kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was going to follow up my follow-up question to you after the line of questioning between Senator Marks and Representative Dubitsky regarding ensuring that not all municipalities would be impacted by eliminating the current 35,000 threshold. So my suggestion or really question to you was considering, New London, although it's a community that is 27,000 people, it is one of the densest communities in the state of Connecticut. I believe a population density over about 4,500 people per square mile. So clearly highly dense community, more very much an urban community, very diverse, and has a lot of the unique faces a lot of the unique issues that many of our urban municipalities do throughout our larger cities, over 100,000 people in Connecticut face. And so New London certainly is a kind of a smaller microcosm of many of those larger city centers, and I would argue the regional center for southeastern Connecticut. But nonetheless, what are your thoughts on if we're not going to say reduce the threshold to say municipalities above 25,000 if we move to say a density type system?
Yeah, I think if you need to limit the scope of what municipalities can access this legislation, density would be a good way to go about it. New London, by the way, is the 22nd most dense municipalities in the state per square mile. So we're right up there with the bigger cities. Bridgeport, by the way, is #1. So that might be a way to do it and take care of the concerns of municipalities such as those that Representative Dobin represents. I can tell you that one of the great criticisms that we face in New London is regarding empty storefronts, and people just automatically assume that the economy won't support more storefronts and more economic activity in our downtown, and that's absolutely not the case. We have many, many more small businesses that want to open up in our downtown than we have available space to offer them, because the building owners are not interested in rehabilitating their buildings to support a business in their storefronts.
Well, thank you again for your testimony, Mayor, and I would implore all of my colleagues to come down to New London and check out really the amazing waterfront, especially in the summer. You won't be disappointed. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see Rep. Dubisky again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mayor, for coming in. Couple things. Your suggestion with regard to density, that it's a very interesting suggestion, and I do think that the committee may want to explore that a little bit. I had not thought of it, and perhaps that is a way to address this issue. But you had mentioned that we know that changing the number won't hurt towns. How do we know that if nobody's really used this statute yet?
Well, I don't know that. And the only use as far as actually going to court to have a receiver appointed, the only case that's working its way through the courts is out of Torrington, and I believe that case has gotten to the point of going to trial very shortly. There are probably within a matter of weeks. I do not know of negative effects on smaller towns, but I can appreciate your concern on that, and I think that the legislation can be expanded and meet those concerns, whether you do it by just lowering the population or by considering limiting it by density. I think there's other ways of opening this up to really urban centers, towns that have urban centers like New London, and mitigating the, as you say, unintended consequences to maybe a rural town or borough.
Right. Well, I appreciate that, and I do think that the committee should look into that, because that may be the solution. But I note that Torrington, I just looked it up, has about 35,000 people. The original legislation, which I was involved in, and I kind of negotiated the original number with Senator Looney, was directed at allowing New Haven and Bridgeport and even Hartford, but more New Haven and Bridgeport to take advantage of it. And do you have any information as to why, since they've been covered since the beginning, why they have not used this statute since it was originally directed to them?
So Representative Dobin, that's a great question. My assumption is that you don't, by having the legislation, you may get the effect you want without actually having to go to court. So just the fact that we have this option, and we can go to the property owners and say, look, either this happens, or we're gonna pursue our rights under this statute. that may have proved to be enough leverage for cities to use this legislation without actually having to go to court.
Okay,
And
but you don't have any information that that's actually the case, do you?
No, that's principally why I'm looking to have New London included in this, to come under this statute, so that I will have that leverage. And I believe that's probably all I would need.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. I see also my good friend Rep. Hall have question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. A question had been asked earlier of the good senator. Does your town or your city actually have a blight ordinance that they utilize now?
Yes, we have a very, very robust blight ordinance. We have a position on staff, a blight enforcement officer who works hand in hand with our building department and our fire marshal's department. And we are very, very active in our enforcement of the blight ordinance.
So let me ask you this, in your blight ordinance, do you have the opportunity to lien properties? So if you as a city or a town have to go in and make certain repairs to property, whether it be mowing lawns, fixing broken windows, or those kind of things, does your ordinance allow you to go in and lien the property for those type of repairs?
We do. And we currently have a number of properties that have property maintenance liens on them. It's generally not the larger urban buildings that are downtown. I can't think of one that we have a lien on. These owners will generally do just enough to avoid, avoid us being able to either work on their property or lien their property.
Okay, all right. So have you found that the properties that you have worked through liens in the past are usually also local tax deficient and end up ultimately going to a tax sale? Or do you do a lot of tax sales for blighted properties?
We do not.
Okay.
We do not. And the properties that we have liens on have, they'll generally sit there for years until there is a property transaction.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I know locally in Enfield, we too have a very robust blight ordinance and have utilized the property maintenance piece of it to lien these properties. And then typically those properties usually do go into a tax sale. And we've actually been pretty successful doing it that way as well. But I totally support lowering this threshold number where we all deal with real issues with blight in all of our towns and cities. And I think this, just like you had mentioned earlier, it's just one more arrow in your ammunition, so to speak. So I 100% would support any effort to lower that within Rep. Dubinsky's suggestion. So thank you for testifying, and I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking time. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Our next speaker, Senator Lisa Summer, Rep. Mark Anderson.
Good morning, Chairs Kavos, DeGraw, and Rahman, Ranking Members Zullo and Fazio, Vice Chairs Chafee and Needleman, and the rest of the esteemed members of the Planning and Development Committee. I am joined here today with Mark Anderson to support SB 1209, an act consolidating the New Hartford Fire Association and the Pine Meadow Fire District. After many detailed conversations with officials and constituents. And by the way, Dan Jerem wanted to be here in person to testify. He's the first selectman of New Hartford, but he couldn't be here due to illness. I've learned exactly why it is imperative for this bill to be passed. My understanding is that New Hartford has previously been well-served and protected by 3 autonomous self-taxing volunteer fire districts. The New Hartford Fire Association, locally known as the New Hartford Village Fire District, Pine Meadow Fire District, and the South End Volunteer Fire District. Unfortunately, in recent years, Pine Meadow Fire District has fallen on hard times. The Pine Meadow Fire District is very small, consisting of only 110 properties, roughly 5 of which are tax exempt. This district is located along Main Street, Route 44 east of the town center. The district is so small that it is wholly surrounded by the New Hartford Fire Association, which contains roughly 1,500 homes. To give an illustration, Pine Meadow is literally the donut hole of the donut. With that, much of Pine Meadow Fire District's issues can be traced to its size or lack thereof. With only 105 tax-paying properties, it cannot generate sufficient revenue to pay its bills, let alone purchase new equipment or conduct training. Its annual revenue reportedly ranges between $30,000 and $35,000. Its mill rate is 2.4, the highest in the town compared to 1.7 in New Hartford. Their fire truck is a mid-1980s Pierce pumper, the only Pierce of the fire apparatus that reportedly doesn't work. The truck doesn't meet National Fire Protection Association standards, and to replace a truck like this would now cost or exceed $600,000, which is impossible for this small fire district. Even financing a new truck for 10 years would be $60,000 annually, a payment that is nearly twice Pine Meadow's annual revenue. On the other hand, New Hartford Fire Association is very well trained and has very modern equipment, 3A Class A pumpers, a tanker trunk, and a brand new 2002 brush truck, to name just a few. It is important to note this request for consolidation came from within the 2 fire districts. Recognizing a need for change, both New Hartford Fire Association and Pine Meadow Fire District had several meetings over the past 2 years to discuss a plan to merge these 2 districts to better protect their town residents.
Senator, your 3 minutes is complete.
The last step of this process is contained with SB 1209 to have state officials codify this merger into law. I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and Rep. Anderson can certainly answer questions as well.
Rep. Anderson going to speak or just gonna answer the question?
He's requesting 1 minute.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I represent the 62nd District, which includes New Hartford and the village of Pine Meadow. I support, obviously, SB 1209. The fire district goes back to the late 1800s, but right now it's not providing any fire services. Those are under a paid contract with New Hartford Fire Association. Both districts have passed resolutions to support this merger, as well as the selectmen, and those have been filed with the Secretary of State. The fire district has suspended collecting taxes, and they're asking for an effective date of July 1st.
Thank you so very much for your time. I see that I have the question, my good friend, Rep. Dilnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the representative and the senator coming forward here. I am familiar with the area, oddly enough, as the company I worked for many years has an asset out there, the reservoir. Is it the intent to actually decommission the firehouse, or are you going to shift fire apparatus around so as to improve the response time.
I can
Rep.
answer that,
Anderson.
Representative. The one fire truck is not in service in the fire. There is a small fire station are not assets of the fire district. So that's to be determined by those entities, their fire department. So the district exists just to fund the fire services.
Thank you for that answer there. So in essence, the goal here is to improve fire service for the entire area there that's encompassed, and to ensure that that you have the appropriate folks available to staff and respond to any fire that you might have. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I believe that Pine Meadow has not been functioning for 2 years, at least 2 years at this point. So that New Hartford Fire Association has been, or New Hartford Village Fire District has been already providing the services previously done by Pine Meadow.
And this entire decommissioning of one of the districts is totally voluntary. Everyone has agreed to it, and there is no point of contention.
Absolutely no point of contention, and everybody has agreed. And again, to note, they requested it to be done. So mutually requested it to be done.
Well, from the surface, hearing your testimony and knowing the area, it seems to make a lot of sense to do what your end goal is here. And I thank you for coming forward. And again, it makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So I see our former PND chair, Christine McCarthy Boy, he have the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator and Representatives, for coming in to advocate for this bill. I just want to say that I support the efforts that you and those in the community are making to essentially come up with what's really more of a regional and coordinated approach. And I also want to thank our fire service members, our volunteers and professional firefighters throughout the state, through the good work of this committee, previously have engaged to help communities have these conversations, because you're not alone in facing this. So I want to thank you for this, and I will be supporting this. Thank you for allowing me to make the comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none? Thank you, Senator and Representative, coming here and taking your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Our next speaker, Tracy Mara. Welcome, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the Planning and Development Committee for hearing my testimony. I am here in opposition to Bill 6890. Whilst I love the idea of transit-oriented development and have seen many successful ones in my area, I represent both Norwalk and Darien. In Norwalk, South Norwalk has a very large community right around their station. And in Darien, we have 3 new ones that are being developed right now. So I am a big fan, but there are some issues with this particular legislation that I do not like. One is the density. We live in, I represent communities that are very populated and lower Fairfield County. So taking the density to 20 houses per acre for less than 60,000 or 30 houses per acre for greater than 60,000 is a lot to take for communities. And out of the 2 districts that I do represent, Norwalk has 4 train stations and Darien has 5 that are within the half-mile radius. So a couple are outside of Norwalk, but the half-mile radius is still within, or excuse me, Darien, they are outside of Darien, but still the half-mile radius is within Darien. So there's no specific language in this, and whether if the station is outside, whether you're responsible for creating this transit-oriented development, if those count, if those don't count, or if it's, so we have one that lies in Stamford, if Darien would be required to do the 30 houses per unit because the station actually lies within Stamford. That seems to be a little ambiguous and unclear. My next issue is this phrase determined by coordinator that is seen throughout the bill. And it is, it's regularly stated, and it's clearly a new position that will have to be formed. And their duties are vast. And one of the issues is, will they even know the towns with which they are overseeing? Will they understand the issues within that municipality? And kind of looking through some of those duties that you see with this new coordinator, those duties are already done by our local planning and zoning committees, except that our local planning and zoning staff also consider traffic, roads, and local schools. So looking at this coordinator as being a non-elected official, the other things that they are allowed to do is they can change the amount of density. If the 20 or 30 units per acre is not enough for this person that we don't know yet who it will be, they can add more. They can decide.
Representative, your 3 minutes are complete.
Okay, thank you. So just finishing up, they also look at the deed restriction and can change that. They can look at reasonable size and change. And so in conclusion, I guess one of the last things I just would like to mention is that whilst we want to be a state that really relies on our transit-oriented communities, we are not there yet. We had many speakers in transportation committee from the non-English speaking community that stressed this in many ways because they were struggling to get their driver's license. And whilst we want to be that state that relies on this kind of transportation, we're not quite there yet. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I see my co-chair has question. Representative Cabros-Douglas, please.
Thank you so much, Co-Chairman. I thank you, Rep Mara, for coming in today. I actually don't have a question. I just did want to clarify that this position, this Office of Responsible for, this has actually been in place since 2006. Governor Rell was the one who put that in. So it's not really a new position in terms of what they do. And because it's an opt-in in the legislation, the control still resides with the local municipality or city. It's because it's an opt-in. It's not a forced mandatory kind of thing. So I just did want to clear that up because that might assuage some of your fears. So thank you again for coming to testify today, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Can I comment? I appreciate that it is an opt-in, and if it were truly an opt-in idea, then I think that would be great. But realizing that discretionary funding for these towns is held until you opt in, it's not really an opt-in. We have towns that really need things like the brownfield grants, that if that's held over their head, that if they don't do this, they cannot get those grants. That's not really an opt-in.
I'm hoping that throughout the day today, we'll be able to speak with some folks, and so that we can actually clear up this discretionary funding piece, because I think it's been misinterpreted a little bit. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ranking Member Senator Passero. You drew his question. It's good. I see Rep Dubesky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for coming in. Now, what towns do you represent?
Norwalk and Darien.
Okay, and how many people in each of those towns?
So,
approximately.
So Darien has about 22,000. Norwalk is mid 90s, maybe a little higher now.
Okay, and what type of transit facilities do they have?
So Norwalk has an extensive busing service, as well as the Metro North line and the Metro North line through Darien as well.
Okay. What would it be fair to say that if you took a pen and you drew a circle on a map, half a mile wide around each of the transit stations in your two towns, it would cover most of the towns?
Especially in Darien, yes.
Okay.
There's five train stations that are within a half mile in Darien.
Wow. Do you happen to know what the average zoning density is in those towns?
I do
Like,
not.
is it 1 acre zoning, half acre zoning? Do you have any idea?
Darien is I can look that up for you. Darien is more the 1 acre zoning. I'm not
Okay.
sure. Norwalk is less.
Okay, so generally it's about 1 acre per single family residence?
Correct.
Okay. What would it do to that town if the town was forced to change the zoning to allow for 20 units per acre instead of 1?
Right. So, I mean, it could increase by 50,000 if you go to the maximum amount. If you've got 5 times 20, 50,000.
So,
But this
so
is
would
all, it all seems to be discretionary, right? Because it's not very clear if it would be the full acreage or partial or a piece of land. It's not really well spelled out. So we would be at the mercy of the coordinator to decide whether it's a parcel of land, whether it's the full amount, whether the density goes up to the full 20 acres or any of it.
right. Yeah, the whole thing about one unelected person making all of these decisions with regard to the land use in 169 municipalities didn't sit well with me either. It is kind of unclear as to what powers this person would have. It seems to me from the text of the bill that this administrator, this coordinator, would have virtually unlimited power to compel towns to accept a change in their zoning to allow for significantly greater density. Is that how you see it as well?
Not only that, Representative, but also that it's not thinking of the towns holistically. As when you're dealing with a local planning and zoning, they know when you bring apartments into the town, you're also bringing children into the town. So you really need to think about your local school districts, and to have that be a secondary thought is just not appropriate for the town. Many people do move to the towns, firstly because of business opportunities, and secondly they look at schools. And I know right now in my district in Norwalk, they are struggling they are seeing overcrowding in their school system. To have something like this built and have the school as an afterthought, if you're going to press something like this on a town or insist upon something like this, then you need to also consider the schools in that town too.
Right. And I imagine it's not just schools, but you also have to think about whether or not a town has sewer and water, which most of my towns do not. You have to think about, what kind of social services are available, if there's a senior center, if there are, if there are any type of amenities, transportation, all those things need to be considered. And it does not appear from this bill that the administrator would be required to consider any of that.
That is definitely not on the list of requirements within this
Right.
bill. So whether it's going to be put in language later, or it was a missed thought. And these are definitely issues also that local planning and zoning committees do think about. They do think when an apartment building or a multifamily home unit is built, how many one bedrooms, how many studios, how many 2 bedrooms, and with those, how many kids will be coming in the area, and do we have the school system to be able to absorb those schools and keep our district at a high functioning level. And these are all very thoughtful decisions that are made at a local level.
Right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in and discussing this with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And McCarthy Behi, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Representative Mara, it's nice to see fellow Public Health Committee members here testifying today. And I'm only sorry that I'm not there to see you in person. That's one of the Zoom disadvantages, is that when you're talking to each other on Zoom, I'm looking at myself rather than looking at you. So I know you can see me smiling. I just wanted to touch base on a couple of the things that you said. And as a fellow Fairfield County resident in a community of a larger community, 62,000, though not larger than Norwalk, who has seen a significant number of transit-oriented developments, after we created a zoning overlay district here in the 133rd by the Fairfield Metro train station. And I just wanted to talk for a moment about just something you said about apartments and children. And it's not a gotcha question. It's more of a comment, but it's a sincere question. And I think this is something a lot of people are unaware of, that here in Fairfield, I'm wondering if you are aware of any statistics, because what we found statistically here in Fairfield with a number of the apartments that have been built by the train station in particular, mostly they're 1 and 2 bedroom. Primarily, it's very rare that there are 3-bedroom units, but the number of children coming in is de minimis. And it's not that there are none. There certainly are, but they're not nearly what I think many in our community had expected. And I think that's something that, as we talk about this, you're right that we want to look at the family impact. And I think in many ways we want to be able to welcome families in appropriate places. But I just wondered if that was a surprise to you, or if you had other thoughts or information about that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And yes, this is why, looking at this from a very local viewpoint, certainly within the transit-oriented development that we have coming in, and I can specifically speak on Darien because we just had an update with this, looking at some of them are studios, some of them are 1 bedroom, some of them are 2 bedroom. Not all of them have a bath in them, right? So that would mean that children are less likely to come into those, but they are looking at those specific units. We have estimated an extra 40 students coming into the town for fall. So yes, very, very closely looked at. And you're right, the number of bedrooms within the unit are important, and it's important to have a good understanding of that. And if it's done without the local input, if you do have 2 and 3 bedroom with baths in it, and you haven't talked to your local Board of Ed, there could be an issue.
So I want to thank you for that. I think it's a conundrum for us because as an aging population state, as most New England states are, we want to be able to invite and encourage families to move. And as we know, Fairfield County, we are the population density of our state. And as we do this, I think one of the real attractiveness of something like this bill in particular, is we are asking communities to decide for themselves. And I think it's why it's worked so well here in this part of Fairfield, is that we proactively, as a community, through a state supported and funded charrette process, got that community input and did really designate, here are where we can develop. We had another state funded planning process that basically suggested a number of ideas and thoughts for us to, as a community, to adopt. And we did adopt some of them. We did not adopt all of them. So I think that these are questions we're going to need to continue to wrestle with. And I appreciate you taking the time to be here. And I hope that we can keep working together as to what really we can do. Just like we talked about with the example with the fire department. It's a very different example, but it's helpful for us to think of one another as we think about neighbors in our regions, and certainly Fairfield County. We all impact one another and the state together tremendously. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Rep Hall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Representative. A couple of questions. So we talked a little bit about this being an opt-in with a very big stick is the way I like to look at this bill. So if you eliminate the big stick, right? So we truly do an opt-in. In essence, that's what the towns are doing now, correct? So I'm sure your towns have a plan of conservation and development that the state requires them to do, right? Have they looked at their town holistically and said, okay, this is where we can develop. This makes sense for our town, whether it be like Rep. Dubitsky alluded to, sewer, water lines, those kind of things. So does your community look holistically at how they want to see their towns developed?
Thank you so much for that question. And I would like to extend an invite from our planning and zoning chair to please come to Darien, take a tour and talk to our planning and zoning about some of their accomplishments already, some of the things that they're already doing within the town bylaws, the town rules. They have taken, even with 830G, they have taken the minimum 10% of affordable housing and they've increased it to 14%. We have 3 transit-oriented communities coming available now as we speak. One of them is fully rented. The other one is mostly rented. One is by the Darien train station, the other one by the Norotan train station. And we just started demolition on a third that's also by the Norotan train station. And we're very proud of the work that's happening in Darien for sure. So yes to all of your questions. It's very thoughtfully done. And it's done throughout the team. It's not just planning and zoning. It's not just the first selectman. It's planning and zoning, talking to Board of Finance, talking to Board of Ed, talking to the local RTM. It's everybody involved on that local level to get these projects done, and thoughtfully bringing in retailers. And we're pretty excited about what's happening. The sidewalks, the walkability will be fantastic, and really would invite you to come see.
So thank you. In that answer, you actually answered one of my other questions. So you already are at 10% and you're exceeding that by an additional 4%. So you're at 14%.
Well, so that's of the That's of the multifamily units that are being developed. When they are being developed, they have to have that minimum of the 14%. Yes.
Right. Okay,
correct.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you for being here and
Thank
thank
you.
you for testifying. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Hong, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Representative Mayor. There's talk about the option of opting in on this bill, but to me, it's you can opt out, but then you won't get funding. Seems like a big and heavy stick instead of a carrot, as many people are articulating. Not that Darien gets a lot of money, but for many other communities, it's a misleading statement. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say. And also, I don't know if you sat in on any of the early discussions about with work, live, ride, live, work, ride. But when we sat in those discussions, I was specifically told that these grants would not be included in this. But when we see this in the bill, it is. So where did we go from, no, we're not going to mess with your brownfield grants, or we're not going to mess with your sewer and water, to these were questions that were had early on, and for them to not be in the bill as we see it now, I think really bothers me. The other thing about opting out, you're right, Darien doesn't necessarily get a lot of these grants, but Norwalk does, and they've got a brownfield grant coming right now. And if they're not able to fully opt into something like this, I mean, that brownfield grant is very significant to helping their town. So
Thank you for that clarity, and it is frustrating, and the lack of transparency is indeed frustrating for me as well. Knowing that you represent also portions of Norwalk, what's interesting in regards to TOD design, there is no kind of tiering. What I mean by tiering is large municipal train stations like Norwalk train station versus small community-based train stations. There's no differentiation. So in your case, I would love for you to articulate a little bit the differences between the Darien main train station and Norotan Heights, and Rowayton Heights. Rowayton has a train stop that's part of the train line. Those are all considered transit-oriented districts, but their position is distinctly different. Can you articulate that this one size fits all does not fit everyone?
thank you. The infrastructure around some of these train stations varies widely. If you're talking about whether you've got roads that can handle capacity, or if they're nestled in a very small community, you just can't compare the infrastructure between the two. If you're looking at, obviously Stanford's very big, obviously there's, some in Norwalk that are very big, but when you have the tiny ones, they don't have the infrastructure around them to handle something like this. Absolutely.
And I'm just going to quick pivot, and thank you, Mr. Chair, is these three train stations that I'm talking about are near coastlines, the Long Island Sound. We're talking about the reality of climate change and rising sea level. You're looking at significant as of right development without local input. Tell me about the environmental as well as the ecological impact when you build up density near these kind of transit-oriented areas, particularly in Rowayton and Norotan Heights. These are all practically below sea level.
Right. Well, I think really what I would like to focus on is the fact that, and particularly in the two main lines in Darien, is that they are being built up right now very thoughtfully. And I think that we are, I think other towns need to come and see how we're doing it. I think we're doing a great job. We're keeping the community in mind, the community needs in mind. Yet we also understand that there is a need for people to utilize the train station and to be close to the train station. So yes, we have flooding issues. We have lots of flooding issues, and that is paramount in thoughts when we build. So when we certainly the one over in Norotan Heights, it has huge flood mitigation that is, was built before they ever got to the regular construction of it, and very thoughtfully done, because we do have lots of flooding in our area.
And I'll close by saying it's important, but nowhere in this bill does it account for allocation and funding. So if you are building and if there is development by outside entities, ultimately it's the towns that are responsible for building that infrastructure, burden on the taxpayer of each respective town. Would that be fair to say,
That'd be
based upon
fair.
your example?
Yes, and I mean, as I kind of mentioned in my statement, roads, traffic, schools are not talked about here. And if you want to talk about why someone moves to an area, let's talk about schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Mara.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Any other question? Dilneke, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming forward here to testify on this. You mentioned that one of your communities had literally 5 train stations. So that literally, I think it was what, Darien? And the entire town would fall under this TOD proposal?
And I imagine you've got a couple of people that are giving testimony after me that could share exact amounts. But it's been a year or two since I've looked at the map, but it's quite significant. There's 2 that are just outside of Darien, but within the half-mile radius. It's, yes.
Do these towns have their own sewer treatment plants, or is it a regional treatment plant down there? And I ask that question based on the fact that if you were to have 20 units per acre, the demands that would be placed upon the sanitary sewer system would be substantial and would probably trigger a large renovation expansion project, which then would probably trigger having to meet the highest level of treatment standards.
Right. So Norwalk has their own, and then Stanford, Darien uses Stanford's sewer system. So yes.
Well, what about Darien?
Uses Stanford's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's something that, needless to say, would have to be taken into account significantly, because you could very well see large pipes having to be put into the ground to be able to handle that kind of a situation. And conversely, you'd also have to consider whether or not your water mains would be of a substantial enough size to support the demand of 20 units per acre. Would that be a concern?
I think the concern is that this would be all overseen by a coordinator that doesn't have their hands into any of the local issues. So our planning and zoning team and are on this, and they understand the issues behind it. They need to be the ones in on the decision making.
Yeah, I only mention that because many a time we don't focus on some of the other less glamorous infrastructure issues.
Yes.
And we fail to take into account sanitary sewer and drinking water delivery to that kind of a dense development.
Well, certainly those on the beaches think about sewers regularly after a big rain. So.
Well, thank you for coming forward, and thank you for your answers there. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask a few questions.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? Seeing or here none. Thank you, Representative, coming
Thank
here,
you.
taking
Appreciate it.
time. Your testimony. Thank you. This speaker number 9, Francis Pickering. Francis Pickering.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, Chairs Carlos McGraw and Raman. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Planning Development Committee. I'm here to speak today on 2 bills. First is Bill 6983. We submitted extensive commentary on this bill. This bill would set up a task force at the state level to study exempting undeveloped, so vacant lots from zoning. In our testimony, we point out that there are many reasons why a lot may be vacant. Zoning can be a cause of it, but it can also be that the lot is protected open space, that the lot is undevelopable, inaccessible, that the property owner has decided not to develop it, that it's tied up in probate court or litigation, that it's reserved for a future street or utility. There are a lot of reasons why lots remain. Some of the lots have become non-conforming due to changes in zoning and are undevelopable because of that, but may be developable within current public health and we suggest that this be more nuanced and look at the values of these lots to the public interest. Some should be developed, but perhaps some should also be preserved based upon their ecological values. I'm also here to speak today on Bill 6890. We have submitted testimony opposing this bill. We are strongly in support of transit-oriented development. It is environmentally and ecological and economically smart. We have at least 10 TOD projects and plants in the region. Some of these are advancing. Many of these are actually held up by a need for infrastructure funding. This bill does not provide additional funding. And in fact, it would prescribe that municipalities to advance TOD projects would have to adopt zoning that may not square with the plans that they have already developed and are looking to advance. Our testimony points out that the funding program 6890 speaks about are largely not set by statute. They have administrative guidelines that OPM uses to identify priorities. And if it is a desire of your committee and the state to support transit-oriented development and provide more resources to it, that can be done today without waiting for a new law. Those administrative guidelines simply need to be revised. We recommend that you initiate a process to realign those guidelines to support transit-oriented development and to support the state plan of conservation development. Our testimony includes numerous comments about the specifications in 6890. One point I would like to make is by example. You may be familiar with the Gilbert and Bennett wire mill in Georgetown, Connecticut. It won a Smart Growth Award back in 2007. It never developed because of the Great Recession. It continues to remain undeveloped because of environmental contamination, very expensive to remediate. The property, due to the litigation surrounding it, can only at this point be developed by the municipality or a nonprofit. It is highly unlikely that Reading will rezone this property to the standards set forth in Public Act 6890, because doing so would open up a can of worms with the creditors, the private sector creditors out there, and they do not want to get back into it. They've had 12 years of litigation that finally came to a close recently. It is most likely that that project, as is the case for many projects that are similarly complex to TOD, that combined housing with jobs and retail, would advance to what's called a PDD or PUD, a Planned Development District or Planned Unit Development. Bill 6890 does not provide for this type of development. It is very focused on conventional Euclidean zoning, single family use, single use zoning, housing only at a certain specified density. We believe that more modern and flexible approaches are desirable. They are very successful when they're used. There's a demand for them. And as the bill currently stands, we cannot support it, but we do support TOD and we do support realigning state funding programs to fund TOD. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Passero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pickering, for your testimony and bearing the elements out there.
Yes.
So under this bill, the definition of what should be a transit-oriented district is pretty straightforward. It's within half a mile of a rapid transit station. That's either a rapid bus station or a train station. But as you point out, even if you satisfy that qualification, if you build 20 or 30 units per acre within that radius of that transit station, and the premise is that you have a walkable or bikeable community because you have access to that transit, what's it look like if those communities which meet the requirements and definition and are responding to kind of the heavy-handed incentives, to put it nicely, of this development are in an area that has no other amenities that are necessary for living in a walkable and bikeable community? Where do you get your groceries without a car? Where do you get your other basic necessities without a car? I can think of transit stations in my community that are amenable to so to speak, transit oriented development because they have the mixed use. But I could think of others that have absolutely no mixed use. And under this formula in this bill, it would actually exacerbate the problem because you would be forced to put the residential development in that area, and you would have you would have in fact less room for the other basic necessities. And so then you would go back to the original problem where everyone is forced to use a car, and you're kind of defeating the original purpose of TOD. So I suppose one of the reasons you oppose this, as you alluded to in your testimony, is that it kind of defeats the purpose, or contradicts the real kind of true premise of TOD.
That's a correct assessment. I would like to point out that just because there is density does not mean it's walkable. It's very easy to build density. If you travel to other states, you'll see high density housing like in Tennessee on the side of the highway. You can't walk anywhere. Even inside the complex, sidewalks may be lacking. So that's an integral part of TOD. But what is real, you're absolutely right. Another integral part, there are two integral parts besides that. Three. One is density of housing. We have that in here. One is rapid or high quality transit, minimum 30-minute headways. Generally, nationally speaking, more like 15 to 20-minute headways is a minimum. Local bus service has not been held to foster TOD. This bill does look at areas that would be considered TOD areas around train and bus rapid transit stations, but the concept of having TOD in transit adjacent communities is it's a neologism. It's not borne out by any research or evidence. And so it's really problematic. And of course, your point about the mixture of uses is spot on. If you live next to a train station and there's nowhere to walk to at your train station, well, perhaps you can take the train to another station. But if there are no jobs, no retail, no services there, what you've essentially done is create a glorified shuttle system for social visits. You need to have the commercial base, the employment base, the education, the medical, the services mixed in with the housing. And we have limited infrastructure capacity, limited space. And so sometimes you may say, well, we are not going to do 30 units per acre. We're going to do 20 units per acre because the first floor or two is retail and office space. And we are concerned that an approach that only focuses on residential density and funds that could actually backfire if it's held against developments that include a mix of uses.
Thank you, Mr. Pickering. I could ask you many more questions and appreciate how well versed you are on the topic, but I'll refer people to your testimony, your written testimony, which is well thought out. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I see the Rep. Dubusky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Pickering, for coming in. Do you have any idea what excessive parking means?
No, so that was one of our questions in the bill. Many of these things are to the left to the determination of the coordinator at the Office of Policy and Management. Excessive parking in a transit-oriented development, one approach that is often used is shared parking, where residential and commercial space share parking because presumably businesses need parking during the day and housing needs parking at night. And whether parking can be shared is a very hyper-local decision. It's not just commercial needs X and residential needs Y. Different types of commercial properties have different parking requirements. And this is pretty well known in planning circles. And so I currently I can't tell you, I have no idea what excessive means because it has to be based upon the precise mix of land uses.
Right, and under your interpretation of this bill, who gets to determine that?
The coordinator at the Office of Policy and Management.
Okay, and presumably that coordinator doesn't live in the town where this development is being planned?
That would be my assumption. And these parking determinations are usually made in consultation with transportation engineers. And I'm not sure if those resources are currently available at the Office of Policy and Management.
Okay, but there's no requirement that the coordinator consult with anybody, is there?
There is not.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. McCarthy Boy, Representative McCarthy Boy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Pickering. It's nice to see you and to continue the conversations we've had on this topic for many years, and I think we will together. I hope we will for years to come. Just a couple quick questions. When we're thinking about this bill, kind of more big picture, would you agree that we have a shortage of housing units in the tens of thousands? Like we've heard estimates anywhere from 70,000+ to over 100,000 in our state. Do you agree with those numbers?
No, I would not agree with it because I think we need to differentiate between people who are homeless or housing that is overcrowded and households who are financially struggling to make their rent or their mortgage payment, but are currently housed. They have shelter. Their house may be in dilapidated condition. So we have to be a bit more nuanced. I would agree there is a shortage of housing units. It is not as large as it has portrayed. And we look at housing units too. If I can just take a slight detour, Connecticut has more housing than it's ever had, and our homes are larger than they've ever been. Residential space has been growing faster than population. Now, I know households have been getting smaller, but when you look at it, Connecticut has a huge number of vacant bedrooms. We have a huge amount of underutilized housing, lots of 3,000, 4,000 square foot homes that only one or two persons live in. We are not using the housing we have right now efficiently. So whether we have a housing shortage depends upon how you define how housing should be used.
So that may be a separate conversation about accessory dwelling units and how we can use some of those units. But I think that's really to my next question, a supply and demand issue. I mean, would you agree that we have one of the lowest rental vacancy rates in the nation? I think we're maybe third to the bottom. Do you agree with that?
No, so those statistics are put up by the Census Bureau, and they bounce around a lot from month to month. There's a huge amount of the margins of error are very large. So yes, third quarter last year we were the lowest in the country. Fourth quarter last year we're middle of the pack. They have to be taken with a grain of salt. So I'm not in a position based on that data alone to come to any conclusions.
Okay. So it bounces around, but we've seen recently, and whether the stats bear it out, certainly anecdotally, I'm hearing from constituents in Bridgeport and Fairfield, the extreme difficulty being able to find a rental unit and to be able to have that. I think the thing you talked about, having limited capacity and limited space, which I think it speaks to the question of, and I'm not sure, I think I may have lost you, Mr. Pickering.
No, I'm still here.
There you are. Okay, great. So I think it speaks to the question of how do we grow? Because I hear what you're saying. I would disagree with your characterization of the bill in terms of the mixed use. The mixed use is very important. That's something that we prioritize. But whether or not we're able to have people have fully walkable areas that have all the amenities needed, we know that there are types of developments in terms of diversity of housing stock that are missing in the market, or that there's a significant demand for. And so how would you suggest that we address that need and do that, if not by our transit centers?
Oh, well, I do suggest that the state advance transit-oriented development and that they do refocus state funding programs on supporting transit-oriented development. I think that's right on. I don't think the way it's handled in this bill in Section 1 is the correct way to do it. I think that the guidelines for the programs can be changed to prioritize transit-oriented development without having to put these zoning specifications in the state law. I think that's one approach. I think that we really need to have a diverse set of approaches to address all of the housing issues we're facing. This addresses one of them. It doesn't address many other issues. For instance, the cost of energy, homelessness, and so on and so forth. So I think we would probably are in agreement, and that TOD is a good thing, and perhaps directing state funds towards it is also a good thing.
Well, I thank you for that. I couldn't agree more that we need to have a systematic approach. The governor has proposed $600 million in funds, which is a significant amount and probably a drop in the bucket next to what is actually needed out there. So I think it's not just the need for funding, but there are also some other structural solutions such as this that we are going to have to look at as communities. I look forward to ongoing conversations about this and seeing if we can work together to get to a place where this will work and that this will allow us to grow our economy, to increase our tax base. Because in addition to, certainly we need to invest in those infrastructure solutions that will allow that. But we in Fairfield have seen that the effective transit-oriented development, they are now some of our biggest taxpayers in our community. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. And I yield back my time.
Thank you so very much. I see my co-chair, Cabros Dagro, Representative Cabros Dagro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Pickering, always good to see you. I know you come before us a lot, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I wanted to circle back on the parking question, and I understand that perhaps it's not as delineated as people would like it to see, and I'm certainly taking that under advisement as we're thinking about this bill. But are you aware that, you know, in towns previously, and I'm not going to, you know, pick on anybody specifically, but sometimes the requirement for parking, say 3 spaces a unit, you know, that sort of thing has actually killed developments that people might have wanted to see that could have been more affordable housing or transit oriented, that sort of thing. Are you aware of that?
Yes, it's a balancing act. This is not unique to residential development. We have also seen over and under parking on commercial developments. I'm sure you're familiar with certain shopping malls or strip malls that have vast seas of parking, and also other plazas where you can't find a place to park. So I think it's a question of striking the right balance. And I would hope that a municipality would not require excessive parking, because that does not make for a nice town center. It also does not make for a large grand list or a vibrant local economy. I don't think that this needs to be determined by a coordinator at the state. There's a lot of data on what appropriate parking requirements are, and I think those discussions can be had at the local level. What I would say is, if we're going to look at realigning state funding programs, you know, to fund transit-oriented development, maybe instead of having hard and fast rules, maybe a municipality should be able to explain themselves and provide a plan and say to OPM, does this plan, you know, here's a plan, and if the plan meets certain standards that are hashed out in the future, rather than set in statute, that might be acceptable. But that would go through, say, a regulatory process rather than just the to be determined discretion of a coordinator.
I think that this coordinator, that's where a lot of people are getting hung up. And it's really interesting because I think, as I mentioned before, that was originally put in under Governor Rell. And, you know, so it's existed for a long time. But my reading of the bill, it's very specific to, it's the towns that are working with that coordinator. It's, you know, they're providing advice, but ultimately the control is still residing with the town. I'm not reading it the way perhaps that you might be reading it, that it's not, you know, the towns aren't allowed to say. I was really gratified to hear from Representative Mara how well her towns are doing with transit-oriented development. I don't think all towns are doing that well. And I don't think all towns, you know, when we even the blight conversation, you know, there's so many blighted properties that could be, you know, I would say beneficiaries of, you know, some creativity in terms of coming up with this housing. So I think that we're getting hung up on that Office of Responsible Growth when it's existed for a long time. And I think this bill seeks to make it a better tool for the towns to use, a better, you know, relationship, a better, you know, sort of melding of two things, a melding of resources, I think is what it really is. But the decision still resides with the town.
Well, the decision whether to opt in resides with the town, but it's not clear to me based on the statute that if they want to remain opted in, whether they have the ability to deviate from the coordinator's determination.
Yeah, I'm hoping it is, but you know what, again, that's why I'm so glad we have these public hearings, because that's what makes these bills better. And that's how we're able to say, you know what, this isn't very clear and we need to make it clearer. So I thank you for all of that today. Thank you so much, Mr. Pickering, and thank you, Chairman Rahman.
Thank you. Any other question? My said wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to extend to the House Chair and hoping that her back feels better. Mr. Pickering, thank you very much for your work. Your testimony opposes this bill, but I think it's important to note that you support the idea of transit-oriented development. Can you kind of elaborate on that? I think the struggle I have is the fact that this bill is looking at a one-size-fits-all and has the communities that you represent as part of the COG that goes from Danbury all the way down to the coastline. You represent so many diverse communities. It just doesn't fit. What do you say to that from a standpoint? One, let's be clear. You support appropriate transit-oriented development, and most of the communities that you represent that I know very well have taken initiatives on their own in collaboration with the state DOT, as well as the state authorities and the federal government to try to be able to develop properly within the management and the design and long-term plan of the community. But what this bill is saying is the state knows better and one size fits all. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, I think what this bill is saying is somewhat similar to that, saying we know the right numbers, the density for TOD, and we're going to hard code it into state law. And if you want discretionary funding, you're going to follow those very specific numbers. But when it comes to other very important numbers, we're going to leave them up to the discretion or determination of a coordinator, which seems a bit inconsistent and unclear why some are hard coded and some are not hard coded. The reality is that if you look at Western Connecticut, as I said, we have 10 or 11 different TOD projects and plans. Every one is different. Those that have not advanced for different reasons. As far as I'm aware, in none of the cases is the zoning the problem. In Georgetown, it's brownfields. In Ridgefield, Branchfield, in Danbury, it's lack of money. In Brookfield and New Milford, it's lack of transit service. If we want to support TOD, the most important thing we can do, probably most effective, is actually to go out to the communities and say, what is holding you up? And then address those challenges. Get those barriers out of the way. But they're different in every community.
Thank you. And the other critical element is, as I've heard repeatedly, I wanted to get your perspective. Advocates have said this is an opt-in. People don't have to partake in it. We're giving you free choice. Municipal local control is important. But you just talked about brownfields. You just talked about initiatives of funding. If you don't opt in, you be denied these kind of funding. It seems like a pretty heavy stick to me rather than an opt-in, opt-out option. Can you elaborate a little bit more?
But you know, your mother may say to you, well, if you don't like what I'm serving for dinner, you don't have to eat dinner. Well, we all need meals to survive. And the reality is that transit-oriented development is a very complex type of development that melds a variety of land uses at higher density with transit infrastructure. And it frankly stretches what our municipalities have been able to do in terms of planning in the past and infrastructure. And so state assistance can make the difference between a TOD happening and a TOD not happening. And so saying, well, if you're not opting in, we're not going to provide you the assistance, well, then a TOD plan municipality may want to pursue will never happen. And so the question is, should they be forced to adhere to the very specific standards for density in this proposal and then leave a lot of the rest up to the determination of a coordinator just to access funds for a plan that they have developed that may be inconsistent with those standards and determinations?
Thank you for that information. And the last thing, if I may, you've been a tremendous advocate in regards to proactive protection of watershed and environmental considerations in regards to density. I think you have shared in the past discussions how the state of New York has taken a very, very aggressive position in protecting watersheds and maintaining density control. What does this do for potential train stations or transit-oriented areas that are below sea level along the coastline that you see so many in southwestern Connecticut? From an environmental.
If I recall correctly, the bill does speak to this, but it's really hard to categorically list every possible impediment to development or environmental concern that might should give development a pause. We do have a problem with rising sea levels. Connecticut has 1% of the nation's population and 11% of the repetitive and severe repetitive loss properties in the National Flood Insurance Program per FEMA. And this is only going to get worse. So we have to be very careful about where we invest in the future so that our sunk costs don't actually sink under the ocean. And I think we have to, this bill unfortunately doesn't address this. The State Plan of Conservation and Development could address this. The bill does place a lot of discretion in the hands of the coordinator OPM, who is also responsible for the State Plan of Conservation and Development, but it does not require that the TODs or the coordinator's determinations be consistent with the State Plan of Conservation and Development. So there probably is some opportunity here to build more resiliently for the future to take these factors into consideration.
Thank you very much, and making do with the limited internet access that you have. It's the new Zoom world that we're in. So thank you very much for your time and effort. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence of time.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none? Mr. Pinkin, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Our next speaker, Maria Weingarten. Maria Weingarten.
Good afternoon. Honorary co-chairs Kavros DeGraw and Rahman, ranking members Zullo and Fazio, vice chairs Chafee and Needleman. My name is Maria Weingarten. I'm a realtor, a former auditor with PwC, and currently serve as a member of New Canaan's Board of Finance. I'm here as an individual citizen and as founder of CT 169 Strong to speak in opposition to Bill HB 6890. This bill is not about creating affordability in Connecticut. Since most bills we've seen don't require affordability until the development, a market value development is over 6 or 10 units, there's really no more than 10% affordable on average. And for most areas, it'll be even less than that as this bill is written. Members of Desegregate Connecticut, backed by developer-funded interests, have admitted that this is more about state income tax revenues for the state, a free option to the state since developers would build density with 90% market value units. This gift to developers allows them to build it and run off with their profits while the municipalities are forced to deal with the aftermath when the state does not cover the impacts and have to escalate local property taxes to cover infrastructure issues, moving our state from the second highest tax burden to likely number 1. It requires high density in transit towns on a reasonable amount of area with a minimum average density, neither of which is clearly defined. Is that just a low bar for density, but not the max limit? We have heard Desegregate Connecticut's presentation suggested a band of 50 to 200 acres, depending on population of municipalities. So CT 169 Strong did the math by town, and when the supporters of this bill have not. And that lack of disclosure and vague terminology is astounding in this bill, by the way. That range would run 750 to 3,000 units for most towns with just a bus stop, to a range of 1,000 to 6,000 units required for towns with what this new terminology of rapid transit is. This is extremely high density development in that half-mile area around transit. It's not taking into consideration the lack of infrastructure, as already been mentioned, and that a grant may or may not adequately provide to any community. Because at the end of the day, a community is being told to change their zoning before even applying for a grant, and the state's severe penalties will be impacting these communities should they decide to downzone at a later date. This forced multifamily high density market value development has little to no off-street parking, has been discussed. Towns with narrow roads would be congested with cars and likely unable to plow in the snow that we recently saw. One size policy does not fit all. It's precisely why only 2 of West Cog's cities, suburbs, and rural communities opted out of HB 6107 that limited off-street parking. So we need to listen to towns and recognize that these are unworkable, onerous requirements. While this bill states towns must not allow excessive parking, it's a bureaucrat deciding that, not the individual communities that know best and know what doesn't work. Connecticut lacks the spider web of public mass transit to reduce the need for cars to access schools, shopping, jobs, doctors, etc. Without properly funding transportation upgrades and strategically addressing Connecticut's severe traffic issues, especially in Fairfield County, that has 4 of the 10 most congested roads in the nation, we are setting ourselves up for even greater issues. Whoever thinks these are real carrots. Okay, so whoever thinks these are carrots is sorely mistaken. And I believe that this is flawed legislation, and the result is deprioritization of infrastructure grants, even for brownfields. So the point is to not take away, and I do have some suggestions on what might be a better move going forward. I'm sorry, I've reached my 3 minutes. And it's important to not take away independent initiatives for transit development that includes a proper mix. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Very welcome. I see the question, Rep. Dubetsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. You have successfully freaked me out with your math. Could you go over those numbers one more time?
Sure. So, I really focused on transit communities because those are the ones that are mostly the ones we're talking about here. The only amount that I did not refer to specifically was the ones that are adjacent towns. The adjacent towns, it's very specifically defined, and that's 250 units total. But any town that has a bus station alone would be around the range based on the numbers that were provided by Desegregate Connecticut, would be between 750 to 3,000 units. I'm sorry, yes. And then for anything that has a rapid transit, which they're calling like Metro North, they're calling that rapid transit, even though they don't have service every 15 minutes, which is typically what a rapid transit is known as. It's really a subway. So those rapid transit are about 1,000 to 6,000 units. So Greenwich was suggested that they would have to come up with 6,000 units in that half mile around a transit. And that's very concerning because most of Fairfield County is already, it's considered a mature market and it already has high density and has development already around this area. We're not talking about farmland and so really what this is just about citifying any sort of suburban areas and just, forcing high density. And again, market value, not affordable.
Okay. So 750 to 3,000 units. I live in a town where we have approximately 800 houses in the entire town. If we were to be required to add 750 to 3,000 units, I cannot possibly imagine how that would not completely alter the town. It would double, triple, or even quadruple the number of houses in the town. And that's around a bus station, right? That's just like one basically a bus stop, right?
Yes.
Okay, so were we to decide to get bus service into my town, or if, let's say, the one of the local transit buses that goes to a couple of places is considered to fall within the definition, the entire town would change. It's not like we're just adding a couple of apartment complexes here and there. We're talking about changing the entire nature of the town. Now, tell me about being adjacent to a town with a bus station.
So any town that does not have its own bus station or any transit is considered adjacent. So that then loops in all but 6 towns in our entire state that are in the upper, mostly northwest corner. There's 5 over there, and then there's 1 in the northeast side that's not adjacent. So if we read the bill and if that's what we're looking at, that's all that's exempted currently. Any of those that are adjacent would be required to have 250 units. If they want to opt in, opt in again is where you're changing your zoning and you're sort of targeting your area, and then you have to create that density.
Okay, so just to be clear, so I live in the town of Chaplin. Chaplin is near Mansfield. Mansfield obviously has bus stations because it's got it's got Yukon, and we're also next to Wyndham, which has the city of Willimantic in it. So Chaplin would be an adjacent town, so we would be required to have an additional 250 units. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is correct. It's
Okay.
10 units per acre on 25 acres. That's very specifically outlined in this bill.
Okay, and our town has about 800 houses, so under this bill, we would be required to add 250 additional houses. Who's going to build them?
That's a good question, because obviously if you're in a more rural community, you may not have a developer who's ready to step in to build that if there is a lack of demand, which I think is what we're really not talking about here. We're scapegoating we're scapegoating zoning when the reality is that when there's a lack of economic development within the state, that precludes development. It's not happening because we have some onerous policies that are making it hard for our small businesses, that are making it hard for larger companies to come to our state. And that's what's precluding development in most of the state. That's why Hartford has contracted in its population, and it's no longer one of the top 2. Stanford is now the 2nd most populated. So I think you have to recognize that some of these public policies that have been pushed down have created the unintended consequence of causing outmigration from our state. And unless you address that, that is truly the way to fix affordability in our state. It's not by just building housing everywhere, or in 163 out of 169 towns, and to build housing everywhere. Because really, as I mentioned in another testimony, we do have in Groton where there is going to be some expansion of a business, which is fantastic. So that's where you would want to work in partnership, in collaboration with the local boots on the ground who understand the needs and the best place to develop, and the ones who are responsible to their communities and who are the actual stewards of proper land use, and work with them to develop there when you know that you can foresee that there will be a need for housing there because there's a larger influx of jobs coming, which thank goodness there is.
Well, in our town and in most of the towns around us, they just don't get a lot of demand for housing. So for example, in my town, we have an average of somewhere around 2 building permits a year that people want to build a house, and they come and get a building permit. Typically we get somewhere around 2. There have been years where we've had 1. I remember one year we had up to 5. If let's say we have an average of 2, it would be what, 150 years before we could put in 250 units at that rate. So, it isn't like there are developers knocking on the door saying we want to build these massive complexes. So, who's going to force them to do that? Who's going to force developers to go to each one of these little towns and build all these houses? And then the other question is, who the heck's going to buy them? If there isn't demand, if we can build all the houses in the world, they're going to be empty because nobody wants to live here.
Those are all really good questions. And the reality is, I mean, I think, you know, some of the proponents would say, well, it's an opt-in. But again, we have to remember that, you know, each town has its own separate needs. And what's weighing in the balance, the real stick, the giant stick, is the fact that discretionary infrastructure spending is being held in the balance to be then you know, doled out, you know, on their terms, on this coordinator's term, not as it has been in the past. I mean, and that's really not good for our state when you want to see each town's having their own autonomy and the ability to determine what's right for their communities and being able to be forward thinking on what works best for them. And again, you know, I can't overemphasize how frustrating it is for those of us who've been following all of these bills for the last 3 years to see so many local land use experts who have thoughtfully and reasonably testified year after year, who know what would work well for their communities, and to see that there aren't really the opportunities provided to have a collaboration. And instead, we're focusing on bills drafted by developer interests and, you know, RPA, Regional Planning Associates, backing Desegregate Connecticut and funding them, which has a lot of big money behind it. And this is all about high density development. And that's very frustrating to those of us who feel, you know, we want to see our state move forward, and we just don't think that these plans have shown any of that.
Well, you mentioned an opt-in. It's sort of a, you know, holding a gun to somebody's head and saying, give me your money or I'll shoot you. Giving the money is an opt-in. You have an option. Don't give the money, but you'll get shot. So it's really not an opt-in. Now, you're a real estate person, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you've got a town with 800 houses. What would it do to the real estate values in that town if you added 250 to 3,000 additional houses in that town?
Well, obviously, supply and demand would kick in there. So, and I think this is the other part of these bills that's so frustrating. You have a unsophisticated way of looking at different markets that are very different, and in an area where there's low demand. And, you know, then obviously, if you have a greater supply, it will impact the values of all of those. And if we look at bill that was passed 2 years ago, HB 6107, that bill actually took out language that said that legislation related to housing should try to seek to maintain property values. I would love to see legislators bring that back in, because a home represents this largest single asset for most anybody. It's their path to generational wealth. And what we're doing is following a very different path here. Now, we already had heard testimony about how we have heard commentary that's been made elsewhere that if you do the same thing in a higher demand market, one that's closer geographically to the New York Metro, there is higher demand there. Sure, there is. And in those areas, you're not going to, you know, if the intention is to make it affordable, flooding the market with more multi-million-dollar rental apartments is not going to bring down the values of any meaningful way. It's just not. So that's part of the issue here, is that all you're doing is creating density. This density is going to have infrastructure impacts, and all of that is going to raise local property taxes. And I do want to just highlight one more thing, because when you consider that towns like a New Canaan that I'm from, when you look at capital spending and you think about education, you know, I think we're down to about 10% reimbursement related to any capital expenditure for schools. Okay. And then you compare that to Norwalk, which just recently got a high school pretty much on the state coffers dollars. So this is again a distinction where, you know, all of these towns that are saddled with covering most of their costs for education, no real ECS grants, for capital expenditures, those are significant concerns for any community. And some of these other bills that also talked about high density development, this is not the answer to solve Connecticut's problems. It's just not.
Okay, well, I appreciate your time. I don't want to take up too much of the committee's time, but you know, these are certainly questions that that need to have real good answers and a real good review before any of this stuff should be considered. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I see my co-chair, Cabros Dagro, Representative Cabros Dagro.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Ms. Weingarten, for being here again today. I appreciate it. I also would ask that we just try to keep the answers a little more tight, just in the interest of all the other folks that need to testify today. So my question would be, do you think that we need to grow our population? And if so, where do you think that we need to grow that population?
I think you need to I think you're trying to assume that just creating housing, multifamily housing, is going to help grow the population. We need jobs for people to come to. And these young people as well that you're referring to, we want to make sure that you have jobs and opportunity in this state. That's sort of the incentive. If you look at elsewhere in the country, the demand is influenced by the people who end up wanting to move there because of opportunity. And our state has not been very successful in doing that of late.
Well, by some estimates, we have, 100,000 jobs that are open right now. And when I say grow the population, I mean, we're trying to grow our tax base, right? And so that could be college grads, that could be families that want to move here for various reasons. And we have a lot of big employers, including GE when they left, who said, no affordable housing, transportation is an issue. We've got all this federal funding that's now going to be coming in for transportation. So I think that, there certainly are jobs, but if we don't have any place to put, that's why I know some of the housing bills that have been filed, or bills, around this topic have been filed. They've been, kind of focused on workforce, right? Not just transit. So I guess, that's where I'm finding the disconnect. It's like, on one hand, we're saying, well, we want more people here to help us pay more taxes and sort of diminish the tax load on the people who are here. But then on the other hand, we're saying, well, you can't build it this way and you can't build it that way. And what are you going to, I guess my question to you would be, how would you do it? If you had a magic wand or whatever it is, how would you do it?
Well, I think first off, I think this goes back to something that Francis said. Well, let me start with, I believe Francis Pickering had some stats and data on unemployment or lack of, job opportunities or whatever. And I think that we are not as high in terms of the demand for employment as elsewhere. So I think that that's one of the things we have to be careful on. So, I understand that, you want to build it, but I think when you also compare to, let's say, Massachusetts and what they've done with transit-oriented development, true transit-oriented development, which is mixed use, it's thoughtful, it's got more detail in there about the different types of what you're building. And again, that's should be collaborative. It should be with the local towns and figuring out what works for each of these local towns. It should not be a set mandated one size fits all. That would be my magic wand, is to work directly with the communities that understand, what their capacity constraints are and want to make sure that there's still affordability within their communities. Because the last thing you want to do is really upset that dynamic, because then you're going to end up having more people leaving. The people who can most afford to leave will leave. And you don't want that to happen. This is a beautiful state. We love it here and we want to stay here, but you can't make it onerous for everybody. And so I think that that's really important, that we have to keep that in mind. And I think the best way to do that is to look at our local land use experts as our allies and not pit cities against towns and one community against another. And if you really want to see affordable development, help towns that are building 100% affordable. Help them to build that, because in these towns where things are more expensive, land cost is higher. It is really hard to overcome those barriers to make these building projects pencil out.
Okay, I totally agree with you on the mixed use. I've seen it in one of the towns in my district. I think it's excellent. So I'm glad we can agree on that. I do find that there is opportunity for mixed use in here. I think that's part of what they're trying to do with this, is to attract both the mixed use and the housing of all different types. And I'll just close with this. When we had at the very beginning of session our hearing with the home builders and the real estate agents, in terms of wanting to build, the want there is there, the desire is there. And I was told by the Home Builders Association that frankly, they want to build anything and everything. They don't care what they build. They just want to make sure that they get back to the more robust numbers that they have seen in the past in their industry. And they also shared, which I thought was interesting, and I think speaks to, some of this bringing in more population. We have the oldest home building workforce in the country. And that's problematic because, of course, we want to give home building jobs or whatever type, apartments, whatever it might be, to our folks in Connecticut, right? And yet we're having probably with some of these projects to bring in people from other states because our workforce is aging. So I do hope that we're able to both improve this bill and find ways, because I think it's not wrong that we incentivize towns. I think it's not wrong that we have, the local folks speaking with the Office of Responsible Growth, and I think we can find ways to do all, or at least more of the things that we're talking about today. So again, thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time.
Can I just add one point on that? Is when I think about the development that has already happened, and I think that this is the other thing that we need to really be cautious of, and the Massachusetts legislation does capture this, is that 15% is roughly what they're looking at as multifamily. Many of these communities, particularly in Fairfield County, have over 15% of multifamily already. So when you're not considering what's already existing and you're just creating density, you're doing a real disservice to these towns, and I think it's unfair.
I think the problem is we are considering it, and that's why we need more. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Thank you, Senator Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ms. Weingarten. Thank you for your work. I mean, you've outlined a lot of the issues. Did you submit written testimony?
I'm about to. I wanted to make sure that my chart outlining what every town's percentages are by the type of town they are, whether they're transit or bus. I wanted to make sure I included that in. So I'm about to submit that testimony as well.
Thank you. I'll be looking forward to it. And I want to compliment you for your work. It is fact-based and data-based. And you didn't scare me as much as you scared Representative Dubitsky, because I've been very actively following and knowing the consequences of these proposals and the impact on various communities. I want to focus back on CT 169 Strong. Thank you for your advocacy. You're a grassroots organization. How many staff paid employees do you have as part of your organization?
Zero. Zero.
And the consultants and the work that you do, how much are they being paid?
Well, we have brought on someone as a lobbyist to talk to legislators, but other than that, no one is helping us. We reach out to local organizations. We do our own research. We reach out to specialists in land use, all the things that I would hope that the legislators would be doing in drafting legislation.
Well, thank you. And obviously you punch way above your weight in regards to your advocacy. And I guess I'll quickly by simply asking, why are you advocating so passionately against these said proposals?
I would have to say, because, I'm concerned about how we're really trying to change the look and feel of our 169 towns. And I think that when you don't allow the independent municipalities to come up with what works best for them, you're creating a situation where they're all going to be so overburdened with their local taxes that and as a member of the Board of Finance, that's the kind of thing that sticks in my head a lot. I believe in home ownership. My father had to escape communism from Hungary with the shirt on his back. He had a blue collar job his entire life. And those are the kind of things, it's his birthday if he'd been alive today. And those are the things I think about is the freedom and opportunity that exists in our country. The opportunity for single family home ownership is the American dream. And that's that's something that I'm proud to work as a realtor to help bring people homes. And I think a lot of these policies are entirely focused only on multifamily market value density development. When you talk about, and I think even there was a discussion about ASML, and I read the article on that, and they talked about a want for single family housing opportunities, not multifamily apartment units. So I think that is something that needs to be reflected more so in when we start thinking about some of these policies. And those are the things that drive me.
I appreciate that. And I think a common theme in hearing your testimony today and both so answer to this question, it's about fairness, and it's about respecting people's efforts and personal property, but also recognizing that the American dream allows people to pursue the opportunities. So I appreciate your insight, and thank you for your work and your colleagues on CT 169 Strong in bringing out the facts and the consequential impact of these kind of proposals that we are contemplating in the state of Connecticut. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Weingarten. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. I don't have a question, but I just want to echo our Senator question, and then maybe I will ask. So yes, I agree with you, American dream. When I moved this country 25 years ago, I could afford to rent one single family home. I had to move to the one bedroom apartment. That was even hard to pay the rent. At same time, what really fascinating me, you hire the lobbyists to make sure don't have the enough affordable housing people desperately need. Who need the affordable housing? Affordable housing need from now to 10 years. My daughter who want to live her own, she cannot live single family home or rent or buy. And the same time also our workforce working hard, and they can afford to pay $500,000 like you live a single family home. They need affordable housing. Also, my grandmother or mom, I understand she had a single family home. She can't now afford to pay single family home or manage. She need to move to the one bedroom or two bedroom apartment. So, but at the same time, she want to live in New Canaan. She want to live Greenwich. She want to live Glastonbury, Simsbury, and elsewhere. So problem is they can't afford to pay those projects. So what I am not agree with you, American dream not begin a one bedroom, I mean the single family home, $1 million or $500,000 home someone can afford. What my mom used to say, freedom don't come to you. You work hard, you fight for, you earn it, and then you enjoy. So American dream don't come to you. You work hard, you fight for, you earn it, and then you enjoy. This is, I think, how American dream proceed. So question to you, I understand you are fighting long time, don't want affordable housing. Where do you want to build affordable housing? The question I want to ask you.
So we're not fighting affordable housing. What we're finding is that these bills don't have affordable in them. So you have to be clear on what you're doing. My testimony states that it's less than 10% affordable in any of this. So yes, it may flood a market in a rural community, but for many communities, it's not creating any affordability whatsoever. And I disagree with your point about, everybody has, you work hard and if you want to avail yourself for the opportunity for education, and that's what has been my path, because again, my father had a blue collar job his entire life. So you work hard and you find, opportunity, and we need more opportunity in our state with better jobs that would increase income, because that's the way you create more affordability. That's the sustainable way. And to state that, there's only, the American dream in a New Canaan or Greenwich or wherever, that's not true. So there are plenty of places throughout the state where you can find homes that cost 280,000 or less. And it just depends. But everyone makes economic choices every day of their lives. I could not live in my town when I first started work. I was with roommates. And I lived in a walk-up rental apartment, and that's reality. You have to face the fact that there's economics involved, and just so we're clear, New Canaan has developed 100% affordable. We're not saying it shouldn't be here or it shouldn't be there. What we're suggesting is offer the opportunity for towns that are truly developing 100% affordable to create it. Now, the second part of what you also said was about understanding about workforce housing. Those individuals who are teachers in our community or certain other occupations, at some point they are their income level is too high. So we, those affordable that we're developing, that doesn't even necessarily help our workforce, because most of them would be, as soon as a teacher has a summer opportunity to work, or they have a spouse or a partner who also has a salary, they're over the thresholds to get into our affordable developments. So we have to be clear about, affordability and what these policies are, because sometimes, you say that it's going to create affordable for workforce, and it really can't in some of these communities that are closer to New York.
I know the last time also I mentioned affordable housing, also transit. GE, I mentioned last time, GE, moved out from Connecticut because the housing, because close to their work, they couldn't find the affordable housing, or this is why they also moved out. This is not only reason, this is one of the reasons they also moved out. So
help towns like Fairfield. So help towns like Fairfield then build that affordable. So to create or middle housing, help with those sort of grants that could maybe pencil out properties and opportunity to create that where you want to see it. And you also mentioned to me last time about the difference between 830G versus if you have projects in front of you that are 830G versus 100%, versus 100% affordable. And I think I do want to make a distinction on that, is that 830G only gives you 30% affordable. If a town decides to build 100% affordable, it's 100% affordable. And those don't sunset. Versus 830G, after 40 years, those go away. So that's another point I want to make about affordability that we did not discuss the last time.
Thank you so very much, my good friend, Senator Passero. I really appreciate your time, you coming in here, taking time and testify. We really appreciate. Thank you so much. We don't have any other question at this time. Seen or here none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, number 11, Joe Zhao. Joe Zhao.
Hi, thank you, and good afternoon, Honorable Co-Chair Representative Carlos DeGra and Senator Rahman and members of the committee. Thank you for your time here today. I'm a resident of Hartford, Connecticut. I'm currently a student at the University of Connecticut and a volunteer at Disagree Connecticut. As someone who cares deeply about Connecticut's present and future, I'm here to show my support for House Bill 6890, known as the Work-Live Right. This bill brings local government and the state government together to encourage smart forward-thinking land use and land planning that will create this kind of diverse, walkable home and jobs that we need in places with bus and rail services. Work-Live Right is not a mandate. It is an opt-in process for local planning and zoning commissions to participate with a vote of simple majority. Municipalities that have already created some kind of similar transit-oriented community district are automatically eligible and do not need to vote to start working with the Office of Responsible Growth. Work-Live Right will result in more accessible jobs, more affordable homes, and safer streets for all of us. The cost of a home and the burden of owning and taking care of a car is overwhelming to a student and a young professional like me. With family members living outside of Connecticut, the options of job hunting and settling down here are significantly limited by the rental options and the public transit accessibility. The truth is, you won't see education and employment improvement and talent inflow if no young professionals are going to be here and stay here and start their lives here. Work-live right will create more access to jobs, homes, and services for people without cars, who are more likely to be people of color in the Connecticut state. Excuse me. It will promote diversity by diversifying housing options and lowering housing costs across the board. More importantly, this bill makes sense economically. 1 in 6 Connecticut families devote more than 50% of their monthly income to housing, meaning they have less money to spend in the local economy. The construction of 1,500 new multifamily units will increase Connecticut state's and local tax revenue by $39.8 million in the first year and $16.4 million annually after that. In addition, allowing mixed income, mixed use housing as of right near bus and rail services will increase the housing supplies while lowering housing costs and public infrastructure costs. Connecticut's future depends on all of our towns and cities developing in a way that is accessible and affordable for current residents and attractive to future ones. But we can't get there without any action. We need to pass this bill to ensure that this vision for the future can start today. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your questions. If you have any, if I can't answer it, we'll have more members of Desegregate Connecticut that can answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I see that we have the question, Rep. Debelski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in to testify. You mentioned some numbers with regard to the tax revenue that would be generated by building out the towns in the manner provided in this bill. Where did those numbers come from?
Thank you, Representative Dubisky. I believe they come from the National Association of Home Builders. So they released report of those numbers and I believe last year. So yeah, they are coming from credible sources.
Okay, is there any indication as to what the costs to the municipalities would be by adding all this new housing?
I do not have that number with me right now, but I believe the intention is not to add financial burden to the town, and the intention is to mobilize the limited state source resources and try to help the local planning and zoning with their building costs.
Okay, but you acknowledge that when new houses are put into a community, there are increased costs for schools, for social services, for police services, all that the town needs to pay for. Do you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge there are costs adding on to it, and I also wanted to point out there are increased tax base from the new development that will probably pay for that, and with profit.
With profit, so
with surplus.
Okay, but you gave us the numbers for the tax revenue, but don't have any numbers for the costs. So you're assuming that the tax revenue generated by adding all these units is going to be more than the cost? On what basis do you make that?
I do not have the numbers with me right now, but I can pull up the research report from the source.
That would be great. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, you say you're a student at UConn. Is that at the Storrs campus?
I'm a law student.
So that's in Hartford.
Yes,
Okay, you ever been out to the Stores campus?
yes, I have.
Okay, have you gone a little bit east of the Stores campus out into the hinterlands where you cross into the town of Chaplin?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Can you envision in any place in Chaplin adding 250 housing units?
Well, I'm not that familiar with the area as you probably do, Representative Dubisky, but I feel if you let me elaborate a little bit, I think the bill speak to the reasonable size and time frame of the local development, which can allow a town to basically work with its own demographic. So I believe that will speak to your concern.
Okay, well, I'm looking at that provision. It's lines 32 through 36, which deals with reasonable size. And it says reasonable size means a size determined by the coordinator to be adequate to require greater density of development in an equitable manner as determined by the coordinator. So that there's nothing in here that provides for the town to make those decisions. This is all made by somebody in Hartford. Do I read it incorrectly?
So I believe the Office of Responsible Growth is meant to work with the local planning and zoning board in terms of deciding the reasonable size.
Okay, but is there any provision in this bill that you see that requires that?
That requires
That requires the coordinator to work with the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine what a reasonable size is. If it's in there,
Well,
I've missed it. Maybe you could point me to it.
I believe it is, as we pointed out earlier in the hearing, I believe the towns in Connecticut the situation varies, so it probably will be intentionally subjective and determined by different demographic in that community.
Right, but there's nothing in the bill that requires that, right?
There's nothing in the bills that require like a tight certain number, but I mean, the restructuring the whole intention of restructuring the Office of Reasonable Office of Reasonable Growth is for them to work with the local zoning and planning board, and we believe that this is the best going forward.
Okay. In that same section, it talks about, I've lost it. Hold on one second. Reasonable size is determined by the coordinator, and I will agree that there's no provision in here which requires the coordinator to take input from the town, but it says that the coordinator will determine what's adequate to require greater density of development in an equitable manner as determined by the coordinator. Do you know what that means?
I believe we do have other members of our Desegregate Connecticut that will speak later if you want a clarification of that term.
Okay.
I personally think that it pretty speak to itself.
Okay, so you don't know what it means. Somebody else might.
Yes, and I would suggest you save that question for later.
Okay, well, if speaking, so are you speaking on behalf of Desegregate CT, the organization?
No, I'm speaking as a resident of Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay, so as a resident of Hartford, Connecticut, if you were to read that statute, what would you think it meant?
I would think it meant for our local board and zoning to work with the state authorities and implement in a manner that they see equitable and fit for
No,
our
but
community.
I'm asking you what an equitable manner means in lines 32 through 36. Do you have any idea what that means?
Well, I would say it, like, if I'm learning, correctly from the bill, I would say it in a fair and impartial manner.
Fair, equitable means fair and impartial?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other question? If not, I just want to ask a question, Joe. Thank you. We need more attorney to fix the issue like this we are talking today. I think section 31, 36, there's nothing required. I believe it's saying that asking the city, you give the place, we will build as you need it. We are not telling building your backyard, the affordable housing or more housing. Section 31, 36, my understanding, asking the town and the city, instead asking what, just give us the place where we can build more housing. Am I right? Or
yes.
So I just want to echo the representative. He's asking you the question was not clear. So, all right. Thank you so very much. Any other question at this time? Not seen or hear none. Thank you. I appreciated your time, taking time and making the case really strong and need the more housing in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, number 12, Mike Tamburio. Mike Tamburio.
Mike Tamburino.
So next speaker, we're moving to number 13, Wine Ebers. Wine Ebers. Or Wayne Ebers.
Win Everts.
We know moving number 14, Michelle Kebdor.
Yes, sir, right here.
Thank you. Welcome.
Alrighty. Dear honorable members of the Joint Planning and Development Committee, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. My name is Mitchell Kaviter. I'm a political science and environmental studies major at UConn, as well as a resident of Burlington, Connecticut, where I've been a park ranger, as well as ran for my local planning and zoning board back in 2021. Connecticut is a wonderful state, and I'm personally very proud of it, as I'm sure all of you are. Yet I do feel something we lack severely and something that the youth does collectively value here in our state, both by speaking to residents, being a college student, et cetera, is affordable housing and better access to public transit. And as someone that does care about our past, present, and future, I would like to see more of our generation, my generation, staying in our state post-grad. And for that reason, I will be urging you to vote in favor of Work, Live, Ride. I've been loving discussion so far today in this afternoon, but I'd like to pivot for just a moment to talking about some of the environmental issues that could be benefited from Work, Live, Ride. For far too long, we've been developing a car-centric infrastructure, not just Connecticut, but America at large. Myself, I didn't have a car till most of the way through college, simply due to expenses and expenditures that go along with that. And as a Burlington resident, that would qualify as an adjacent level town in the structure of this bill. It is something that I would like to see, and I think would benefit even communities that do not have a transit line at the moment. And I remember there's lots of opportunities where I wanted to come to the state legislature and speak to y'all, say as a high school student or even for the first few years throughout college, and not having access to a car really limited myself and the ability to interact with all of you. So moving on to the environment, excuse me, Connecticut drivers compose about 38% of our carbon emissions and greatly contributes to both, well, our battle with climate change, but also our collective battle with our health. As I'm sure most of you are aware, Connecticut has some of the highest asthma rates in the nation. In fact, we are in the top 10 states or so for adults that have asthma, and the rates for our children are even higher than that. And as someone that has asthma, this has always been an issue that I've personally paid attention to. And going into what we kind of talked about earlier for just a moment, in regards to the zoning sizes, I don't remember who brought this up. Connecticut has about half the state are about 2 acres in size in terms of our zoning. And that results in 36% higher transportation emissions, which I know is somewhat surprising, but that ever-present fact does demonstrate that we need more transit-oriented communities in our state. And by incentivizing public transit, we can make our skies cleaner, have more change in our pockets, and allow our citizens to get out there and experience all that our great Nutmeg State does have to offer. Work, Live, Ride also encourages infill density around existing infrastructure, which would help prevent the further loss of our forests, farms, and open space in our communities, something that everyone can benefit from. I know earlier someone might have mentioned maybe not being so worried about farms, but we've actually seen a lot of detriment here in the state of Connecticut over the last few years to our farming communities. And I think with this bill, what's so crucial is that input of the local P&Z boards, which this bill is calling for. I know we're hearing a lot about this coordinator position XYZ, but the bill is calling for a coordinated approach that'll be further refined later on. In regards to the direct interactions with the P&Zs, or the planning and zoning commissions in each local town. So all in all, this bill, I feel, brings together local governments and our state government together and encourages a forward-thinking land use policy that incorporates discussions with our local communities. And I do feel it would result in more accessible jobs, more affordable homes, and safer streets for us all. I think Connecticut, we need to be forward-thinking. We need to lead again. I know at least our governor and all of us like to talk about how Connecticut leads, and I think we need to get back to it. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for having me as well. And I suppose I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Rep. Dubisky.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in to testify. You hit on a lot of different subjects. Let me start with the car. You were talking about not wanting to need a car. You say you're a UConn student now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, and is that at Storrs campus?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have a car now?
I do now, but I mean, that was after 3 or so years of college. Yes.
Okay, but I can't think of a more walkable town than the area around around Storrs. Why do you have a car if you're in a town that's already got a walkable area, that's already walkable?
Absolutely, and I agree with you. I think UConn, I love UConn for that reason, actually, due to the access, due to UPass, which I think is a great system that UConn does employ, along with some of our other state colleges and universities. But for instance, I actually did go to Eastern for a few years, which did not have as great of access as public transit. But I'm also speaking as a Burlington resident and someone who ran for P&Z back here, and just always hearing from students here or some of my adjacent towns, or say Harwington or something, about the lack of public transit. And it's often overlooked. Burlington is a fairly affluent community. Lots of kids do have cars, but for someone in a single mother family like myself, that was simply not the scenario. And I think Connecticut being a state that's in between, say, Boston, New York, obviously we get all this great commercial traffic heading through our state. Obviously, all of our debates over tolls and trucks and everything that we've gone through over the years with this administration. I think just as a state, we should really be trying to amp up our public transit so that everyone can see our state. Like what I hear from a lot of students, be it at UConn, my time at Eastern, and anyone else I've really speaking from a generational standpoint, we want that public transit. We want rail, we want bus, we want XYZ, so that we could see the rest of Connecticut and want to stay here and live here after post-grad.
Yeah, okay. But Eastern is in the town of
Willimantic.
Wyndham within the
Yes.
city of Willimantic, which
Yes,
is
sir.
also about as walkable as any possible city in Connecticut could ever be. Yet it didn't prevent you from getting a car. Being at both of those schools in both of those communities that are already very densely packed, you still need a car. So having this bill forcing every other town in the state to also develop as densely as Mansfield and Willimantic is not going to prevent anybody from needing a car, is it?
Sure. I don't think the argument is necessarily making every town as what you're saying, like walkable XYZ, transit focused as Willimantic XYZ. But I think across the board, we're talking about local discussions with P&Zs to create a solution that works for every town that isn't in between. If a town wants to end up looking like Willimantic in 40 years, great. That they should be able to pursue that path with the help of our state government here, with the help of this bill, XYZ. Obviously, it's not all encompassing, but as someone who has I'm 23 years old now, or 22. For the longest time in Burlington that did not have this transit. I agree, absolutely. UConn, Willimantic, college towns, they have that walkable focus because they're college towns. So I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding your question, sir.
Well, let me move on. I think the point is made that even in very densely populated areas in this state, people still have cars, and forcing these towns to become denser does not prevent people from needing cars. But have you, being in the Willimantic and UConn area, have you been to some of the smaller towns around, like Ashford and Willington, Chaplin, Hampton, Scotland? Have you been to any of those towns?
I suppose every once in a while, sure.
Yeah, every once in a while you've driven through them, right?
Yes, or carpooled. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, have you seen any place in any of those towns that could possibly be transformed into a walkable area like downtown Willimantic or downtown Stores?
I'm not necessarily saying it would be easy, no, but I have spoken with residents from some of those towns that have always expressed to me, be it coming, honestly, myself over the past few years, being involved in a few different activist groups in the environment sense, a big issue that always came up was lots of people do want to, say, come to the state capitol, but it's simply not accessible for them, specifically from that region of the state that you're mentioning. They don't have access to cars, and it's not that they're I don't know, middle schoolers or something. I'm talking about I guess upper level high school and college students. A lot of college students do not have cars on campus XYZ, and there's never been a super accessible route to. A lot of people commute or attempt to make a commute to say UConn or Eastern or XYZ, and they simply can't do that. So there's also been students that have to put off university for a semester or two, save up to get a car. I've had to do that. I'm actually, so I apologize, sir. I'm not at stores right now. I'm home working and commuting, but normally I am at stores. But
it's okay. Have you read this bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, can you point me to any portion of this bill that would increase bus or train availability?
So I do apologize that I spoke on rail, and I know that's not necessarily what we're pushing here, but we are talking about a greater access to walkability to public transit, and by extent affordable housing, even though that this bill doesn't necessarily focus on that. I mean, I apologize. I'll try to pull up the bill, but
yeah, it doesn't. The bill doesn't seem to address any of the issues you've just said are important to you.
Well, I think the goal of this bill is creating a more sustainable future for Connecticut in regards to public transit, affordable housing, and working with P&Zs and the coordinator and the overarching state government to create solutions that will work for our future. And speaking as someone who wants to stay in Connecticut, that is a post-grad, that's something that I've heard a lot, not just about this issue, but about lots of issues here in our state. But transportation.
Okay. All right. Since you went through the bill, can you point to any provision in this bill that requires the coordinator to coordinate with local P&Z to make these determinations?
Yes.
Because it seems to me that the coordinator has virtually unlimited discretion to make all these decisions on his or her own without the input of locals.
Well, to my understanding of the bill is strongly asked, the coordinator has to work with P&Zs. And I fully agree with that. I do think that could be expanded upon in this bill, and I think that could be an amendment made or something.
Yeah, where does it say that they have to work?
I'm sorry, my internet, like it's struggling. I think it's the Zoom.
Okay, so you can't point to any provision.
Does this allow you to submit 2 testimonies? No, I wouldn't be able to do that again.
Okay.
All right. I'll save that question for later on with somebody else that might have the bill directly in front of them right now. I apologize. I had my testimony up.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. I see my co-chair, Representative Cabros-DeGroa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here today. I have to say, I find it absolutely wonderful that students have taken the time to come talk to us, because the challenge that I think we face is like what you said, getting people to stay here. We have a great state. People say, oh, these young folks, they only want to live in Boston or New York. Well, frankly, New York City or Boston, it's really expensive. And I know it's expensive to live here too, but we also have to address, as I mentioned to an earlier testifier, our population loss and the fact that our population is graying. So I really appreciate that. And also shout out to your single mom. I was also raised by one. So I just want to shout out to her because it looks like she did a very good job. So I guess my question is, when you're talking about some of the environmental things earlier, we heard that this might, this bill is going to put housing in, flood zones or areas that could end up underwater. Do you see that in the bill? Because I thought the bill specifically prevented housing from going into those areas. I mean, certainly we have larger problems if anything's underwater in Connecticut, but what did you see in terms of the environment?
Sure. Yeah. That is something that I personally thought about for a bit in regards to this bill. I think that it's kind of tough in general. I mean, without wrapping this into the giant climate change discussion and specifics about if we should be focusing towards shoreline resiliency and protective actions and XYZ that Connecticut does have to face, and the administration, everything is obviously looking towards and focusing on. And at some point, in some degree, both with the state government and the local communities, we'll have to come to a point in which we decide to invest more there to both secure those shoreline communities or somewhat recede. And while it is always going to be a concern in regards to climate change in the shoreline communities, I don't think it would be fair, I suppose, to deprive those communities of these types of resources towards public infrastructure, transit, everything that we're talking about today. I suppose it stands on everyone's individual concern with shoreline communities and the risks that they face. All of that, I suppose we're still coming to a complete understanding here in Connecticut. I know Deep and everyone is looking very closely into that, and Commissioner Dykes. But I wouldn't say that it's an immediate concern in regards to this bill.
Yeah, I think that this bill does a good job of explicitly removing those areas that might, be in that sort of flood zone, concern over rising seawater zones. And I think that that's important. And I also thought it was important that you talked about asthma. I mean, obviously, like you said, you have a car now. I would have a car too if I lived in Burlington and was trying to go to a UConn stores. I'm sort of your neighbor over here, so I do understand that because I represent Avon and Canton. But I also thought it was interesting when you're talking about the asthma rates. I think that that's part of what some of this bill seeks to achieve are some more walkable, bikeable communities. And I think the comment was made earlier, like, oh, you can't get your groceries, with a bike, but you can, e-bikes and, saddlebags on e-bikes. I've seen people do it here because we're lucky enough to have rails to trails. But not all communities have that, right? So I just want to thank you again for being here today, and especially for running for your local board, because those jobs, they're volunteer. Certainly taking that on while you're still in school, that's awesome. So just thank you again for being here today. I really appreciate it. I feel like the future's in good hands. Thanks so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Senator Passero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend as well the students for coming to testify today. It is always good when we have young people who are engaged in the legislative process. I just wanted to make a couple of comments that are concerns about the bill. I certainly actually am inclined towards the idea of transit-oriented communities and walkable communities and bikeable communities. But as we said earlier, this bill only lays out the requirement that we have density of residential development, and it does nothing to ensure that there is mixed use and commercial that would accommodate those residential units and the residents in those areas, other than the rapid bus transit and the trains. But in order for it to be a truly bikeable or walkable community, there is going to be a need for mixed use. And this bill does not stipulate that need. It's much more complicated. And so if in order to really take cars off the street, I think you would need that requirement to be met, that there is more than just residences and mass transit in a walkable area. There's actually the other basic daily needs of residents as well. There's also two parts of the bill that set out in statute exemptions for flood areas, but they are judged, one by a federal regulation and two by, it seems like state discretion. The benefit of having local input and local control over these developments, including transit-oriented developments, including the ones that have been developed voluntarily by many of our towns and cities, is that they very well understand the flooding concerns and the infrastructure concerns of our individual towns and neighborhoods and narrow areas within neighborhoods. more development is going to create more impenetrable surface. And not every flood risk or flood area is going to fit within the confines of a certain federal regulation or state statute. And having the discretion of the municipality to set those out is very useful. And so again, I would like to commend the students on their testimony and for coming out today. Those are a couple of the concerns I continue to have about the bill, and I don't think have been fleshed out in the language, and are a concern to many of the officials I talked to locally, and many of the people testifying today. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for testifying to the students.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Any other question? Any other question? Seen or hear none? Thank you so very much coming in here, taking time and testifying for our youth, our senior, and our workforce. Thank you. Our next speaker, Elena Brennan. Elena Brennan.
Hello, everyone. Greetings, members of the committee. My name is Elena Brennan, and I'm a current intern with Desegregate CT. Born and raised in New Haven and now a junior at Wesleyan, I've spent the last 20 years of my life living in Connecticut. Oftentimes, when hanging out with the friends I grew up with, we reminisce on our childhood experiences having lived here. Our conversations always conclude in the same way. Connecticut was a great place to be a kid and will be a great place to raise a family, but isn't the best place to be a young person right now. Most of us have plans of leaving Connecticut once we graduate college, not to be further away from home, but because the current landscape makes living here as 20-something-year-olds without sizable incomes and cars unthinkable. Maybe we'll say we'll come back one day, but let's be real. I know most of us probably won't. That is, unless things change. This dynamic extends far beyond the kids I grew up with. People, and I should also mention profit, have been fleeing Connecticut in droves. Connecticut's future is at stake. We need to make smart and reasonable choices to spur the connectivity, vibrancy, and livability necessary to change this current pattern of mass migration. And I'm confident in testifying that Work Live Ride is that smart and necessary choice. First off, I want to calm the central anxiety that comes with any bill trying to make even the smallest measure of change. Work Live Ride is not a mandate. Rather, it allows local planning and zoning commissions to opt into participation with a simple majority. This means that local communities have the power in deciding if they want to be part of the solution or if they want to stay frozen in the past. So what happens once a local community realizes they want to grow into the future? Opting in means agreeing to create a transit-oriented community district with help from the Office of Responsible Growth within a reasonable time frame. Work Live Ride will coordinate local and state resources by reorganizing the Office of Responsible Growth to serve as a de facto state planning office by giving it more personnel and funding to organize with local governments. The reorganized office will receive additional funding for its TOD grant program and be empowered to coordinate existing state discretionary funding in order to expedite projects within TOC districts. Work Live Ride places local communities and state governments in partnership so that all municipalities have the opportunity to develop in smart and attractive ways. Transit-oriented communities are what Connecticut needs to keep young people like me from relocating and to encourage the arrival of future residents. Currently, 20% of household income in Connecticut goes to transportation costs. Transit-oriented communities offer a money-saving and not to mention planet-saving solution. By developing housing right near public transit, Work Live Ride will make it easier for people to get to work and stay connected to their communities. While Work Live Ride is not an affordable housing bill specifically, it will lay the groundwork for a more diverse home creation in the long term. More immediately, it will mandate higher affordability in high opportunity communities and scale down requirements to what markets can support locally. By centering investments into downtowns, Work Live Ride will make these places more exciting and attractive to business owners and residents alike. Most importantly, however, it will ensure that taxpayer money is going into municipalities that want people like me to live there, and not those that are actively trying to keep me out. Topics of housing and transportation are more popular amongst young people than perhaps ever before. It makes sense. These issues matter for our generation more than they did for our parents and grandparents. By supporting Work Live Ride, you will be telling young people like myself that you see our concerns and value our presence. Please don't push us out. It's, if not for our own sakes, for Connecticut's economic future. I encourage you to vote in favor of this common sense piece of legislation, and I look forward to its implementation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rep. Dubisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Brennan, for coming in. Do you know what a brownfield is?
I do.
Okay. Do you think it's a good thing for towns to clean up brownfields?
I do believe that it is a good thing to protect those zones that could potentially be hazardous to communities. Yes.
Okay. And if a town wanted to clean up its brownfields and needed money, there's grants, state grants, brownfield grants that provide funding for the municipalities to clean up those brownfields. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay, so if I have a town that's got a big nasty brownfield that it wants to clean up, and maybe it wants to, it's got somebody who wants to put in a development there or something like that, and the town wants to clean up that brownfield. In this instance, if this bill were to pass, the town would be required, in order to get that brownfield grant, would be required to change its zoning regulations. Is that how you understand it?
Not entirely. There are about 10 programs for brownfield remediations, I believe, and only a few of those programs are included in the proposal. So, and depending on what the program is, any town could be eligible for those funding. So I don't see this proposal as limiting the funding opportunities for those communities entirely.
Okay, right in the bill, it says that the town would not be eligible for state brownfield grants.
Yes, but I believe that there are other opportunities for them to receive funding. This is not
Okay.
my specific area of expertise, so I won't be able to speak in detail, but
Okay, but even if there are other opportunities, you have to acknowledge that it would be a limiting factor, would it not?
potentially for some of the programs, but again, not for all of the ones that exist to support communities.
But if there are 5 options and this takes one of them off the table, that limits it to 4.
That would be how that would work, yes.
Okay. So it would be if not a total impediment, at least a partial impediment to cleaning up brownfields.
It would be a partial impediment, yes, but again, other programs would be available to support municipalities. And this bill only focuses on a few of them, not all of them that are available to communities.
Okay, but there's no way. Do you have information that every community would have access to all of those options?
I don't have that right in front of me right now, no.
Okay, so it's entirely possible that a community wouldn't be eligible for any of those options except the one that it is being prohibited by this bill from obtaining.
I won't be able to answer that right now because I don't have the information in front of me, but I believe that there are programs that exist that won't be impeded by this bill and that are available to any community.
Okay. You understand that, do you know what a steep grant is?
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
Okay, it's it basically it's a type of grant that's given to towns to do certain let me move away from the grants at the moment. Do you know what can you point me to any place in the bill where the administrator or the coordinator is required to work with the local planning and zoning commission to make the decisions that are set forth in this bill?
Yeah, well, the local planning and zoning commission has to start and approve the creation of the transit-oriented district. And so in that way, they would be driving the decisions that are being made because they have to approve the location of that district themselves.
Because they have to approve the district. So what about determining what's a reasonable size? Who gets to determine that?
Well, I believe that's being done by the coordinator in partnership with the local community because as stated, I believe this was discussed earlier, but starting on line 32, it says that the coordinator will make the determination of what is a reasonable size while taking into consideration the geographic considerations of the municipality.
Right, but where does it say that that the coordinator needs to coordinate or even talk to the local planning and zoning people? Doesn't say it.
Well, again, the transit-oriented district is being determined by the local planning and zoning commission. And so in that
Where
way,
does
they're
it say
they're
that?
functioning in tandem.
Where does it say that?
I'm sorry, I can't comb through the entire bill right now to find that location, but that's just my understanding
Okay.
of how it works. Yes.
What does development in an equitable manner mean?
Are you referring to what it says on line
33 and 34.
34? Yeah. Okay. So I think the answer to your question happens after the following comma, where it says, as determined by the coordinator, considering the geographic characteristics of any municipality that applies for discretionary, blah, blah, blah. So basically reasonable size is being determined in relation to geographic characteristics of a municipality, which are obviously going to differ depending on the municipality. So the coordinator will be taking into consideration those local characteristics to determine what is a reasonable size for, say, New Haven, Middletown, Mansfield, Darien. Those are all going to differ because the coordinator is taking into consideration, again, those local geographic characteristics.
Right. And it says geographic characteristics of any municipality, blah, blah, blah. But before that, it says that reasonable size means a size determined by the coordinator to be adequate to require greater density of development in an equitable manner, comma. So up to that comma, what does it mean?
I mean, I believe that the word equitable means that what is considered the standard, again, for a city like New Haven will not be the standard for a town like Middletown, because they're different communities, and the coordinator will need to work in relationship with the local planning and zoning commission to understand the specific characteristics of each particular community when making those determinations for what is the reasonable size for that specific community.
Okay, you've said that several times, that the coordinator needs to work with the Planning and Zoning Commission. I do not see anything anywhere in this bill that says that. Do you?
Yeah, I believe that you've made your your confusion clear. I believe that this section of the bill actually reads quite clearly, because in order for the coordinator to make the determination based on the local geographic characteristics of a municipality, it will need to work with the local planning and zoning commission to realize what those specific characteristics are.
Okay. All right. Now, are you here speaking on behalf of Desegregate CT?
Yeah, I'm an intern with the organization. Yes.
Okay, so are you authorized to speak on their behalf?
As an intern, I suppose.
Is that a yes?
Yes, that would be a yes. Our director is coming on right after me, so maybe more specific questions can be referred to him, but yes.
Okay. How many people work for Desegregate CT?
I wouldn't be able to give you a specific number off the top of my head.
About?
Perhaps a dozen. A lot of us are young people who come in at different times, so I couldn't exactly give you a specific number on that, but I would say about that.
Do you get paid?
Currently, no. I've been a little bit slow on applying to a grant from my local university, or not my local university, the university I attend. In the past, I've applied to a civic engagement grant from Wesleyan, and that's what's funded my work with Desegregate.
What school do you go to now?
I go to Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut.
Okay, and Wesleyan pays for you to work for Desegregate CT?
The Civic Engagement Center at Wesleyan University offers a grant to students who are interested in participating in civic engagement programs. And so I've applied to that grant in the past to fund my work with Desegregate, though it's currently not funding my work.
Okay. Do you know how many actual employees Desegregate CT has?
I believe there are two. I'm not an administrator for the organization, so I can't speak on that with a lot of specificity, but I believe it's two.
Okay. All right. Do you know what excessive parking means in line 85?
I will have to find that. Give me just a second. I believe that I mean, the specific number for what is considered excessive will determine on the local, will be will be dependent on the community in question. So I can't give you that specific number right now, because as it says on line 86, that will be determined by the coordinator, who in the previous sections it says we'll make those determinations based on local characteristics.
Okay. So the coordinator determines what excessive means.
Yeah, I mean, excessive just means that you can't require too much parking, but it still has to be reasonable. So yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for your questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. I don't have really a lot of question. I want to call by Elena, your name, because Elena is my wife's name, Emma's name. So first of all, I want to say thank you. You are a student, am I right?
Yes, I am. I'm a college junior.
Very good. I want to thank you, bottom from my heart. You are here speaking for you, student. Very important. And you are here to also supporting our senior for how, workforce. Am I right?
Yes, I suppose so.
Good. Quick question to you. Disaggregated, they are here to help the student, workforce, and senior. Am I right?
Yes.
And you think this is the right thing to do?
Of course, I think it's the right thing to do. I think that young people are our future, and so that we should be supporting what is best for them economically, especially within the state. And I think that we need to make sure that we're supporting our seniors, to make sure that they also have what is economically necessary for them in the later part of their lives. So yes, I believe that it is our moral obligation to support both of those communities.
I understand you're not getting pay from the desegregated, but you appreciated their hard work, try to help you and other student for affordable housing and more housing. Am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to be clear, I've never been paid by Desegregate. I've just been, I've always really admired the mission over the organization. And so I've kind of made my internship work on my own by figuring out funding at my own university. And yeah, I think that the work that it's doing is really important for young people like me, but for all people. And that's what's driven me to be here today. So yeah.
So also, I understand you are not the attorney. You are not the House of Representative or Senator or the lawmaker. But the way you answer, all the question came to you, legal question, details. I think you will take the job, the person asking the question, not very, too long. I maybe a couple of years if you are continue working what you do. So I thank you kindly for all you're really genius. One more question I want to ask you. Are you concerned Yukon area, 1-bedroom apartment, walking distance, $1,800 to $2,200?
Does that concern me? Absolutely, because I personally will not be able to afford that after I graduate college. And as someone who spends most of my time around other people my age, I know that is not only the case for me. I know that that's the case for a lot of people, and also just people from working class backgrounds. So yeah, the cost of housing right now is of great concern to me.
So you want to build more housing and affordable housing close by university and transit. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct. I believe that our state needs more affordable housing that is positioned near transit stations. And I also believe that we need a more diverse housing stock. I will not be able to buy a single family home for many, many, many more years, if ever. And there needs to be more options for people like me.
Do you know in Connecticut, 40% people moving in, 60% moving out because the housing crisis? Am I right?
That is correct. Yes, we are experiencing a mass migration that it is in large part a result of our housing stock, which makes it very unsustainable for many people to live here.
So are you supporting Section 3136 saying there is no requirement town, city, or state or builder to build the property, asking to give us the place where we can build the more housing, affordable housing?
Yes.
Okay. No further question. Thank you so very much. Again, I salute you as a student.
Mr. Chair.
I'm
Chair.
worried you're going to take my job.
Mr. Chair, I do have questions.
I know my co-chair, actually, I have the question also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just was worried we didn't want to let Elena leave before I was able to talk. Thank you so much. First of all, I echo my co-chair's thanks of coming here today as a student. It really is so helpful. I know it's difficult to have paid or unpaid internships, even when they are paid. They're certainly not cost of living paid, so it's really advisable that a lot of times you have to have a job on top of an internship. I know that that's what my daughter had to do when she had one. So thank you for being here today. I also just want to thank you for your patience with so many of the questions that perhaps are, as we say, above your pay grade. And I do appreciate that the leadership from your organization will be speaking shortly. So I think that that's really helpful. I think it's difficult sometimes, we're so curious as legislators, and we want to make sure that we're getting as much information out of our testifiers as we can, that sometimes we ask questions that maybe are not really suitable for you because you're not a lawyer or you didn't draft the exact legislation that you're speaking on. So I just want to go back to some of the points you said about being a young person, and that you and your friends kind of talk about this and about you'd like to stay here or you'd like to come back and raise a family here. In terms of diverse housing stock that you were just speaking about with my co-chair, do you think, I don't know if your parents grew up here, I moved here after college and started a family. Do you think that you would be able to move here and start a family? Is that even something that you think is possible under our current housing stock?
Yeah, my parents are both immigrants, but Connecticut was the first place that they moved to when they came to the US. And they've been living in actually our family home for the last 30 years, I would say. And I cannot imagine myself buying this home today. And I cannot imagine myself buying any other home on our block today, let alone in the next 10 years, which is about the age my parents were when they purchased this house. So unfortunately, no. And that's very heartbreaking for me because I love my childhood. I love the experience that I had growing up in Connecticut. As I said before, I think this is a great place to live. And I would like to keep being able to live here, but I won't be able to do that if my main option is purchasing a single family home. That's just not sustainable for me and for so many other people.
Well, and it may be also that, that just doesn't fit whatever lifestyle, if you choose not to have kids, or if you choose to only maybe have a cat, or, whatever it might be. Certainly not everyone either wants or needs to have a single family house. So I would also ask, I'm seeing, I have 2 daughters that are around your age. I'm seeing that they definitely want to be closer to the, transit. As I mentioned, I think earlier, we've got all these federal dollars coming in. We're hoping to really fix our infrastructure. We've heard from large businesses that have left because we don't have the infrastructure that they needed at the time. What are the benefits to your mind that are in this bill in terms of having transit that meets the needs of the workforce and getting to a job or that kind of transportation?
Yeah, I've actually lived my entire life just a few houses down from a New Haven bus stop. And I cannot understate that living near or overstate that living near transit is truly transformative. It has allowed me to stay connected to so many things. When I was younger, when I had my first job in downtown New Haven, it was actually how I got to work. And you know, now I'm in college, so the New Haven buses are not as relevant in my life, but transit is transformative, and it's really a way for people to stay connected. And to go back to what I said during my testimony, currently about 20% of household income in Connecticut goes towards transportation. That is just absolutely unreasonable. And so for me, what's really special about this bill is the idea that I would be able to afford a small unit near transit to be able to get to work. I mean, that is just kind of the dream, I think. And it's almost a little sad saying that, because in a lot of ways it should be a reasonable expectation that you should be able to live near a train station, near a bus station, afford to be able to live there, and then also to be able to rely on that transportation to get you to work, to the grocery store, to stay connected to your community. And I really hope that I get to see this bill implemented, because it would be amazing if that kind of future image that I have for myself could become reality.
Well, I thank you again so much. I think you said you're at Wesleyan in Middletown.
Yes.
And I just wish that Rep. Williams was here to see you, because he just loved Middletown students, whether they were, you know, elementary, high school, college. And I know he had a really good relationship with Wesleyan. So thank you again so much for your time today, and really appreciate the effort that you put towards this. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm so sorry I didn't actually look. It's about make sure I'm not getting fired today. Thank you. Eleni, thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm sure maybe you learned so much today, and keep up your good work. I hope I can find you from now to a couple of years to coaching my daughter. But I'm, you know, also afraid don't move to my town to take my job, you know. You really did great job. Keep up. One of our former president, you know, Bush Jr. said, there is nothing bigger than, better than taking care of our children, student, because his wife was the teacher. But you are not teacher. You are a student. You are in here to taking care of our children, our student. Thank you. And thank you so very much. There is no other question at this time. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, Barbara Mount. Barbara Mount. Barbara, welcome and thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Senator Rahman, Representative Kapros DeGraw, ranking members, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Barbara Monk, and I'm an AARP volunteer from North Haven. I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 6890, an act concerning qualifying transit-oriented communities, because people of all ages could benefit from affordable housing that is located near transportation. As someone who grew up in North Haven, I have seen many changes. Having been a baby boomer, forefront of schools having to be built to accommodate us, to now large retail developments that I would have loved as a kid. We need to make room for the changes needed by our aging population. As part of my volunteer responsibilities, I help present AARP's Livable Communities program and serve on the planning committee of AARP Connecticut's annual Livable Communities Conference. The conference is a collaboration with Masonic Care and Connecticut Age-Friendly Universities. This virtual conference will be on March 31st. The theme is Our Aging Landscape. We'll examine the future of aging through the lens of livability by focusing also on age-friendly universities, patient education, digital inclusion of older adults, and housing across the lifespan, including the realities of homelessness and eviction among the 50+ population. A livable community is one that is safe and secure. It offers choices in where to live and how to get around. And it equitably serves residents of all ages, ability levels, incomes, races, ethnicities, and other backgrounds. My town, North Haven, is due to have a train station on the Hartford line. The proposed neighborhood currently has several medical facilities and with planning could integrate a transportation center with the surrounding community. This bill brings local governments and the state government together to encourage smart, forward-thinking land use planning that will create the kinds of diverse walkable homes and jobs that we need in places with bus and rail service. This is going to be especially important in the coming years as Connecticut's population continues to age. House Bill 6890 will help Connecticut be a more attractive place to live for older adults and individuals who are thinking about where to settle in their retirement. Connecticut's future depends on developing in a way that is accessible, affordable, and does not rely exclusively on cars for transportation. I know what it was like for my mother to give up her car. We encourage you to support House Bill 6890 to make sure that Connecticut residents have safe and affordable housing options as they age. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any question? Wow, my friend, finally, he has a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bach, for your testimony today. You highlighted a very important component of this when looking at a community like North Haven, where you've been an active leader on this issue, even sometimes when it was controversial in your community in North Haven.
Yes.
And I've always appreciated your willingness to step up and take a leadership role. And I think looking at the opportunity that North Haven has with respect to a potential new train station is thoughtful. And like it's a community that has asked and requested for that type of public investment, a significant public investment on the public rail line. And it should include consideration of how the most people possible can benefit from that public investment. And I think that's the heart of this issue. We've invested substantially, multiple billions of dollars in public investment has gone into Metro North and train lines in and out of our state, an annualized cost in the tens of millions of dollars. Train stations in a lot of communities that cost tens of millions of dollars to develop and then millions more to maintain and upkeep. And a lot of them exist in essentially gated communities where the only way you can ever get on the train in that train station is to buy a multi-million-dollar home and get a parking pass at that train station because there's no other way to get there. And the use of public funds, right, to construct these country club train stations, right, and that's essentially how they get utilized, isn't the smartest investment for our public. And I think your thoughtful look at what your own community, how can we do better in this place that we want to see that same level of public investment? We want a train station, but we know we should be better and more thoughtful about the future than we were in the past. I think is commendable, and I really do appreciate it. And I hope that would serve as guidance for a lot of other communities that have these country club train stations in their backyard that we've spent billions of dollars developing, but almost no one can access. And I really do appreciate it.
Well, I like the idea of all the players being involved, that it's not just an isolated decision to make. When I served on the Board of Education in North Haven, we got criticized all the time for the number of bus stops we had on our bus routes for the students. But we don't have sidewalks everywhere. There's no place for the kids to stand. So when a planning and zoning decision was made that sidewalks weren't necessary, well, it had impacts on everyone else. So we really need everybody to be taking a look at what we need and not just see it in a very narrow focus. The West Haven train station is not a country club station, and I greatly appreciate it. I use it when UConn women were playing down in Bridgeport. I was able to, park my car there and get to where I'm going. When I go to New York, I get to do it. It's convenient. I like using public transportation. I haven't been able to use it since I moved back to North Haven in 1980. It's just not relatively convenient for me to drive 15 minutes in one direction to park where I could drive 15 minutes to where I work. So we do need to have a balance there.
Thank you. Any other question? Any other question? See, no, see or hear none. Thank you. Thanks for coming in here today and testify. Thank you. Appreciate it. Our next speaker, Pete Harrison.
Hello, let me just get set up here.
Welcome and thank you.
It's weird having an orange soda here. For the record, I was looking for water. Good to go?
Yes, please.
Great. Well, good afternoon, members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for raising HB 6890, which I am here to strongly support. My name is Pete Harrison. I'm the director of Desegregate Connecticut. I'm the only full-time employee. As you've met some of our great young people, volunteers and interns, and you'll be meeting more of them over the course of the day. Very proud of our team getting some combat experience today. But I am the director of Desegregate Connecticut, a pro-homes coalition of nearly 80 nonprofit and neighborhood groups. We are dedicated to seeing a more prosperous, equitable, and sustainable Connecticut through the lens of smart local and state land use reform. We are an independent program of the Regional Plan Association, and since 2020, we have been producing original research on the ground organizing and advocacy at all levels of government to show how our current exclusionary land use regime has led to Connecticut's staggering economic and racial segregation. That same regime that blocks the kind of homes that we need where we need them is also why our state has been stagnating economically, why we are fueling our current housing crisis, and we are delaying action on climate change. I've submitted written testimony with this committee that outlines some of the virtues of the bill and some of the elements we would like to see improved, and I'll probably get into that in some questions. But I just want to take the rest of my time to kind of scale back and talk about the larger picture. This bill really is a demonstration of faith. It's faith in our state's economic future, in our attractiveness to businesses of all sizes and families of all sizes and backgrounds, faith that we can learn from some of the mistakes in the 20th century, land use or otherwise, and create a better, more sustainable and dynamic state for all of us in the 21st century. It is a faith that we can seemingly do the hard and big things now, that we can help our neighbors who are struggling today, and we can set up more prosperity for all of us tomorrow. Work, live, ride, as we like to call HB 6890, is not going to solve every issue. No bill does that. But we do believe that it can create incentives for development and for collaboration that we need between local governments and the state to break the sort of psychic funk that our state seems to be in. I am personally very bullish on the future of Connecticut, and I hope that all of you are as well. And just on a personal note, I grew up in Connecticut, was down in New York City for a long time, moved back with my wife and my one-year-old baby. His birthday's on Friday. I love Connecticut, but it's hard. I don't know when or if I can afford a home, where I can afford one. Is it going to be in a walkable community, a diverse, dynamic place? That's all I want. I do this work not for the big bucks or anything like that. I do it because I care about my state. I care about my child's future. I care about the people that I work with future. We're all here trying to solve these problems, and I look forward to the dialogue with you because I know we don't have all the solutions in any one bill, but we have a pretty good starting point in Work, Live, Ride, and we're really eager to promote that. So I ask all of you to support this bill, and I ask for all of you to engage in tweaking some of the points here that I think we can bang out together.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I see my good friend, our honorable ranking member, Julo. He has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and kudos on a good job so far today. It's not an easy job, and you're making it look easy, so thank you. And thank you. Can I say Pete?
I think we're there, Rep. Zulo. I think.
Okay, that works for me. And you can call me Joe. That's fine as well. Thank you for your testimony. I always appreciate your advocacy, even when I don't necessarily agree with 100% of it. I just have one question, and it's one that I've always asked in the past, and I think I heard someone allude to it earlier. There's nothing in here that creates any requirement for any affordability restrictions, right?
There's nothing in here that requires affordability restrictions. I'm not sure I understand the question. In the bill, it does state, based on the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority's market of opportunity and market infrastructure or market report, that there is a sliding schedule of affordability in places that have high opportunity and market activity. It's 20%, scales down to 18% to 15% to 10%. In some places where there is low or no market opportunity and no market activity, there is 0%. And that's specifically to the point where a number of the conversations we had with P&Zs, with advocates, with folks, public-private sector. Last year, our bill had a blanket 10% affordability requirement. And we've been criticized as kind of an all, one size fits all approach. So our intention very much this time was, let's focus on where we can create more affordability that pencils out. We also want to have bonus funding for deeper affordability, particularly in places that it pencils out, but also particularly in our cities and some of our inner ring suburbs where those local P&Z members, town planning officials said, if you put too much in, that can actually harm the development that we want to see. We want to see market rate development. It's already hard enough to build in certain parts of the state. So we were very mindful of internalizing that, which is really how we approached all of Work, Live, Ride, just internalizing a lot of the feedback, good faith criticisms from last year. So we did put this schedule in, and we think it's a pretty good place to start in terms of recognizing some of that diversity of housing market and opportunity across the state.
Sorry about that. I was actually reading it incorrectly. There is a sliding scale. And so in light of that, is there any requirement that the properties being built or that the units being built are not rental, but are in fact designated to be sold, actually acquired?
Yeah, we haven't put anything in the proposal. I mean, obviously we put our proposal together. Not everything got into the bill, and I'm happy to clarify some of those things. But in this particular case, we think it means for home rentership opportunities, home ownership opportunities. I think sometimes the impression is that this is a big multifamily rental scenario, and some cases the market really does support that. But of course, we do want to see other types of housing, and frankly, we also want to see social housing mixed into this as well. So we have this all the above approach: public, private, market rate, subsidized, ownership, rentership. We want to see all that because, as you know well, we need all of that in Connecticut.
But is it, so then it's your contention though, that whatever the market dictates, assuming this were to go through, it's whatever ended up being built, the market would essentially dictate how it would be built. If an area supported home ownership, they would be built to be sold. If it supported rental housing, it would be built to be rented. Is that kind of your contention?
I think that's how that works now. But I would say part of what we're trying to do with these districts is to say, there is state resources. It's not an unlimited amount. But if we want to try to incentivize certain types of development, be it socially owned homes, be it homeownership, we want to see the state resources coordinated in these districts, and local governments can say, hey, you know what? We do want to see a certain percentage of the homes permitted in this district to be homeownership, to be low income homeownership, whatever that might be. So it's very much at the discretion of the local governments to kind of say, what kind of district do we want to see? Obviously, there's a balance between what the sort of market dictates and what we need in the housing market. There's a pretty big gap there. But we, don't see necessarily letting the market do its thing is not working. So we want to try to steer some of that into a number of different types of housing to support a number of different types of folks that need it.
I appreciate that. And I've said it before on other things, because my concern with that, I have a couple of issues, but I think my colleagues have done a good job fleshing out some of the areas where there may be concerns. My concern with this and with past proposals has always been the fact that I'm not confident that this is actually going to put housing into the hands of young people or give people, first-time home buyers a crack at acquiring it. I think there's certainly some data saying that obviously, the more supply you create, values are going to come down, potentially make it easier to acquire that housing. But there's nothing to say that those first-time home buyers, those people who really need to get into their first home, aren't going to be outbid by people with vast resources, people with the ability to gobble up this housing and turn it into rental housing. So what I would love to work with anybody on is trying to figure out, whether it's this proposal or any other proposal, how we guarantee that young people, you know, in the trades, whomever, can acquire this housing themselves rather than being relegated to a perpetual cycle of renting. And listen, I recognize that for some people, renting is a solution. It's what they want. Not everybody wants to be a homeowner. But what we are hearing is that a number of people do want to be homeowners. There isn't an ability for them to be homeowners because, as we saw between 2020 and now, if you're a first-time homebuyer, you're being perpetually outbid by people with more resources. We have to make sure, whether it's this proposal or any proposal, that people with, who don't actually have the vast assets and resources that some other people or businesses have an equal shot, have a fair shot at actually getting their hands on any housing we create. And so if there's a commitment from you to work on that and this, I can at least keep an open mind about some of the things in here.
Yeah, I really appreciate your concerns, Rep. Zulo. And as somebody who is, I don't know if I'm young anymore, but a potential first-time home buyer, I'm experiencing that. I'm seeing, we're not in a position right now to even try to buy housing. There isn't a lot to go around and it's being bid up quite a bit. So that's something, just on a personal note, I'm very deeply immersed in. But I do think, as some of our other folks that have spoken already, that there's a major concern of young people being able to get into the home ownership, to build lives and have families in Connecticut. I think, unfortunately, it seems like there are lots of folks that do not find that to be a problem or aren't interested in solving that. So I really appreciate that you are. And I do think in Work, Live, Ride, there is opportunity for articulating that in more detail. We really think of this as trying to have a tipping point of getting away from this kind of false choice of local control or state mandates, and have more collaboration, also more collaboration between agencies, and trying to put all these dollars together and get this stuff built and get the right people into those homes is what we want. That's, nothing more complicated than that. It's a very complicated issue, but I look forward to working with you on some of those specifically.
Well, I appreciate the time. I know we have a lot of other people who have questions. I'll defer to them, and certainly connect with you offline to talk about some of my other concerns or how we can make the bill, more palatable to myself and others. So thank you as always, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so very much, making so quick. But make sure you send some dinner for us tonight in here. We are out of 80 almost. We are just 17. So we try our best to make sure we can have the dinner with the family. But if we are here, you're going to send something. Thank you. I see the Rep. Dubasky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in to testify. Are you aware of what steep grants are?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, and do you understand that that under this bill, a community that refused to go along with this opt-in would be essentially prohibited from getting them?
Well, Representative, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify some of this. In my written testimony, you'll see that this is actually a point where the couple of things we wanted to see changed in the bill that did not make it into it. We put our proposal together. We've brought in every possible stakeholder, put it together. It obviously still goes through LCO and various things happen. But one of the things that I do think is completely good faith for a lot of folks is what the discretionary funding we're talking about, both for towns that opt in and don't opt in. Our intention, and anyone that's seen any one of our 30 planning and zoning presentations across the state we've done the last few weeks knows that we've actually articulated a pretty specific number of grants that we would tie to Work, Live, Ride, very much related specifically to infrastructure expansion. That did not make it into the bill. That's something that we've talked about to clarify, because I do think, there's been testimony already, some questions from some of the other folks on the committee, a wide range of what discretionary funding might be included or not included. It's a pretty narrow amount, and I can go through it. But to your specific question of steep, this is actually a good example of conversations we had with some planning and zoning commissions, some COGs and some other groups during the process of actually trying to draft this bill. The STEEP program was initially included in what we thought was in the spirit of Work, Live, Ride, of tying funding to infrastructure improvements. We got a lot of pushback about that. And I think, again, in fairness, there are, of course, a number of projects funded by STEEP that are not infrastructure related. I mean, baseball fields, bandstands, whatever it might be. You can debate if a wealthy town needs a bandstand or something, but fine. But that was something that I think we got articulated to us, and we actually removed that from our recommended program. So I understand there's been a lot of confusion. I suspect that won't be cleared up today. But a lot of the discretionary funding, STEEP specifically, was not the intention for us to include into this, as it's been feedback to us. So we have not been able to get out to Chaplain, but we've done a lot of P&Z meetings where we've been able to clarify that for people.
Okay, well, I appreciate your acknowledging that, because certainly STEEP grants include such things as social service related projects, daycare centers, elderly centers, housing projects, historic preservation projects, all types of things that if you cut small towns off from that stuff, you're essentially just putting a gun to their head and saying, you have to change your zoning regulations, or the state's not going to give you any money. I appreciate your acknowledging that the wording of the bill would indeed, as currently written, would indeed cut those off, as well as brownfields and things like that.
Clarified, Representative, I apologize to interrupt. We've actually had two different interpretations of the language in the bill. Now, again, granted, we would have liked it to be totally different and acknowledge different programs, but we've actually heard folks say it sounds like it's just prioritizing communities that opt into Work, Live, Ride, and deprioritizing communities that have not. I am not a lawyer, but I've actually heard many folks across the board interpret it that way, as it's not actually, there's no ineligibility to it, it's just prioritizing it. So I definitely acknowledge, along with you and your colleagues, I think there's probably a good opportunity to clarify that. But I wouldn't necessarily agree with your interpretation of that. Obviously, there's a number of different opinions about what that language actually says.
Well, that's a bad thing, isn't it?
I agree. I'm happy that we put in testimony for it. I really appreciate LCO does an immensely good job of doing a lot of bills very quickly. And, we had a number of our proposals in there. A couple of things did not make it in, including affordability for missing middle housing in high opportunity markets. We wanted to see that 20% as well. We also wanted to see some language clarified of rapid transit communities. The rapid transit, or the transit communities, the bus service, talked about a little bit more nebulous beyond a half mile. That's the language we actually want. I think that's been repeated here, and I'm happy to clarify that, where it is not a half mile radius around a transit station. The districts are a lot more fungible based on geography, geology, whatever else a community might want. But I don't think that's clear on the rapid transit side of it. So we wanted to put in language that was very clear that rather than last year where it's a half mile radius among every station, it's actually, if there's a commercial corridor that's 0.75 miles from a transit station, we of course want to see that part of the development, part of the district. So that was those kind of three things were the stuff that did make it in. And I don't know how that process works. I know they do a great job, but that's partly why we have public hearings, right?
I guess so. Now, we've heard a lot from people who support this bill, who kept talking about the requirement that the coordinator, who appears to have virtually unlimited discretion to make quite a few decisions, that coordinator is required to coordinate and get input from the local planning and zoning. Is there anything in this bill that actually says that?
Well, yeah, the coordinator of the Office of Responsible Growth is not some boogeyman. It's a person who exists right now. This office has been around since Governor Rell created it in 2006. So, this is not some abstract position that needs to be created or newly empowered. This is the office that takes the plans of conservation development, the affordable housing plans, and makes sure it's in compliance with state regulations and elsewhere. So we think by just giving it some more funding, giving it some more coordination, particularly, frankly, on the intrastate, interagency side, is actually the bigger value for local communities. But I very much, the spirit and letter of the bill is that this is a locally driven process. A planning and zoning starts this process by having already done a TOD district, which means they're already qualified. Community like Bethel, for example, is already qualified because they've done the work. Or if they want to create a district and create it themselves and be in compliant with those basic guidelines of density that we've talked about, that's fine, and they're eligible. If a community wants to opt in but doesn't have the technical capacity or doesn't think it has the funding or the knowledge to put together a district like this third option is, I think, where it's been talked about a lot, of giving this role of Office Responsible Growth the opportunity to plan and work with the local community to say, all right, let's figure out what is a reasonable sized district. It might be 30 districts in a place with a bus station. It might be 200 in a place like Bethel. There's a lot of diversity, of course, as we all acknowledge, across the 169 cities and towns. This position is very much to coordinate what local effort is being put into it. So I don't necessarily agree with your premise that this bill doesn't articulate that. The entire spirit of the bill is to help local governments, planning and zoning, town planners, work with the state to coordinate state funding for infrastructure to make sure the plans that they design and the districts that they want to create get the infrastructure that they need to support the higher amounts of density. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, well, I understand you don't agree with my premise, but I didn't have a premise. I just asked you a question. Where in this bill does it require the coordinator to coordinate with the local planning and zoning commission?
I mean, I really don't see the question here. I mean, this is, if
You don't see the question. It's a fairly simple question. Can you point me to the language in the bill that requires the coordinator to coordinate with the local planning and zoning commission? Is it in here?
It's in here. The coordinator shall direct the state entity responsible for providing any discretionary funding to prioritize the provision of such funding to any qualified transit community pursuant to this section related to what the requirements are. I mean, I don't know how this bill works without that being in there, and it is in there. I mean, the whole idea of a community opting in to work, live, ride starts with the opportunity to work with the coordinator.
Well, no, it starts with the threat that if they don't, they're going to lose their discretionary infrastructure funding.
All right. Well, again, another point we disagree on, not the first or the last, but it's in there. I mean, we're also requesting funding to staff that office up. We don't have enough land use planners at the state that can oversee the plans of conservation, affordable housing plan, and a lot of this infrastructure. So that's something that we'll be working with appropriations to do. And this is in Majority Leader Rojas's bill, very similar language to this Office of Responsible Growth. So it's, and obviously, OPM has a lot of interest in seeing this codified. So I assure you that my interpretation of this bill is very clearly that you are coordinating at the local level, that the coordinator is working on the behest of the local planning and zoning commission or the town planner.
Okay, well, I appreciate that that's your interpretation, but there isn't any language in there that actually says it, is my point. And without that language, there's plenty of language that gives the coordinator lots of discretion. But there is nothing here that requires that the coordinator coordinate with the local towns. Now, do you, I know you said that the language that you wanted in here about the penalty, about which grants and funding a town would not be eligible for, should they choose not to opt in, that your proposed language didn't make it in here. Under your proposed language, what discretionary funding would a town not be eligible for?
Yeah, let me just pull it up here. I mean, the intent of Work, Live, Ride is to acknowledge that we have limited state resources, limited capacity. So I understand that certain people see this as a penalty, but it's actually just a coordination of limited resources. We have to make investments at the state level. We do it now. So I don't necessarily agree with folks that see this as a penalty. This is a nudge, and this is a partnership. But to your specific question, we wanted to see language that was specifically clarifying that it was about infrastructure expansion. So nothing to do with anything that has federal requirements, nothing to do with public safety, non-discretionary funding or operational funding. So I remember we had a conversation earlier, Representative, about if a town needs a bridge repaired, would the town not be able to do that because they're not opting into Work, Live, Ride? The answer is they would absolutely be able to get funding for that bridge because it wouldn't be directly tied to infrastructure expansion. So anything related to the transit-oriented development grants that exist, including the Office of Responsible Growth grant that they oversee now, which we're hopefully asking for more money as well. Anything related to specific development of brownfield, I know that's come up quite a bit as well. As Elena had mentioned earlier, there are a number of brownfields remediation programs in Connecticut, grants, loans, et cetera. What we had specifically talked about were 3 programs out of that 10 or a dozen or so related to developments for redevelopment. So anything of a brownfield of public safety or anything like that, of course, would not be in the spirit. So we were hoping to have clarity on just making it clear that this is not anything to do with funding for schools, funding for public safety of water, or anything like that. There are a number of state programs, as you're aware. This is a very narrow amount. And again, it's really not trying to be a penalty. It's just trying to acknowledge that in our investment dollars at the state level, we only have so many. So if town A is doing zoning reform and needs sidewalks, and town B is not doing zoning reform and needs sidewalks, we think the town that's doing the zoning reform should get that money. That's pretty reasonable. And frankly, a lot of the P&Zs that we've talked to think that's reasonable as well. It's just money is not endless resource at the state level. But I do agree the way that whatever the bill language came out was a little bit ambiguous. That wasn't ideal. That wasn't what we wanted. But hopefully we can work on that. And I would be happy to work with you on that after.
Okay, so under your proposal, which you're saying didn't make it into the text of the bill, there's still you can call it a penalty, you can call it anything you want, you can call it redistribution, but a town would not be eligible for certain funds unless they opted in. Correct?
That's correct. Now, again, the way that the bill is currently written, there seems to be some ambiguity if it's just prioritizing versus deprioritizing. There is no ineligible. There's nothing that says ineligible in the bill. I do not know what that process was. So it's even possible that it just means towns that opt in go first. That's again, it's ambiguous how it's written. Would that be something that you would support, Representative? Just something that prioritizes towns that opt in before towns that don't?
Okay, but there is a consequence for not opting in.
Well, the consequence is you're not building housing and mixed use development, but the means of doing that from state money, of course, is part of that. But I'm not sure, you might not have caught my question, Representative. Just if the language is actually in the bill, if it is clarified that it's just prioritizing towns that opt in and deprioritizing towns as opposed to making them ineligible, is that something that you'd be more comfortable with?
No, but that's still a consequence, isn't it?
Prioritizing funding?
Yeah, you're at the bottom of the list. That's a consequence. You go from being a normal town like everybody else to going to the bottom of the list because you don't opt in. That's a consequence. Is it
Well,
not?
I think as it works now, Representative, of course, these are competitive grants that a lot of small towns can't even apply for because they have a part-time economic development planner or whatever that might be. So I would say if the concern is we are not giving enough funding to communities, I would be sympathetic to that and say our current regime of doing that is inadequate. That's partly why Work, Live, Ride we thought was such a good start. We've mentioned Bethel before. I know the town planner is speaking later. They have a hard time navigating all the different grant applications because they're a small team. So right now, towns that do want money are not getting it. And we think, particularly in the case of Bethel, because they did create a great TOD district, that they should be prioritizing getting that funding. So that's the
Right.
origin of that
So-
comes from the fact that we don't have a good process of getting funding out where we should strategically.
Okay, so your answer is yes, it is a consequence.
I am saying yes, there is in the language as is, although again, there's interpretation that just says it's prioritizing. If you think that's a consequence, I would say that it's a consequence today because competitive grants do not go to every community. So we do not have adequate funding in that sense. And that's partly why we are advocating for Work, Live, Ride to get more funding into these programs. But as a consequence of not acknowledging the housing crisis, not developing more housing, we think the state should be putting money into communities that are doing that.
Okay, who's Tucker Sauls?
Tucker Sauls is our legislative director.
Okay, is he, does he represent your organization?
I think that's clear. Yes.
Okay, is he paid?
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to clarify what our financial situation is. I am the only full-time employee of Desegregate Connecticut. We have a couple of contract employees, including Tucker, we get grants for legislative directors, grants for organizers, and otherwise we have volunteers and interns. Very proud that we can pay our interns. It's a pretty tough market out there and we should be paying people for their time. But we have me as a full-time employee, 2 part-time contract workers when we have grants available to do specific projects. And otherwise we have our interns, volunteers or policy fellows. So Tucker is a contract worker. He's sitting right over here. He's going to be testifying later. I'm sure he's excited to ask or, answer your questions about his employment.
Okay, because I seem to recall that we had a telephone conversation a couple of weeks ago, or actually more than that, a
Clarify,
few months ago.
you and me or you and Tucker?
Me and Tucker. Did you weren't on that call, right?
I don't believe that I was.
Okay, because because no, it was just myself and Tucker, as I recall, unless you were on the call as well, which I didn't know. He indicated to me that there were no consequences. This was completely voluntary, and there would be no consequences whatsoever to a town for not opting in. That is not correct, is it?
To be honest, I respectfully think that you probably heard incorrectly. Our proposal has been our proposal for months.
I know it has. That's why I'm so concerned, because that is not what is in your bill. I mean, in your proposal. What he told me and what is in your proposal are not the same thing. And for him to be, for a representative of your organization to be indicating something that isn't true, I won't use the word, but it's very disingenuous, to put it lightly. And I know that he was trying to get me to support your proposal, indicating that my towns would not suffer if they didn't opt in, but apparently that's not the case.
Well, I mean, and respectfully, Representative, A, you'll have the opportunity to ask Tucker. He's testifying. B, I suspect respectfully that you probably misheard him. And our proposal has been, and I know you have concerns about the proposal as is, but I can assure you, we're not being disingenuous about it. We have spoken at 30 planning and zoning commissions with a proposal. Now, again, we would have liked some of other elements to be in the proposal that were not. We've been transparent about that as well. but we have been very upfront about this process because we've gotten feedback from all the major stakeholders. We've changed our proposal. We've changed the bill in some cases as often as we could. So I just respectfully think perhaps you misunderstood or maybe he misspoke, but I give you the assurance that he is testifying later and you can ask him to clarify that.
Well, I will certainly look forward to speaking to him when he testifies. That's all I've got for the moment. Oh, actually, one more question. Does the purpose of this, we've been told, is to create communities that are more walkable and easier for people to go from various place to place without having a car. Is it really the state's place to force every single town, every single one of the 169 towns in this state to be a walkable community?
Well, the state wouldn't be doing that. I think the bigger problem that we face is that the state, because of a lack of walkable communities and lack of public transportation, is forcing people to own a private automobile that is expensive to insure, to fuel, to maintain, or if they do not have the ability to afford a car, to be able to access jobs, services, or otherwise. So I think the bigger problem, in my opinion, is that we make it almost required to have a car in Connecticut, which a couple others have talked about. You know, housing costs 30% or more for lots of homeowners and home renters, 20% for affordability or for transportation costs. That's 50% of the household income in Connecticut right now going out the door on housing and transportation. I don't think that's a good thing that the state is doing, and the state is doing that. That is an active choice the state is doing from a policy standpoint. So
But aren't you making
attempting to, you know, steer us in a more sustainable direction, create a little bit more opportunity for people to take a couple of their trips by walking or taking transit? We're not under the impression that we're going to magically get rid of cars in Connecticut. It's a rural state in many places. But if we can create more communities that have a little bit more walking, a little bit more transit, we'll have more opportunity for seniors to walk around. We'll have more opportunity for young people, for people that are disabled that can't drive cars. That to me is freedom, right? The freedom of movement, the freedom of access. That's, I do think, a responsibility of the state to really ensure. And we have done a bad job of that in Connecticut.
Yeah, but you would be encouraging more car use, not less. Because if you put a whole bunch of housing units out in the middle of nowhere, which, you know, I live out in the middle of nowhere. I love it out here. But if you put 50 housing units in a little town like mine, don't you think every single one of those people is going to need a car? Because they're going to need to get to shopping. They're going to need to get to the Department of Motor Vehicles. They're going to need to get to work. Every single one of those people is going to need a car. You know, we had a college student in here earlier who went to Eastern and Yukon, both very walkable cities, but he had a car. So everyone that every one of these units is going to need parking and is going to have a car. It's not going, you're not going to suddenly build downtown Manhattan in the middle of rural Eastern Connecticut. People are still going to need cars, aren't they?
Respectfully, Representative, I just, again, reject your premise. We're not going to put 50 homes in the middle of nowhere. We're calling for infill development in our cities, in our inner ring suburbs with adequate transit service. We want to see this as a down payment for expanded transit service. If you have more people in walking distance of transit, more people will take transit. There'll be more constituency for better service. That's the long-term goal. I don't think it does this conversation justice to suggest that we are going to build 50 homes in the middle of nowhere. That is not in the bill. It's not in the spirit of it. You know, if there's an opportunity for 10 homes in your community, I think that'd be great. Most of your district, Representative, as I'm sure you know, has over 30% of the residents currently right now facing housing cost burdens. So it's not even an abstract of we need more housing for future residents or turning Eastern Connecticut into Manhattan. It's we need more housing supply for the folks living there right now. And that's certainly, I know you're concerned about those folks, and I certainly am as well. So that's really a lot of the intention of this bill. We don't need Manhattan anywhere in Connecticut, but we can have a little bit more walkable neighborhoods, a little bit more walkable housing. Again, if even in a rural part of the state, or more rural part of the state with some bus service, if it's 80% of the trips are car instead of 20% and 100%, that is a significant impact on our traffic, on our infrastructure, on our climate. And that is absolutely feasible. It's a completely reasonable goal to have in a more rural part of the state. In more dense parts of the state, we can do more infill, we can have more density, and frankly, people can get around on a daily basis without driving a car. And that's immensely good for local economies and carbon emissions and all of those things. So I think it's not going to be one size fits all. I know that's a narrative, but it's going to make sense for every part of Connecticut having a different character and a different opportunity. So I would hope that in going forward, we can agree that we are not trying to build Manhattan in Eastern Connecticut. I think we'll have a constructive conversation for the folks facing a rent burden and housing cost burdens in your district.
Well, you may have a laudable goal, but this bill isn't going to do it. It's going to make it worse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. My co-chair, Representative Kapros de Groot, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you. I'm also going to ask if I can just call you Pete. You can call me Eleni. I appreciate the last 30 minutes of testimony, but I think there were some questions that Representative Dubitsky did not touch on that I still have questions on. So if you wouldn't mind, I want to start with, we've heard some climate issues around this. There's some concern as to whether or not this bill goes against some of the coastal planning or our waterways, or that the seas are going to rise and this stuff's going to end up underwater anyway. So could you just clarify the provisions in the bill that might either encourage or prevent that?
Yes, thank you, Lenny. And I hope your back's doing okay. Yeah, I mean, this has been a consistent focus for desegregated Connecticut. We have, I was raised Catholic, we have a holy trinity of issues that we care about. It's economic prosperity, racial integration, and economic environmental sustainability. Those are the three things we do our research on, our advocacy on, our organizing on. We've done a number of reports on the environmental impact of zoning reform or the lack of zoning reform, and how particularly building around transit improves our ability to protect our natural spaces, our green spaces, and reduce carbon emissions from driving. Specifically, I know it's been raised because there are sea rising coming in 20, 30 years, why would we build anything in certain parts of the state? Well, we agree with that. And the bill very clearly exempts any land that would potentially be at risk for floods and sea rise over 30 years. Circa from the state has really robust modeling about what climate impact could happen at various sea rising. So that is already baked in the proposal, that particularly along Shoreline East, as an example, there are a number of very vulnerable train stations. And I'll highlight Guilford. Partly why I'm so excited about Work, Live, Ride is we've changed a lot of the approach. So Guilford last year and this year and 30 years from now, their Shoreline East station is pretty vulnerable. It does not make sense to build around that station. I talked to the planner there. We had a long conversation. We're going to do a walk audit down there. The great thing about Work, Live, Ride is it says, great, we are not going to force you to build on a wetlands around your train station. I don't know what's going to happen to the train station in 30 years. That's somebody else's problem for now. But what we can do with Work, Live, Ride is say further up on Post Road, where there's a bus route, we can build there. And there's, distressed commercial properties, large surface lots, kind of underutilized land that we can very easily incorporate into Work, Live, Ride. So it's not only is the language the same from last year to this year about exempting environmentally sensitive lands, anything facing potential flooding, that's already baked in. But we are actually still giving opportunities for communities that their train station might be flooding to say, well, we can develop someplace else. And by the way, how are we going to pay for resiliency, fortification without some local tax base to do so? So this really does get us prepared for a reality of very expensive infrastructure. I know people are concerned now about traffic or the cost of improving water and those kinds of infrastructure. But unless we do more collaboration at the state level, as Work Live Ride is outlining, these communities, as wealthy or poor as they are going to be on the hook for billions of dollars of infrastructure. And I don't know where they expect that money to come from. So we've all got to do our part. This bill really does outline environmentally sensitive lands, acknowledges that, doesn't try to force building around these kinds of areas, but it does allow for opportunities for communities that have other higher ground or more resilient community spaces to actually build around.
I'm really grateful to hear that, just because I am thinking of places where coincidentally the train station is near, say, a river, not even necessarily the quote unquote shoreline, different kind of shoreline, but it is certainly concerning. The other thing that came up today, and maybe you could clarify this for us, just because I sort of have an idea of what it is, but I want to hear how perhaps you see it. Is this excessive parking, that we don't want to have an excessive parking requirement around this? And what is your idea of that? Because I know some of your interns were asked, which I'm not sure they really not necessarily understood it, but really could communicate what excessive parking is.
Yeah, and thank you for asking that question. And the sort of best planning practices would call for no parking requirements. And basically just what that means is a lot of communities, as you pointed out earlier, sometimes bake in a lot of parking spaces per unit, which can considerably raise the cost of housing or frankly not make a development pencil out. In some cases unintentionally, some cases intentionally. Generally speaking, the best practices going forward empirically, as research we've produced and amplified, is that you just don't have a town or city require parking. Now, what that means in practice is still a developer who wants to market their units, whether it's townhomes, condos, or apartments, particularly in Connecticut, will need to build parking. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to market their units. Developers aren't going to put money, financiers are not going to put money without some reasonable space for parking. So what we're saying here is just getting around the semantics of people get confused when we say no parking requirements somehow means no parking at all. That is not true. What we are trying to acknowledge and meet people halfway in good faith is to say, we don't want to see excessive parking, as in 3 parking spaces per apartment, 1-bedroom apartment or 2-bedroom apartment. We want to see something that is generally reasonable. I think if you left it to developers by themselves, they might get cute one way or the other, and we might have problems in our local communities that we don't want, either too much parking or not enough parking. If we have this coordinator role, play this role of saying, what is a reasonable amount of parking? That is the ideal, and not specifying that specifically gets to the point that we probably need different parking in Darien than we do in New Hartford. And that's acknowledging, again, the local circumstances are really what's driving this process. So a local planning and zoning board can certainly say, we think we probably need 2 spaces per studio apartment. And the coordinator, with all the resources of the state, traffic patterns, housing projections, can say, well, you know what? It actually probably works that we can do 1.5 parking spaces. There, solved. That's really the intention of what we're trying to do here. So it's a little bit of just trying to get around folks not understanding that it doesn't mean we are banning parking. It just means we are banning the practice of using parking to increase the cost of housing or to limit the ability for a project to get done.
Well, and I actually think that speaks also to the environmental concerns, because we know that asphalt is a really bad environmental operator, right? So we don't want to have giant parking lots anyway. And, I've certainly visited other communities where, it's not really rational to have, say, 3 spots per unit. It makes more sense in many communities, 2 maximum, maybe even 1.5, or you get 1 and you get a guest spot kind of thing. And I think that's something that we have to at least consider. We don't want our small towns to be big cities, but we have to also allow for the possibility of other options here. And then I guess the last thing I would say is, help me if I'm misinterpreting this. When I got the first year that I was in, we passed a bill. I was not on planning and development, but we passed a bill that was giving more training to, say, planning and zoning committees in towns. And I think that's a really valuable thing, because as we know, the majority of these planning and zoning committees are made up of volunteers. They may not have a background in planning. They may not have a development background. They may not have, we have complicated zoning laws in Connecticut. So the way that I am kind of looking at what the bill is seeking to do in terms of the coordinator is to have someone that is similar, not exactly training, but giving you enough extra information to make really educated decisions and not, our planning and zoning commissions, the membership changes, maybe something that was decided 10 years ago isn't what you need now, or maybe it wasn't even what you needed then, but they could only make the decisions with the information they had in front of them. Is that an accurate representation of partially how this coordinator will function?
Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis. The idea here again is that there is local expertise, local knowledge, but in some cases, because they're volunteers or they are maybe just set in their ways in a certain approach of, well, we need 3 parking spaces per studio, having a coordinator to make sure that, well, actually, here's empirical research, here's what the market can bear, here's what makes the most sense for really a tax-based purposes. I mean, we surrender an immense amount of valuable land around transit for parking. And talking about tax-based, talking about infrastructure spending, there are so many better opportunities for housing and job centers, services to use that land that's now for parking. So I think sometimes, in Connecticut, bless our hearts, we're 169 cities and towns, and everyone's unique and a beautiful butterfly, but we do have regional needs. We have state needs for housing. And I think this coordinator can play a positive role in saying, here's what makes sense for, a suburban town with, a CT transit, 2 CT transit bus stops. It's not going to be sky rises, but maybe it's 5/1s, maybe do. If that mentality had been the case 50 years ago, half of Connecticut wouldn't be built. So we're trying to get out of that a little bit and actually say, well, you can do a little bit more. It's not going to be Manhattan in Eastern Connecticut, but it's going to be a little bit more housing options, a little bit more places for small businesses to open, a little bit more tax base. And we don't need a sea of parking to do that. In fact, we can do it without less. And I think that coordinator is a huge asset for local planning and zoning, and particularly smaller and suburban communities that don't have big planning offices. And we know, because we've heard this, we've done so many of these walk audits, so many of these meetings. We're very confident that a lot of these communities welcome that kind of oversight, that kind of expertise. And again, there's a big carrot that comes with it of all the state funding. So we think that coordinator plays a really positive role with a lot of these challenges and, changing practices of planning.
Well, I thank you so much for that clarification. I've certainly taken up enough time, but I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you were in here today to kind of clear up a lot of what we heard earlier today. So thank you. And we'll see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Passero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison, for coming in to testify. Do you know the total quantity of discretionary funds in question that the state allots every year that would be caught up in this proposed legislation?
That's a good question. We've had a couple of our legal fellows kind of working through that. The way that they're sometimes allotted can be kind of hard to get like an annual dollar out. But, realistically, some of these programs are bonded for hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, we think it's at that scale. We don't think it's tens of millions of dollars. We don't think it's billions of dollars, but certainly in aggregate, it's in the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Okay, that's a lot of money. And obviously the state has up until now determined that there is a need for those funds in all sorts of municipalities with different densities as is. Correct?
I mean, there are obviously a number of different regulations or requirements to apply for different grants. Some of them are transit oriented, some of them are Main Street revitalization. It's a wide range of requirements, and that's part of the problem for towns trying to apply for a lot of this stuff.
Yes. And my understanding is that currently this state administration could prioritize that funding for nuanced reasons, including for municipalities that would be prioritizing some form of transit-oriented development. Is that your understanding too, that the administration currently would have flexibility to prioritize funds for many different reasons, including accommodations that towns and cities are making for TOD?
I mean, I suspect there are some competitive grants that just come as you are and apply and get it. I think there are some that the state oversees and can distribute. So I don't know what the breakdown of that would be, but I know in some cases where there are competitive grants and applications, some of that money is actually not fully distributed because either it's not shovel ready or a town doesn't know how to put something together. We had we have mentioned Bethel here a couple times already, but one of the anecdotes we've heard is that they did a big TOD district. They rezoned a big sort of light industrial part of their town right across from the Danbury Branch station. And there's a developer that's interested. There's no brownfield remediation. The problem is walking from that plot of land right across the tracks to the train station is like a 2-mile walk around the track. There's no pedestrian crossing. So they have been trying to parse together how to build a pedestrian bridge. They've gotten like UConn grad students to help do this. There isn't exactly the way that the requirements work for some of these grants, an ability for the part-time economic developer in Bethel to like go through all these grants and piece this funding stack together to do that project. And sometimes on the agency side of this, where we've had conversations, is they'll say, we haven't even spent all the TOD money, so why do people care about this? And it's actually under the hood of that, well, it's actually fairly complicated towns in certain parts of their planning process to even get to that point to apply for grants. So we think there's a little bit of that kind of disconnect that Work Live Ride can clarify.
Yeah, and there are clearly a lot of different buckets, and so some of them are going to be more important than others. I mean, I can still imagine, again, you said, I think your terminology was, it wasn't exactly this, but it was basically you have limited resources, so you're economizing. So the state at a certain point could run out of funds for these certain grants, which means the towns that are getting prioritized due to this policy get the grants, those who would not get the grants. But you could also imagine that some of these programs, brownfield remediation, public sewer and water services, there is a significant need for them in a lot of these stressed municipalities, whether or not they are willing to do 20 or 30 units per acre of development. And some of them may actually be moving to add density to do more development, but just not at such a rapid pace. So I do worry that a lot of these vital funds could be deprived of municipalities who are acting in good faith, just because under this policy that they're not acting in such a prescriptive, they're not meeting all the prescriptions set out in Work Live Ride, including 20 to 30 units per acre, which might strike a lot of these towns as pretty significant. Do you worry about, that kind of more hard and fast rule and the deprivation of funds from those towns that are still maybe acting in good faith, but don't fit those 20 unit or 30 unit per acre requirements under the bill?
Based on our organizing, our outreach, I feel fairly confident that the good faith towns, as you reference, are eager to do these kinds of projects. And it's not that they're going to be 30 homes per acre in a distressed rural part of the state. We've tiered this out very much based on the population of a community, the infrastructure, the public transit infrastructure. So, and that of course is based on, empirical best evidence. For communities that want, or if we're qualified for 30 homes per acre, the majority of them are, of course, in our big cities that are distressed and are frankly automatically eligible because most of them have done some kind of TOD overlay. In certain communities, obviously with Greenwich, there's been some pushback about that. I don't know if that is philosophical of just not wanting any kind of change, or a good faith concern of, if we did it at 20 homes per acre, would you opt into it? I mean, I think that's a conversation I'm happy to have with the chair, Margarita Alvin, and others. But I feel confident that we need to parse out the good faith communities that get that we have to grow, want to grow for all the reasons we've talked about, and the communities that, for whatever reason right now, do not want to do that. Because I don't want this to get lost in this conversation. We are in the midst of a devastating housing crisis. We do not have enough home ownership, home rentership across the state for low income, for mid income, and even moderate to working class income. That is the urgency that brings me to the table right now. So the pace that we've been going in Connecticut is obviously inadequate. And you can certainly criticize of the infrastructure funding this way or that, carrot or stick approach, but the governor said this, leaders of both parties have said this, we are not doing enough right now. we think that this is the best way to get ourselves out of this mindset of saying, well, we just can't do anymore and we can't do enough, or we're doing enough at our own pace. There are absolutely good faith communities that are going to be benefited so much from this program because they can't get this stuff done themselves. I think there will be communities that are wrestling with this and trying to figure it out, that I think this will help it. It's going to be a lot easier at that P&Z level where there's the 2 or 3 pro homes people that say, I want to do this, we want to do this, but other folks will say, what about infrastructure? What about traffic? Now they can say, if we do this, we will get this technical support and funding from it. And I do sincerely believe that'll adjust a lot of the politics in some of these P&Zs to say, hey, let's give this a shot. It's not just some abstract thing to hope that zoning changes and works itself. Now there's a real program that can address these good faith concerns about traffic, infrastructure, and let's give it a chance, because our schools are aging, whatever infrastructure is aging, we need a tax base and we need a housing stock. So that's really the intention.
Yeah, I think we're going a little bit far afield the actual language, and I do encourage. There's a February, you went before the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission on February 22nd, and there's a very, I think, sophisticated colloquy you had with the members of the commission, and I certainly think it indicates that their concerns were more than just philosophical or theoretical. They're very, very specific, and they're very, very thorough and thought out, and and I think that is something people can go on YouTube and look at, and it's very interesting. Their expertise is far greater than mine, which is also why I worry about the bill, because it does strike me as very prescriptive, and whether it's 30 units or 20 units, it basically significantly limits the considerations you can have when doing that development. I mean, it is as of right. It is with very, very few limitations. And as you described, you do believe that a lot of municipalities will opt into this, presumably because there are hundreds of millions of dollars of funding that is very important to our municipalities at stake, including for things like water and sewer and brownfield remediation, even though the state administration almost certainly, and I think this is both in the OPM testimony, the WestCog testimony, and others, could already make accommodations and prioritize the funding for municipalities based on their appetite for transit-oriented development or other interests. And that wouldn't have to be a hard line of 20 units per acre or 30 units per acre. It would be more flexible rather than, again, a fairly prescriptive policy of 20 or 30 units. There's also, I would also kind of want to clarify, you did mention that if there were other sort of infrastructure, environmental issues that aren't specifically spelled out in the legislation, that the half-mile radius as of right area could be outside of the immediate area around the transit station. Is that am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah. So our bill last year really called for a half-mile radius around the station. Yep. That's about 500 acres. We acknowledged even back then that it's probably going to be 25% of that is probably developable. Some will be wetlands, some will be already developed roads, et cetera, et cetera. But, what we certainly acknowledged from the experience last year is that there might be a municipal border. There might be a single family neighborhood that it's kind of lost opportunity to change. So what we wanted to acknowledge by further giving more discretion for local communities to say, because you are the experts and know your community very well, if there's a commercial corridor that's 3/4 of a mile out of the bus station or the train station, we think that should be part of the district, and that would be the opportunity for the P&Z to do so.
Yeah, so, and I get that online. I do get that from the bus station on lines 23 to 26, that if it has to be outside of the immediate area around the bus station, that is okay. But I did not see that with regard to the train station, the qualifying rapid transit community.
That's correct, Senator. That's not there. That was one of the amendments we put in our testimony.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Again, some things that we proposed were not in the final bill, and that's definitely one of them.
I appreciate that. And how many towns, I've seen different figures, 60, 100, 160. How many towns do you think would be caught up in this requirement under the bill?
Caught up? I don't know if I'd use that language.
I wouldn't use the word regime as you used in your opening testimony, but I guess we can agree to disagree.
Fair enough. So there are 111 towns and cities with some kind of transit, from rapid transit, bus, or rail down to local bus service, whether it's CT Transit or one of the transit districts. Then there are, and let me just make sure I'm getting a record right. I believe it's 54 transit adjacent communities. Let me just 52. So of the 3 delineations, there are 40 rapid transit communities, 71 transit communities. That's the 111. And then there are these 52 that would be transit adjacent. And again, for that part, that's the 10 homes per acre around a village center, commercial corridor. Or something like
So it is almost all towns and cities in the state that would be subject to these rules.
it would be subject to the regime of work, live, ride.
Your words, not mine now. Okay. Listen, I do appreciate your testimony. I appreciate you coming here. There are members of this committee and other committees on both sides of the aisle who also put forward legislation this term that both seeks to protect local input and local control in a way that I think a lot of the local stakeholders like and do want to move forward towards the goals of more housing supply, more affordable housing as well. I do hope that members of the leadership in both the House and the Senate, outside advocates on both sides of this debate, alongside me and some of the other legislators who have proposed such legislation in the future, can come together on something that's more agreeable, that advances our affordable housing goals, our economic opportunity goals, and protects some of the local input in a way that's more satisfactory to some of our local leaders and stakeholders. But with that, I will give my time back, and I appreciate your coming in here as well as the indulgence of the chairs.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative, I think you first. All right. Representative Hall, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Harrison, for coming in today and testifying. So, for example, let me start with my town of Enfield. We'd been working on our transit-oriented development for the last 20 years. I mean, so we're not new to this game by any means. We've made really big structural changes in our rezoning. We're excited about having the train stop that's coming. So we're really all in on this. So the concept that you're talking about now, we've been working on and working towards for 20 years now. So certainly support the idea. Here's what I hear when I hear you talk about this coordinator. Recently, and I'm sure you're well aware, a lot of our rural communities and farming areas of these towns have undergone these huge, I'll call them solar projects, because they're not solar farms, but they're projects. They've had to go through the siting council of the state. So the towns can have a buy-in because of them going in their towns, but they don't have the final say. So what I hear when I hear about this coordinator that's going to work with our local planning and zoning, which I'm struggling to find in the bill as well, but it's reminiscent for me of the siting council. So we've had these enormous projects in Enfield and East Windsor get really stuck in these areas, these residential areas that don't want them. So when I hear this coordinator is going to supposedly work with our local planning and zoning, I think from all the testimony and feedback that I've gotten from my districts is we know best. So we've been planning for this for 20 years. We want to be part of this project, but we want the final say. There are towns, we've come up with our POCDs. We know best what's going to fit into our community. So it scares me to hear about this coordinator that may not like the 2 parking spaces. She wants 1.5 or he wants 1.5. I think in the end, we have to leave it to our communities to decide what's best and what fits best for them. So as much as I love a lot of your plan and concept, 100%, I think we've got to leave it to our local towns and communities to make the final say. And, you know, I think we talked about the carrot and the stick. I mean, there shouldn't be a stick, quite honestly, because I can tell you, serving at the local level for 13 years myself, we've fought for transit-oriented development. I mean, fought hard. And we're happy to hear these concepts come forward. However, we have to make sure we leave it, in my humble opinion, to the people that know the communities best. So there's probably not a question in there. Well, let me ask you this. Would you pull out the coordinator piece of it and leave it up to the local communities that really want to work with this plan? So incentivize instead of dictating. I'll use that because that's what this is, in my opinion.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate the experience of what you've been doing for Enfield. It's crazy to think it's taken 20 years to that train station to come together. I'm not familiar enough with the solar stuff to really weigh in on that. But I will say this. I think there's always this tension of how do we move forward on our kind of collective state goals? How do we respect local communities? And we have done a lot of work to really try to figure that out, make this locally driven. But I will also say, and I'm not suggesting this is Enfield, I'm not particularly familiar in this particular case with Enfield, but 5 years ago, this chamber put together this affordable housing plan law to say, trust local communities, we know what's best to solve our affordable housing crisis. That was 5 years ago. Deadline, of course, was this past summer. Less than half the communities put their bills together. And of those, we reviewed a number of them are, 8-page documents. They're not even necessarily tied to POCDs. So from my perspective, and certainly from the perspective of a number of folks in government, outside of government, is that we have tried that approach. And there are absolutely good faith communities that are doing that. There are good faith communities like Enfield that are struggling against Hercules to get stuff for their towns. So the state is culpable for this as well. But I respectfully disagree that we can make that good faith judgment now, that we can trust local communities to do so. Some are doing their best and need some help. Some are just not willing to do so. And to be honest, this bill is not really focused on the communities that don't want to do this. This is about the communities in good faith trying to figure this stuff out. So that's really where this coordinator position is a strength and an asset. Now, I understand some of the ambiguity of the language makes somebody concerned about that. I think the other side of the coin is somebody could look at that and say, why are we doing parking at all? We know we shouldn't be doing parking requirements. The developer will build a couple of parking spots enough for everybody, but we shouldn't have them at all. So we're taking fire from the other side of it, that the coordinator could be too lenient to local oversight. My guess is there will be a healthy tension, and probably the bias will be towards a compromise of that 1.5 parking spaces. But, again, I will admit that we're building a ship as we're sailing it to some degree, but from the pure sense of I don't think we can trust local communities to do that. And I parse out the ones that don't want to do it at all versus the ones that are struggling with it. That's who Work Live Ride, I think, will benefit. I honestly think Enfield would benefit a lot from this.
So I agree with you on certain things, but I honestly have to disagree with you that you should drag people along, kicking and screaming, because I think there's genuine reasons why these communities are concerned about the development. So I don't think they're drawing a line in the sand saying, we don't want this kind of development in our town. I 100% disagree with that. I think there's more structural issues that they're really concerned about, that I'm not convinced this coordinator is going to take into consideration, because I will, like I said, equate it to the siting council. There's been numerous issues we've had with the state overstepping into local control and not seeing the local issues. So it has been an issue, and I foresee it happening with this. So again, I'm sorry, I respectfully disagree with you on that one piece. Happy that I think you're right in the sense that there may be funding here for the areas and towns that want this sort of development. But I think it definitely has to be more of a carrot. So I appreciate your testimony. You're very passionate about it, and I appreciate the drive, and thank you for testifying. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Rep. Gardner, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Pete, for coming to join us today. I know you've been up there for a while, so I'll be brief. My question, earlier you had brought up Circa, for example. Circa is located in my district over at Yukon
Right.
Neighborhood Point, and actually have cemented in my mind this this very important point that we will face 20-inch sea level rise by 2050. And as a result, someone who represents a coastal district from in the city of Groton and Stonington Borough, every corner of our district is vulnerable to those rising sea levels, and especially our transportation infrastructure. We at the entire the northeast corridor, the Amtrak line traverses the district, and there are many spots that are will be vulnerable to flooding, and so we obviously are concerned, and we want to address those issues. And as you highlighted, it is important to note that not all housing can be sited in areas that fall within a flood zone, wetlands, and so that is important to stress. So can you speak to the specifics about how communities would be exempt from this legislation based off of the Circa language that's included?
Yeah, absolutely, Representative. And it's a scary thought of how vulnerable our infrastructure is, how many homeowners and home renters are impacted by that. And inevitably that tends to fall on the lower income, particularly communities of color. So that is something we very much acknowledge at Desegregate Connecticut. So the bill does have the model you mentioned, Circa, the 30-year model. That's been a staple of our legislation for the last couple of years, acknowledging that it probably doesn't make sense in some places to build. In some places, it probably makes sense to retreat. And that's a different sort of political problem that, hopefully you're around long enough, and I suspect you will be, to tackle that. But, from our perspective, what's exciting about work-live balance, I mentioned this earlier, you might have just been coming in, but I mentioned Guilford just kind of next door to you. This was a problem last year where our proposal was pretty regimented and just had by the train station. And Guilford, their train station is probably one of the most vulnerable, even just in Shoreline East. So that was, I think, it would have been exempt anyway from last year, but there wasn't much we could do for them. Work Live Ride this year says, well, actually, because Guilford also has a bus route on the Post Road, we can build this district on the bus line and actually create some more local tax base and protect some of these communities, and maybe create opportunities for controlled retreat from coastlines to folks to stay in town still. So that's a bit further down the road, and it's not outside, it's outside a little bit of the realm of our proposal, but very much, we are a group that studies a lot of the climate impact. Just before I was at Desegregate, I was a researcher at Columbia University and helped write a textbook on climate resiliency and housing affordability, specifically for curriculums for graduate programs for built environment professionals. So I'm really well versed with this issue, really happy with how we've tackled it in Work, Live, Ride. And it raises a lot of other questions, certainly outside of this bill, of how do we meet that challenge? Where do we fortify? Where do we not fortify? What do we do for the folks that are in those zones? And I suspect we'll be part of those conversations a lot going forward, but we really do think this foundation for Work, Live, Ride exempts those sensitive places right out of the gate, but also potentially creates some opportunity to say there's a future in this community. It just might be further upland or something like that.
So I've served on two sides of the coin, on the land use side and the council side. So Planning and Zoning Commission and the town council. And on planning and zoning, I've voted on a plethora of applications, but I voted to reject certain applications that I felt were out of scale with the kind of existing neighborhood, and also did not. I want to be careful about using the term, undermine the character of the community, but still, there were many issues with the environmental impacts as well. And so with that said, context is everything. And so, much of us, I think, looking at Senator Wong, on the other side, far more dense than Eastern Connecticut. They have a commuter line that gets, brings us to the kind of the epicenter of the world, right into New York City. And so in areas that are towns that are looking to, for example, Groton made it a policy. We were committed to building a train station, a commuter train station in Groton. Ideally, Shoreline East would extend all the way from New London into Groton, and then it would extend Shoreline East to the existing Amtrak station in Mystic. And so all of these neighborhoods are already more densely populated than some of our northern neighbors, the rural communities that Representative Dubitsky represents. So how would this bill incentivize a community like mine that is similar to Representative Hall in Enfield built a train station a couple years, or they're starting to starting that process now, or wrapping it up, I should say. Once we have that train station, ideally that train station would likely be sited in an area that is surrounded by strip malls and surface parking. And in my eye, and I think the community's eye, that is not the highest and best use of that property. And so I guess my question is, how could this bill actually help the communities that are looking for it and not waste our time with the communities that really have no interest or don't need this?
Yeah, I really appreciate your question. And it's very topical. Electric boat is looking to hire whatever it is, 5,000 people. And this is going to be a real problem in the part of the state because there isn't enough housing, there isn't enough transportation. And I know we've had a couple of conversations about this, which has been very helpful for me, understanding a little bit more, pacing together other conversations I've had with Groton. And there are a couple of communities, East Haven for Rep. Zula as well, that don't currently have train stations. And North Haven's been mentioned. And what's been pleasing about some of the conversations, even with folks that maybe disagree with on the bill, it's just we recognize the value of transit. We recognize the future opportunity for that. And I think particularly we are mindful of those communities by putting in proposed transit stations in our bill to acknowledge that if there's an opportunity to really plant a flag for a community to say, we are ready for a train station, we are doing the infrastructure improvements, the zoning updates, and we are ready for this, I think that's a great signal to the state. Obviously can't promise anything. This is not a transit service bill. This is a land use bill. But of course we know it's interconnected. We know that by investing in communities with density, it makes more of an argument for transit. So particularly the part of Groton that you mentioned is such a great example of this, that sort of, 1950s strip mall stuff that's just kind of surface lots, not helping the flooding issue in that part of the state. That's a great opportunity for conversion. And I really hope, the experience with Enfield taking 20 years, I hope it doesn't take 20 years for the rest of you to get train stations. That's bad for all of us. But we certainly want to be part of that conversation too. But we just think if Groton jumps into work, live, ride, just in the immediate sense of how much jobs are going to be coming to that community, even without the train station, there's a real opportunity to plan for that district in a way that can really, the train station can come to that district that's already in the works.
And I would say our town was proactive in that. A few years ago, we did our zoning rewrite and they actually designated that neighborhood as a mixed use town center. So hypothetically, that neighborhood, which is actually not a neighborhood, it's just surface parking and strip malls, right?
Not yet.
Not yet, right? But it could very much function as a transit oriented district. And so and this actually, that idea came from someone who is locally probably known as, or maybe perceived as, somebody who's anti-development because they are so passionate about protecting environmental quality locally. But they also recognize that, the residential development, or really any kind of development, should be sited in areas where the infrastructure can support it. And so that's the other issue I have with kind of how our housing policy in Connecticut is. Oftentimes we, with the current situation that we're in, we're actually developing in areas that really should not, cannot handle that kind of dense development, or doesn't even have sewer mains or sewer lines. So As a result, large multifamily complexes being built with, on septic. And I think that obviously there are a lot of issues with that long-term in terms of local health impacts as well. So I want to get to a place where we can start, for at least the communities that are ready to move forward with this, that we don't, that we support those communities. On the other end, communities like Stonington that already has a train line. Interestingly, according to this bill, it would be a transit adjacent community because it doesn't have an active bus line. But nonetheless, still a community that is very interested in increasing its transit options. So I'm glad we're having this conversation. I don't think it necessarily needs to be one where there are kind of two sides. I think there is a lot of nuance here, but I'm looking forward to being a part of that discussion. I hope all of my colleagues here are too. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative. Now, next, Senator Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Harrison, you've been on for a bit.
I lost track. I don't even know.
And you were well prepared. I just wanted to just make a commentary and thank you very much for your time and insight. I appreciate your context in relations to the environmental impact. And I think you citing your background is valued. But I was just listening to your testimony, and as you can see, we have many other committees going on, so there's in and out. But I was listening to your testimony and exchanges intently. What it comes down to me, as I observed, is I think you've said it. You don't trust some of the municipal leaders to do the right thing in your mind. I think you, paraphrasing you, you don't trust that they're going to do what you believe it to be right. And I think that is ultimately the crux of the challenge here, because many municipal leaders feel as though they don't trust you. And that's the debate back and forth. Is we have a combative dynamic in which communities don't think you're listening to them, and they don't trust some of your initiatives you're undertaking, and you and your advocates don't trust that the municipal leaders who know their communities well are doing the right thing. So I hope that we bridge that gap. I hope that we move forward and try to resolve the affordable housing issue. And it shouldn't just be driven by developer initiatives and density. It should be a proactive analysis that incorporates public, private, as well as local, municipal leadership and community leadership, local zoning authorities, as well as our state bodies and federal government. So I'm listening to this, and I think it's a countless debate, and it's an emotional debate on both sides of the argument, having been deeply involved in it. But I just caught myself listening to the fact that, as you said in your words, you don't trust some of these municipal officials to do that.
Those weren't my words.
Yes, and I'll rephrase back that many municipal leaders don't trust the initiatives and the way that your organization has gone about advocating the viewpoints, questioning their integrity and questioning their best interest of the community and the people that they represent. So we have a dynamic and we have a standstill, but I hope we get past that. And nevertheless, I appreciate your input. I appreciate your tremendous advocacy. No doubt, I pay great respect to that. But we're at this crossroad. People don't trust each other. People don't believe we're listening to each other. And that is a standstill I don't think we'll resolve anytime soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Say, Senator, if you don't mind, just to respond quickly. I agree that there's been a very emotional issue, and that tends to get the loudest voices out. But I just want to push back a little. I mean, I think very much we are trying to meet communities halfway. As we said, we've spoken to, at this point, about 30 planning and zoning commissions. We are trying to meet folks. I think Work, Live, Ride is very much an acknowledgement of last year. Mandates are tough. Certain approaches are better than others. We want to incorporate a lot of the local speed. So Work, Live, Ride is us very much agreeing with you of the conversation can't continue as it is. And I really do believe that there are a number of good faith municipal leaders that maybe 6 months ago didn't like us, and maybe we didn't like them. And I can say now there is a lot of dialogue, there's a lot of back and forth. And frankly, our bill represents a lot of those conversations. So I am certainly eager to get past the kind of broken nature of the conversation. I think we have been doing a very good job of very sincerely backing that up with action for what work, live, right is.
And I appreciate that. And I thank you for that feedback. But the struggle continues.
Sure does.
As the organization Desegregate Connecticut has gone into many local municipal planning and zoning body meetings. The challenge is these are people that don't live in the community. These are people that are advocating a philosophy, but they don't live in the community. And they're advocating a viewpoint on a much more broader macro perspective. They don't live in the community, but they're offering judgment and positions of what they think is best. And that's the struggle. I've gotten many feedback from many of the meetings that your organization has requested to present. And the struggle is they don't know our town.
Well,
These advocates don't know our town. They don't live in our town. They're coming in, they're telling us what they know best, overriding the best considerations and understanding of elected municipal leaders and planning and zoning, conservation, and environmental advocacy. So again, we have a lot of work ahead of us. I welcome your input. I open the door and welcome every opportunity to engage with you. But I hope that as we move forward in this engagement, we engage with the local shareholders and respect that they may not agree with you and that their preference may not be consistent with your insight and knowledge, that you don't always know better than the people that live in the community. I can't, articulate, and I can't substantiate how they may feel, but believe me, they feel that way. And that's a bridge that we've got to cross, and it's a big bridge. So I look forward to continual conversations. But again, I'm going to leave with the point, and I appreciate your feedback, is you don't trust them, they don't trust you. That's a hard bridge to cross. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Respectfully, Senator, I make no apologies about speaking on the behalf of people in communities that can't go to those meetings. And I think we all know that there are plenty of folks living in these communities that can't go to those meetings, that either have a job at night, childcare, they work in the town, that don't live in the town. We don't live in a lot of these towns because in some cases we can't afford to live in some of these towns. So I don't make any apologies for advocating on the behalf of folks that can't come to those meetings and speak up, because I know in every community in Connecticut, there are a lot of those folks that do want to see more affordable housing, more walkable communities, and more transit-oriented development. So I know that to be the case. And I understand folks that are in those meetings have a hard time hearing that. I would just ask, maybe a more rhetorical question. I don't think I have all the answers. I don't think this bill has all the answers. We're meeting halfway here. I'm curious, do you think that everybody at the local level has all the answers, or are there things that folks at the local level can also learn from us?
Everyone can always learn from each other. And I think the best methodology, the best solutions that I have seen that we've arrived is a result of collaboration between local and municipal leaders with state and federal entities, not a developer-driven solution. That's as simple as I can put it. I mean, I think one of the proposals I think in many years I passed is, let's make every project deed restricted. There'd be no developer that would do that project. But you know what? The collaborations that I have seen in the towns that I've represented have done so. They have done so as a result of local, state, and federal entities creating quality, accessible, diverse, and accessible housing. But the fact is, we have utilized a system, and correct me if I'm wrong, Desegregate has advocated a system of developer-driven initiatives to be able to create housing.
I'm happy to correct you on that.
Okay, and you know what? I would love to see Desegregate's proposal that incorporates what we did in Westport. What we did in Westport was working in collaboration with state government and the Connecticut DOT to be able to acquire land, to be able to develop at the initiative of the Department of Housing and the town of Westport's leadership and Planning Zoning Board, to be able to create de-restricted, high quality, affordable housing that has been embraced by the town leadership. It has been embraced by the planning and zoning, embraced by the surrounding community members, of which I used to represent. Where is the advocacy from organizations like yours touting such a methodology, such a model? So I hope that you, as a champion advocate of and the leader of Desegregate Connecticut, can propose initiatives that kind of look at that model and urge our local, state, and federal leaders to create that model on a larger scale. Our current Commissioner of Housing has a demonstrated track record of public-private dynamics that drove accessible, affordable housing in New Haven and general areas. She would be a great champion in that kind of an advocacy. I don't see your organization. Prove me wrong. Take that model, lead on that initiative, and create that kind of a model where we can create dynamic, diverse, and collaborative housing solutions. No mistake at all. We have a housing needs crisis in the state of Connecticut. No doubt. We have it in our rural settings. We have it in our urban settings. Even though statistically we don't in urban settings, the conditions in some of those urban settings are unlivable. And we have an issue in suburban housing. So again, I hope you prove me wrong. I hope you as a leader of Desegregate come out with a model that says, look at the model in Westport. Look at a collaborative model that utilizes local, state, and federal entities to create dynamic, engaged, and livable communities. So I look forward to working with you on that.
Well, if you're interested in having state, local, and federal agencies work together to build livable, dynamic communities, I got a great bill for you. It's called 6890 and it's Work Live Ride. That's what we're proposing. And specifically for Westport, we did a review of the Fairfield County affordable housing plans, and we did cite that as a model. And in fact, we want to include bonus funding in Work Live Ride specifically for alternative equity model housing, expanding the jurisdiction of public housing. We have an approach here called all the above. We need all the above, and we need public housing, we need private housing, home ownership, home rentership. We need it all. I don't think that means, and practically and philosophically, we are not a developer driven plan, but we need people to build homes, right? We need public entities to do so. I hope we would support building more social housing in Connecticut. That's something we're looking at for supporting beyond that. But in the meantime, public-private partnerships, all those things, yeah, let's do it. Let's get them all out there.
And I appreciate that. And you are quite effective and articulate in saying that. But here's the rub on that. You have a provision that's called an opt-out that penalizes by withdrawing of state funding. That's not collaborative. That to me is coercive. So again, sounds like a great idea. Take away that mandate, take away that hammer, take away that carrot as you want to use it. That is not collaborative. So great idea. And as you can see by testimony, many municipalities have embraced that kind of TOD initiative. But you're missing the point when you say it's a great bill. Take out the opt-out, take out the penalty. And to me,
it's an opt-in, just to clarify.
It goes back to what we had as a debate in the beginning. It wasn't even a debate. It was a statement made by me. You don't trust the municipalities and they don't trust you. So I appreciate the engagement. I look forward to more engagements and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. I don't have question, but I want to share a little bit. I do trust our town city officials, but sometimes we need to work closely each other to help each other. That's all I think we are missing. But I thank you kindly for everything you do in in securing the housing access for workforce, our senior, and of course our student young. This is very important, and thank you kindly for everything you do. I just want to share something happening this week. Someone called me, this week and asked for the 2-bedroom apartment. And he mentioned, he said, I have a good job, but I don't have the car. I took 3 buses, but it's still my workplace don't go to the bus. So what I do? So what I'm trying to say, you have a good job, but you don't have the easy access, affordable housing, you can't keep your job. So our housing tied up with our economy, our workforce, our senior, and our students. Like I said earlier, 40% moving in Connecticut, 60% moving out. We don't want a 60% moving out. We want a 60% moving in. This is how our economy can go, get better and better. So I thank you again. Thank you so very much for all your hard work. What you do is making a difference, the community, and helping the people don't have the voice and need desperate help. At this point, we don't have any other question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone in the committee.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Our next speaker, Danielle Dobin. Danielle Dobin.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. So my name's Danielle Dobin. I'm the chair of Westport's Planning and Zoning Commission. I am friends with Pete, and Pete is friends with me. So I'm delighted to start off on that very positive note. Thanks so much to all of you for your time today. I'm speaking for myself and also for Rep. Steinberg, who couldn't join us, but not on behalf of the commission. So here's my list of do's and don'ts for this proposal so that it makes sense for Connecticut. Number one, do provide parameters for what a reasonable sized transit-oriented district looks like using language in the bill itself. The word reasonable is too vague. If you want towns to actually opt in, you should create a minimum transit district size of 5 to 10 acres. Don't leave the minimum size up to the subjective judgment of an appointed coordinator, and don't be afraid of looking for incremental change that's really impactful. 2, do require an affordability requirement for projects of all sizes, especially in affluent towns. If you allow developers to skirt providing affordable housing, if their projects are smaller, for example, fewer than 10 units, I promise you'll see a rush of proposals for 9-unit all luxury projects all across the board in Fairfield County towns. In Westport, we require 20% affordability for projects of all sizes, and that hasn't stopped anybody from building here. 3, don't allow developers who will be building mostly super luxury condos and rentals, especially in towns like mine, the ability to build without providing parking for residents, especially those in the 20% of units that will be deed restricted affordable. In almost every community in Connecticut, cars are still a necessity to drive to work, preschool, for grocery shopping, doctor's appointments, and after-school activities. It's a 1.5-hour walk from Westport's train station to our middle schools and high school. Don't you want families with children to be able to live in new units close to transit? The cost of including parking is negligible when developers are selling 2-bedroom condos for $3 million each, which is what's happening in Westport with market rate units. So that justification that there's a link to affordability, it does not fly in communities like Westport. 4, don't punish towns that have already rezoned around their train stations or approved units elsewhere in town because their zoning doesn't fit into the narrow standards prescribed by this bill. In Westport, over 34 acres around our train station have been zoned for 18 units per acre. Hundreds of new units are under development. We're planning new communities of deeply affordable housing for people vulnerable to homelessness, but these are on our post road, not necessarily near our train station. Do you really want to limit or claw back funding for sidewalks and bus shelters that benefit these affordable units? If the intent is for the language of this bill to incentivize instead of being punitive, draft more precise language. And please, please consider assigning significant 830G points for opting in, because that's where you'll see a result. 5, and do ensure that town, I'll wrap up, can continue to require special permit review. Requiring as-of-right multifamily in these zones will lead to few, if any, towns opting in. If you adopt the bill as drafted, very few towns will opt in, but you have the opportunity to change that. And I urge you to focus on refining the language of this bill so that P&Z chairs like me can work in good faith to persuade our towns to opt in. I'm available for your questions.
Thank you, Senator Passero.
Ms. Dobbin, thank you for your testimony. We have never met, although many people we know have spoken very positively of you, including Representative Steinberg, whom I consider a friend. And now I can see why he made up an excuse to have you speak for him. That was a joke for the record. So obviously, my understanding is that first of all, the changes that Westport has made in order to promote affordability have been, I think, widely praised across the board. Members on both sides of the debate, and I first of all assume that no one forced you all to do it. But second, I would love to hear kind of a high-level overview of what impelled you all to do it, and what are the most salient characteristics of those of the changes that have been made.
So there's a lot going on, and I'm going to answer the first part of your question about nobody forcing us to do it at the end of my remarks. So to begin with, what we do in Westport is require 20% affordability for every single project. We can do that because in a market where a 2-bedroom unit will sell for $3 million, developers can pencil projects because the 40-year deed restrictions for 20% of the units are offset by the economics. Obviously, for example, in Representative Dubitsky's area, that would be absolutely impossible and would never happen. So that's number one. We tried to take advantage of the economics and the land values here to work to our advantage instead of against us. Secondly, we are looking at I think a new approach in our 5-year affordability plan, which Pete referenced in his remarks, including affordable cottage clusters, et cetera. As State Senator Wong noticed, we are looking at state and town-owned land to leverage those pieces of land to create almost entirely affordable units. That has been challenging. I will tell you, we want to use that state-owned land, but it's 4 years and I'm still waiting for an RFP. So anybody who can assist with that, love to have you helping. But I think most importantly, what we've tried to do is be really proactive in terms of our zoning. We have an IHC, an inclusionary housing zone, which overlays most of our post road. Now that's not close to our train, but adjacent to our train, I'm really excited to share that we just rezoned 5 acres to incentivize a vibrant mixed-use development that includes multifamily, office, retail, restaurants, and a boutique hotel. We required parking for the multifamily units, 20% affordability on-site, or 25% off-site, but it has to be within a quarter mile of the rail station, and they must be family units. There's a lot of public open space, public marina space. There's plans for an electric boat shuttle to link Saugatuck to our downtown. And with discretion, the P&Z can allow up to 6 stories of height, which is pretty remarkable in a small town like Westport. I think the reason I wanted to bring that up is because this zoning isn't for 20 units an acre, because a special permit is still required, and we require a special permit for all of our multifamily. And because we've been thoughtful about parking to ensure that the train station parking isn't going to be cannibalized by the new residential units, and that the residents living in the affordable units have access to parking just the way that residents in single-family homes in Westport have access to their own parking, that rezoning wouldn't qualify under this bill. And that's what I find troubling and where I'm looking for your help. Because I think that for a town like Westport to upzone this dramatically around our train station, but to find that it's simply not good enough sends a really damaging message to other communities around the state. Again, 20% affordability, 18 units an acre, smart, thoughtful requirements for parking based on, ensuring that our residents that use parking in order to get to work in the city will still have access to that parking, but it wouldn't qualify. So as for the part about forcing, I think that's part of a bigger dialogue. And I'm not going to tell you that there isn't a force involved. I personally use 830G as a club myself on occasion in order to incentivize others in my town to be thoughtful about continuing to stay proactive about zoning. And a lot of time I've been paying attention throughout these hearings, and I've heard people talk about incentivizing workforce housing. I've heard about them incentivizing senior housing. And I've heard about how do we create units that will be available for young people to buy and invest in, not just to rent. All three of those, units to buy, units for seniors, and workforce housing, are disincentivized by 830G. In Fairfield County, in towns like Westport, if you want to promote housing like those three types of housing, you need to take a look at using points, 830G points, to incentivize the housing you're looking for us to create. So that probably went a little bit in a different direction than I intended to. So sorry to keep speaking. I'll let you ask some other questions.
I don't want to take up too much time. I really do appreciate your leadership on the issue and your commentary, as well as that of Representative Steinberg, who's also been a passionate and intelligent contributor to our dialogue. I hope you'll continue to speak out and advocate for ways that towns with flexibility and with local leadership can lead the way, in contrast to some other proposals, and certainly in contrast to kind of just accepting things the way they are. But I will yield my time to anyone else, and thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. May I call my co-chair, waiting long time, I see, Representative Cabros to grow, please.
Thank you so much, Senator Rahman. I appreciate that. I did want to start first by something that you missed me on at the end of the last one. So as co-chair of the committee, I just would like to remind my colleagues that it's very important that as we move forward for the rest of our speakers tonight, including this wonderful speaker we have right now, that we are being very careful not to be personally attacking or getting overly emotionally negative about the speaker or the issue. We need to stay really, really focused on the bill before us and just make sure that we are showing some kindness and some respect both to one another as colleagues and to the people who are testifying. I think that's critically important. Thank you so much, Ms. Dobin, for being here. I have to tell you that this is one of the best testimonies I've ever heard, because whether you agree with it or disagree with it, you were so utterly clear in your 5 points that I was able to take notes very easily, and I just really appreciated that. It's impressive, and this is what I would echo what Senator Fazio said about what Rep. Steinberg has told us about you, is that you are so thorough and so thoughtful in how you have approached this in Westport, and I wish that other towns were doing this also. I guess what I would ask you, because you have been proactive in doing this, what are other ways that you think, I mean, I know we don't like to see a lot of sticks, we want to see more carrots, you know, we've heard that a lot today, but, you know, what would you say was the driving factor, and how maybe other towns could do it in terms of what you already put into place that obviously has been successful and has gotten you really, you know, some of the housing that you need, maybe not all of it, but pretty close?
So excellent question. So first thing first, I want to be clear. So many of my fellow P&Z commissioners and P&Z commission chairs are making changes in their town. And a lot of time, and I think that Senator Wong did a really great job referring to this dialogue, there's this adversarial tone. You know, by way of example, the first time I ever testified in front of this commission, after I finished speaking, I was personally attacked by the next speaker, which was really challenging for me. That being said, moved on, no problem. But, you know, with regard to what's going on in the ground, Weston, which is the town adjacent to Westport, they don't even have sewers. Everything's groundwater. They adopted a town plan and a village district that allows multifamily for the first time in their history around their little town center. In Wilton, the new master plan contemplates 40 units an acre. Just let that sink in. 40 units an acre in their downtown to incentivize the type of development that they're looking to accomplish. Our friends in Greenwich adopted an affordable housing trust fund, and they've already funded several projects. So there's a lot of change happening on the ground. Sometimes you don't hear about it, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not only Westport where there's been a lot of changes in the last several years. So with regard to moving forward, first and foremost, one of the issues we have in this state is that affordable development is left almost entirely to the private sector to fund. The problem with that is that if there is an entirely or mostly affordable development by a public housing authority or a for-profit affordable developer, they're looking at a certain density. And that density, let's say it's 60 units, let's say it's 90 units, that's really inconsistent with the as-built feel of most of our small towns. And many, many people, if you speak to them across the state, if you say to them, do you want to see more affordable housing? They'll tell you, yes, but we don't want to see the market rate units, the $1 million condos, the 2 bedrooms that rent for $10,000 a month in places like Westport and Greenwich that come along with the affordable units. I'm a big proponent of finding a better public funding mechanism. In Westport right now, we're exploring creating an entirely affordable cottage cluster on a 1.5 acre piece of town-owned land that's designed to be deed restricted to be, you know, the most affordable housing that you can find at the 40% affordability rate, and finding residents through the can list, not, you know, cherry picking people from within the community. My problem is I can't get anybody to build it. Why? It's too small for a developer to make a decent developer fee. They'll make $100,000. Nobody's going to do that, even as a favor to us. But, and the tax credits, it's again, too small. So how do we find the money for it? There is a state transfer tax that goes mostly to the state after, so there's a state transfer tax that WestCog can provide you with a lot of information on. If a portion of that money could be returned to be used for affordable and deeply affordable housing development, that would make a really big difference. In Westport, we're in the process of adopting an affordable housing trust fund that will glean money from every zoning permit, let's say, with the idea of being able to fund our own development. But that takes too long to get started, and it takes too long to actually reach a critical mass where in a town that a half acre can sell for $2 million, it can make a difference. So number one, public funding. Number two, use 830G to incentivize the type of housing you want to see that you're not seeing. Every time a developer or residents come and they say, why aren't there more opportunities to develop senior housing in Westport? I tell them the truth, because it only earns a 1/4 point or a 1/2 point. And that means that every time we use a piece of land that could be used for multifamily to incentivize that type of development or for sale affordable housing, we're hurting our numbers with regard to 830G. And maintaining control over our zoning really matters to us. So again, with regard to that public part and the zoning, in Westport, we've zoned for so many multifamily units that when our P&Z office conducted an analysis of whether or not the live, work, ride would make a difference, over 30 acres, it would make a difference of only 63 units to go up from our 18 units an acre to the 20 units an acre. But you don't see all of those units in existence. Why? Because they've been approved. The zoning isn't the problem. They haven't been built. Why? In one case, we have a developer that now wants to take a project and turn it into some sort of indoor golf center. We have another project where the developer decided he doesn't want to develop multifamily anymore. He wants to focus on single family homes because he can make so much money doing that. They're not nefarious reasons. Nobody's necessarily a bad actor. Money's a lot more expensive than it used to be. A building anything is more expensive than it used to be. So there's a lot of issues. I think a public funding mechanism would make a tremendous difference. I think using 830G to incentivize the development you want to see would make a difference. Using live, work, ride to refashion it, to see the development you would want to see makes a difference. But 3 things. Number one, you have to allow special permit review, or it's just a non-starter. Number 2, limit the involvement of the coordinator. I thought that a different representative or senator brought up the siting council. Great example. We have the siting council is right now situating a tower for cell phone use in Westport. It's in the backyard of one of the least expensive homes in the town. The person is devastated. There's nothing that they can do about it. Don't put us back in that position again. Make sure that there is really a partnership. And lastly, of course, make sure that there's adequate parking. 40% of state income tax comes from WestCog. Think about that. 40% of all the state income tax comes from WestCog. That comes from people who drive to the station, no longer every day, but 2 or 3 times a week. They park and they go into the city for these jobs that are very high paying. Don't destroy the economic backbone of Connecticut and Fairfield County. We can do both. It just takes a little bit more nuance.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the testimony, the nuance of, whether I, agree with all of it or not. It's just really good that it's, concise and point by point. So I really do appreciate that. And I know other committee members have questions, so I'm going to move on. But thank you so much for being here today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much. Senator Wong, please.
Thank you, Ms. Dobin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to see you. Before we begin, are you saying to me the RFP for the Post Road project has still not been approved?
It has still not been issued. So anything you can do to help, you were such a champion for that project, as were all of our representatives. And I know it's no longer in your district, but I still think of it as a really special project for you. So for those who aren't familiar with it, there's a 10-acre parcel of DOT land that's located in central Westport, walking distance to grocery stores, walking distance to one of the best ranked elementary schools in the entire state. We asked as a community for about 2.5 to 4 of those acres so that we could utilize that to create an entirely affordable development designed specifically for families. 3-bedroom units, multi-generational family living, provide something walking distance to one of our elementary schools that doesn't exist. Unfortunately, we're still waiting. And if, unfortunately, if it takes too much longer, I'm not going to be chairing this commission anymore. So I really hope it happens while I'm still here to help it. I also really hope it happens for all the families that would really welcome that opportunity to live in Westport. Any help, Senator, we really appreciate.
I'm happy to learn about that, and I'll do my best. But it's also important to note that this was done as a initiative by planning and zoning, town leaders, the community, and it's important to note that the neighborhood embraced this initiative. And this was all done while Westport was in an 830G moratorium. This was done because the town wanted to do that. Would that be correct?
Yes, the whole point of the moratorium is to work ahead towards creating additional housing. And what we did as a community, I approached our then first selectman, Jim Marpy, who was extremely supportive of the idea. And together we approached DOT. It took about 18 months to get them to yes. It's taking a bit longer now to get that yes and turn it into something. But yes, collaborative, working with our state reps, including yourself. And of course, the Commissioner of Housing, who came down to actually tour the site in person and has been very supportive.
And I understand the current selectwoman, Ms. Tucker, has been